Chapter 856. After Zhang Xiaohua sent away the peacock and Chen Chen in his illusion, he took a deep breath and patted his chest. Smack, smack. His lips were bitten by the illusion of Chen Chen, and he touched his neck which was bitten by the illusion of the peacock. A feeling of longing for more welled up in him. Zhang Xiaohua had never had such an erotic dream in his 18 years of life. He never thought that this dream would come true in the illusory array of the fragrance cult. Moreover, this erotic dream came like a violent storm. Even if Zhang Xiaohua could soar in the storm like a swallow, he was still caught off guard. It was just that. Zhang Xiaohua felt that this was not his dream and it was not the Nie Qianyu who had feelings for him. This made Zhang Xiaohua feel even more incredulous and he felt a little guilty. However, what was even more strange was that Zhang Xiaohua did not know that there were two inner disciples of Lingxiang Peak hidden in the depths of his consciousness. Chen Chen's voluptuous is really not bad. Peacock's skin is also good. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his chin and looked at the place where the two disappeared just now. There was an inexplicable sense of melancholy in his heart. Was this an erotic dream without a trace? Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua collected his thoughts and searched for the dream in this illusory array. It was just a pity that Zhang Xiaohua had just evolved the heavenly axiom in the illusory array. This was the truth of heaven and earth that was much more profound than the illusory array. Zhang Xiaohua had used the heavenly axiom to drive the illusory array and had already infiltrated a trace of the heavenly axiom into the illusory array. For someone who had comprehended the heavenly axiom, how could the illusory array extract any inner demons from his heart? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua searched for a long time and did not find any trace of the dream. Moreover, even Nie Qianyu was nowhere to be found. Strange, where did they all go? Just now, they came one by one. Those who should come are here and those who shouldn't come are here. Now, those who should have left are gone and those who shouldn't have left are gone. This illusion array, why is it gone? By the way, besides Dream and Nie Little Fishy, Peacock and Chen Chen are here. Why aren't Little Orange and Zhang Pinger here? Damn, this guy doesn't seem to be satisfied yet. However, when she thought of Zhang Pinger, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that she had been in this Li Chui Valley for a long time and did not know what the situation outside was like. Although Mei Suying did not mention the time of the test, she guessed that it would be dark soon. She would not fall asleep in this Li Chui Valley, right? Forget it, I don't know where Meng has run off to. I'd better go out and take a look. I'll explain everything here clearly. When I'm free in the future, I'll come here to play. Having been in the illusory array for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua naturally knew how to break the array. She cast a few incantations, and a passage appeared in the starry sky of the illusory array. Zhang Xiaohua rode the wind and went straight in. Outside the Li Chui Valley, the sky was completely dark. The few disciples who came to watch the fun in the morning had already left. Only two young girls stood there, letting the mountain wind blow their clothes into a mess. Needless to say, the girl was Zhang Pinger. She stared at the entrance of the valley, almost unable to take her eyes off it. The melancholy on her face was obvious. The other person was Zhang Pinger's sixth senior sister, Shui Linglong. Although Shui Linglong was also staring at the entrance of the valley, she obviously did not care. However, her gaze occasionally swept across Zhang Pinger's face, and there was some worry in it. Shui Linglong looked at the sky, lifted her collar, and patted Zhang Pinger. She said in a low voice, "Junior sister, don't wait. Those who enter this ghost valley rarely come out after 4 hours. Look at Ren Xiaoyao. From what you said, he should have been in there for 12 hours. He might have died inside. You see, third senior sister doesn't even want to wait here. You'd better go back with me. Third senior sister. She is really hateful. How can she treat senior? Junior brother Ren like this? Junior brother Ren is such a good person. He saved me 3 times, and also saved Master's life. I only wanted to repay his kindness by forcefully bringing him from the pill opening hall to lingering fragrance peak. I originally wanted to. But I actually suffered from third senior sister's evil scheme. I will not let her off. I only quarreled with her for a few words, and she wants to kill him. Zhang Pinger was somewhat gnashing her teeth. Shui Linglong was speechless. Mei Sujin and Zhang Pinger were both her senior sisters. Although she had a good relationship with Zhang Pinger, if she was not done with Mei Sujin, she also had to think about it. Since things are like this, let's go back. Master and senior sister will come back tomorrow. This matter, let them decide. Zhang Pinger's eyes didn't leave the entrance of Lai Chui Valley at all. She said very firmly, "Sixth senior sister, you. If you are bored, you can go back first. I still want to wait. Junior brother Ren's martial arts are very strong. This Ghost Valley definitely won't be able to stop him." But Shui Linglong was somewhat angry. But in this Ghost Valley, one can't escape just because their martial arts are high. Previously, didn't Mo Xian Gong's disciple also die inside? Your junior brother Ren. How can he be compared to Mo Xian Gong's disciple? Zhang Pinger slowly shook her head. Junior brother Ren's martial arts might not be as high as Mo Xian Gong's disciple, but I have a premonition that he will definitely not let me wait in vain. Seventh junior sister, you. Could it be that you have already turned into a devil? How can he come out alive? Furthermore, even if he comes out alive, how can you get what you want? Don't forget that you are the direct disciple of the deputy master of the Lihua Temple. Your status is very noble. Ren Xiaoyao is just a little medicine boy of the pill sprouting hall. Although he has some martial arts, he is the lowest disciple guarding the garden in the Lihua Temple. Even the disciple guarding the pill furnace can't compare with him. His master has already repaid his kindness by bringing him from the pill sprouting hall to the Lihua Temple. In the future, he still has to walk his own path. There are thousands of disciples in the Lihua Temple. How can he, a disciple with no background, stand out? Even if you want to be together with him, master. How can she agree? How can Mo Xian Gong's elders agree? Hearing this, Zhang Pinger's face turned slightly red. She used her hand to tidy up her hair that was messed up by the mountain wind and slowly said, "Sixth senior sister is wrong. Since you have seen through my feelings, I don't mind telling you that the matter of being together with him is too far away. I don't dare to think too much about it. I only wish to be in the same hall as him and be able to see him every day. That is enough for me." Crazy, crazy. Shui Linglong stomped her feet with an exasperated look on her face. At this moment, a voice was heard. Is it senior sister Zhang? It's already so late, why don't you go back to wash up and sleep? Senior brother. When Zhang Pinger heard the familiar voice, she was overjoyed. She screamed and threw herself at him. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua's face under the light, she threw herself into his arms without a care for anything else. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to dodge, but she didn't dare to. She would feel embarrassed if she didn't dodge. When Zhang Xiaohua's hot body was in his arms, Zhang Xiaohua could only hold the heavy sword with both hands and raise it up high. She didn't forget to rub her nose with one hand as if she was in an illusion again. Senior brother. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's strange address, Shui Linglong frowned. When she saw Zhang Pinger's rudeness, she shook her head. She looked around and saw that there was no one around. Then, she looked at Zhang Xiaohua's pitiful appearance. She couldn't help but laugh in her heart. When Shui Linglong walked in front of her, she coughed twice and said, "Seventh junior sister, this is the fiery palace. You are the direct disciple of the fiery palace. Zhang Pinger's tears of joy had already wet the front of Zhang Xiaohua's clothes. When her unbridled emotions were interrupted by Shui Linglong, she immediately felt ashamed. When Zhang Xiaohua's scent rushed into her nose again, Zhang Pinger immediately let go of her arms and took a few steps back. She stood silently in the darkness. Shui Linglong looked at Zhang Pinger and said to Zhang Xiaohua with a smile, "Junior brother Ren, congratulations. You have been in there for more than 12 hours. You actually came out alive." Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Thank you senior sister Shui. It was all thanks to you and senior sister Shui that I was able to escape safely." Junior brother Ren, did you encounter any danger in the Ghost Valley? Zhang Pinger asked timidly in the shadows. She was both concerned and embarrassed. "Yes, but it's all in the past. It's good that I came out alive. Don't you think so? Senior sister Zhang." At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's words were the truth in Zhang Pinger's heart. Zhang Pinger immediately nodded, "Yes, that's right. It's good that you came out alive. You didn't disappoint." She couldn't finish her sentence. Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your concern, senior sister Zhang. It would have been good if I came out earlier. I have made you worry for so long." It's nothing. I had nothing to do here. I was just enjoying myself here." Zhang Pinger didn't mean it, but she unknowingly said Ren Xiaoyao's name. Zhang Pinger felt even more ashamed. She lowered her head to her chest. Her fair nape was especially seductive in the night. Especially since Zhang Xiaohua had just been seduced. Zhang Xiaohua's mouth was a little dry. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He thought for a moment and took out something from his chest. He smiled and said, "Senior sister Zhang, senior sister Shui, where is senior sister Mei?" "This ghost face mushroom. I picked it. However, I searched the entire Li Chui Valley and this is the oldest one." "How old is it?" "I don't know." What Zhang Xiaohua took out was the ghost face mushroom that he had picked at the bottom of the valley in Li Chui Valley, but it was not the ghost face mushroom that had already taken shape in the cave. But thinking about it, it was reasonable. With Zhang Xiaohua's stingy character, how could she take out the best thing? When Zhang Pinger heard this, she immediately lifted her head and bit her lips. "It's all right, junior brother Ren. As long as you can get the item, it's fine. Third senior sister is obviously making things difficult for you. How can there be a 1,000-year-old ghost face mushroom in the Ghost Valley?" Zhang Xiaohua tactfully handed over the ghost face mushroom and said, "I'll follow senior martial sister's decision." Chapter 857. When Zhang Xiaohua handed the ghost face mushroom to Zhang Pinger, high above in the west of Lingxiang Peak, where the refining heart cave was located, Nun Jing Fan couldn't hide the surprise on her face. She grabbed Chen Chen, who couldn't hide his joy, and asked in a loud voice, "Chen Chen. You. Say that again. You actually practiced the Mortal Heart Sutra to great success." Chen Chen was a little proud and flaunting. He nodded and said, "That's right, master. I went through the tempering of my mind in the refining heart cave and broke through the bottleneck of the mental cultivation method. I achieved great success in one leap and got out of the illusory array." "How? How is this possible?" Jing Fan Shirtai frowned and said, "The dreamland can only sharpen one's state of mind. It will be of great benefit to one's cultivation in the future. I've never heard of anyone being able to break through any bottleneck in the refining heart cave, let alone practice the technique to the highest level. When you entered the cave in the morning, although I didn't come, I knew clearly about your progress last night." Hee. Chen Chen hugged Nun Jing Fan's arm and said with a smile, "Why would I lie to you? Won't you know if you check?" Nun Jing Fan woke up from her dream and immediately checked. She also practiced the Mortal Heart Sutra and was very familiar with it. After a while, she found it even more unbelievable. Although Qin Chen's internal strength didn't have any obvious improvement, but the Mortal Heart Sutra was indeed practiced to great success. Even she, as her master, could not catch up. If there were no surprises, Qin Chen would have practiced the Mortal Heart Sutra to perfection in less than 10 years. How? How is this possible? How? How is this possible? Abbess Jing Fan mumbled, "It's only been a day, and she's already reached the realm of great success." Then, Nun Jing Fan asked, "Qin Chen, you. What did you encounter in the refining heart cave?" "Master," Qin Chen said coquettishly, "this is disciples' privacy. You don't ask." As soon as Nun Jing Fan said this, she also regretted it. She knew the secret inside. She knew that although Qin Chen was straightforward, he would definitely not answer this question. While Abbess Jing Fan had yet to recover from her shock and was still complaining about the unfairness of the heavens, Qin Chen smiled and asked Peacock, "Senior, you came out earlier than me, have you improved your heart technique?" Qin Chen was showing off a little. Her martial arts had never been as high as Peacock's, and her cultivation method was also a few notches lower. Now that she had made the great leap, of course she wanted to show off in front of her senior. When Abbess Jing Fan heard this, she also asked, "That's right, Peacock, how's your heart technique?" Peacock was silent for a moment. She seemed to be organizing her words and hesitating at the same time. Seeing this, Master Jing Fan comforted her, "It's okay, Peacock. Your junior sister Qin Chen is just an anomaly. Don't complain about it. Just focus on your cultivation and you won't fall behind her." Qin Chen was very happy, but she complained, "Master, look at what you're saying. Can't my martial arts be better than senior?" At this time, Peacock opened her mouth and said, "Junior, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you this time. Master, my mortal heart technique has been perfected." "What?" This was Master Jing Fan's surprise. "How is that possible?" This was Qin Chen's doubt towards Peacock. She also told Peacock what Master Jing Fan said. Master Jing Fan immediately checked, and sure enough, it was the same as Qin Chen's. There were no special changes in her martial arts and internal energy. Her heart technique had indeed been perfected. This was the realm that countless disciples of Mo Xian Temple had been pursuing for thousands of years. It was also the realm that Master Jing Fan dreamed of but could never reach. When Qin Chen saw this, she panicked and asked, "Senior, what did you encounter in the refining heart cave?" "Why? It wasn't easy for me to become stronger than you. How did you leave me so far behind?" Peacock's face was burning, but she said, "Junior, are you confused? How can you talk about what happened in the refining heart cave?" Qin Chen was also stunned. Of course, he had been tight-lipped in front of his master, how could Peacock talk about it? After that, Qin Chen extinguished the thought of getting to the bottom of the matter. After a while, Qin Chen's gloomy mood disappeared. Even if Peacock was much better than him, wasn't he also one of the few disciples who had perfected the mortal heart technique in the past 1,000 years? After a long time, the petrified Master Jing Fan woke up from her shock and melancholy. She looked at the two disciples that she had raised lovingly and smiled, "I forgot to quickly tell this good news to the leader. Our fragrant religion has produced an extremely talented disciple this time. The inheritance of Lingxiang Peak will not be lost. You two wait here for the other senior and junior sisters to come out." After that, she didn't wait for them to speak and used her qin gong to rush to the top of the mountain. Peacock and Qin Chen smiled when they saw that their master was so emotional. It was already late at night and an elder was sitting cross-legged in the distance. He was meditating with his eyes closed and did not pay any attention to what Master Jing Fan and the others had said. In front of the refining heart cave, only Qin Chen and Peacock stood there alone. Fortunately, the two of them were standing in front and behind each other so they could talk. After Abbess Jing Fan left, Chen Chen was about to grab hold of Peacock and pester her to ask how she managed to master the Mortal Heart Sutra in such a short time. However, just as he reached out and was about to ask, he remembered what Peacock said. That's right. It's just my own experience. It's an anomaly. Who would have thought that my nemesis would be the guy who held the girl's hand, kissed her on the lips, and even set her marriage? How did he leave an impression in my heart? I only saw him as a person who could talk. He's just a little medicine boy in the pill-expanding hull. Now, he's only been recognized by Elder Sage. He's just a disciple on duty at Shirxin Peak. He's really too far away from me. How is it possible? Still, he was so handsome in the illusion. That martial arts. TSK, it's incredible. If I have a husband like him, it's worth it. Sigh, it's just an illusion. How could he know such profound martial arts? And that ethereal heavenly axiom? That stellar transposition. Sigh. How could a country bumpkin like him know that? Sigh, if I can live in an illusion, I won't regret it for the rest of my life. Thinking of this, Chen Chen blushed shyly. Everything that happened in the illusion should not be described to others. It was the most secretive thing in her heart. Senior sister, what did you encounter? Chen Chen thought of her own romantic experience. She was curious about other people's privacy, but it was not appropriate to ask. Peacock stood there quietly. The wind of Human Mountain blew her clothes, but it could not blow up the veil covering her face. Her expression could not be seen. For a moment, in front of the refining heart cave, on the seemingly desolate mountain peak, the two sisters were filled with thoughts. They lowered their heads and did not speak. Perhaps only God knew that these two poor sisters were thinking of the same person. And this person was sitting cross-legged in a secluded hut, taking stock of the day's harvest. First, he took out the small pitch-black bead. He had already seen this thing in the cave. Now, even if he used his divine sense with all his might, he could not penetrate it. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohua took out a small jade box and put the pitch-black bead away. Then, he used the most effective technique he had at the moment. After that, it was the strange herbs that she had picked from the cave. They looked very old, and Zhang Xiaohua did not know the use of them. Zhang Xiaohua did not hurry to organize them. Instead, she took out the compendium of herbs and quickly skimmed through the parts that she had not seen before. Sure enough, in this jade scroll, not to mention the ghost face mushroom, there was nothing similar to these strange herbs. Moreover, from the compendium of herbs, Zhang Xiaohua vaguely felt that the ghost face mushroom, as well as those picked from the cave and the ghost valley, were not the same as ordinary herbs at all. Maybe it's because of the black fog? And the herbs that are usually used absorb the essence of heaven and earth? But, this black fog is formed by the black gas that comes from underground. Could it be that this black gas is the same as the essence of heaven and earth? Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought. No, the delusion breaker eye could only see things related to the essence of heaven and earth. Even a living person could not see it. Since it could clearly see the black gas that was as thin as gossamer, then this black gas must be extraordinary. Thinking about how little yellow used to rely on vitality stones to survive, and now it could absorb the black fog, black gas, and even that white thing, connecting all these together, it was easy to conclude that the black gas was also the essence of heaven and earth. Regardless of the essence of heaven and earth, these herbs are all precious. Who knows when they will be of use? It's better to keep them well. By the time she finished keeping the herbs, it was already very late. However, thinking about the day's harvest, Zhang Xiaohua was still in high spirits. I wonder where this Yuzhuachuan came from. I should ask Zhang Pinger who this Jing Gang is. Seeing how fearless he is, he must be a well-known figure on Lingering Fragrance Peak. TSK, that illusion array is really not bad. If I'm not practicing in the future, I might as well enjoy myself in it. Anyway, it's all fake and no one will know. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua's face revealed a wretched smile. There was a gorgeous palace on Lingering Fragrance Peak. Although it wasn't dazzling, it was simple and elegant to the extreme. Every single brick and tile of the palace emitted a graceful and luxurious aura. There were countless pavilions within the palace that were brightly lit, and in the surroundings of the pavilions, there was a gurgling stream, a small bridge, and the occasional red-crowned cranes that walked about emitted a serene and dignified aura. This was precisely Mo Shui Palace on Lingering Fragrance Peak. In the main hall of Mo Xian Palace, there were only a few people. An old woman in a palace robe was sitting at the front. The veil on her face hid her expression, but her tone was filled with surprise. What? Both Peacock and Chen had joined the battle? And his mortal heart mantra has improved greatly? Chapter 858. Yes, senior sister. Peacock and Chen are outside the refining heart cave, waiting for the other disciples to come out. Just now, I have already checked. Their mortal mantra has already reached an inconceivable height. I am ashamed to say that even I have never cultivated to their current level. Ah, I'm ashamed. Junior sister Jing Fan, you're thinking too much. Everyone has their own destiny. Junior sister just hasn't had the right time yet, so it's nothing. Besides, there's an old saying, the pupil surpasses the master. If the disciples aren't as good as the masters, then how can our fragrant religion be passed down from generation to generation and prosper? Jing Fan's face turned cold, she bowed and said, "Thank you for your warning, senior sister. I'll remember it." Well, since the two of them have passed the primary selection, and the mortal heart technique has reached great success, this time's primary selection can be said to be perfect, and, the matter of the inheritance can be considered settled. The hierarch's laughter was loud and clear. Congratulations hierarch, an old woman next to her said, in the past, we had to first worry about the primary selection, then worry about the inheritance. Today, these two children have really done well, they actually managed to overcome all the obstacles in the refining heart cave. It's really the blessing of the 10,000 years of fragrant religion's ancestors. Another masked elder also smiled, hierarch, it can be seen that the time for our fragrant religion to prosper has arrived. The hierarch laughed and waved her hand, although it's a joyous occasion, and we can also inherit our immortal heart technique, it's still too early to say that it will prosper. Then she looked outside the palace, looking at the dark night, she said with some melancholy, in the past 10,000 years, the world has changed greatly, the immortal heart technique's world yuan qi has greatly decreased. Although our fragrant religion is blessed by the heavens, with the immortal heart technique's restrictions and formations, it's already difficult to retain a bit of world yuan qi on the 19 peaks. What's more, the aroma sect has an inheritance palace, and the secret rooms inside guarantee that each generation will have one or two disciples who practice the immortal Dao arts. Although the immortal Dao arts can't be used often, it's still an inheritance, and can guarantee that the aroma sect won't be wiped out in the Jianghu. Yes, the immortal heart technique is too powerful. No matter how high your martial arts are, it's still reduced in front of the immortal heart technique. Perhaps this is the main reason why our fragrant religion has been able to stand for 10,000 years. But the heart technique's room has a limited amount of primordial stones, I don't know how long it can last. Even this sect protecting grand formation, to be honest, I'm not sure about it. The heart technique's appearance, Jianghu is. This is the prophecy of an immortal Dao senior. Now that the great sect protecting formation is becoming more and more stable, even the opening time has gradually become fixed. Although it is not the same as before, it can be considered normal. This concerns the survival of our fragrant religion, everything is important. The hierarch said solemnly, these are troubled times. Those rascals who sneaked into our fragrant religion have been making a lot of moves recently. If it weren't for the fact that we have to find the source and that the inheritance is more important, we would have eliminated them long ago." After thinking for a while, the hierarch said, "What's the situation in the ruins of Huan?" An elder bowed and said, "Hierarch, according to the disciple guarding the place, there were some movements in the ruins of Huan on the day of the heavenly thunder, but he can't be sure that the heavenly thunder has something to do with the ruins of Huan." "How would he know?" The hierarch sneered, "What heavenly thunder? It's clearly an attack from a Dharma artifact. The attack was so sharp that even the peak protecting formation couldn't block it. What else could it be other than that thing in the ruins of Huan? Could it be that someone from the immortal path sneaked into our fragrant religion and tried to kill a weak disciple?" "Hierarch, you're right. Only an attack from that thing could have such power. It's just that this thing has been in the ruins of Huan for so many years without any movements. We don't even know what that thing is or what it looks like. How could it suddenly?" The hierarch waved his hand and said worriedly, "Isn't this what I'm worried about? It's because of that thing's inexplicable problems that we're rushing the direct selection to confirm the inheritance. No matter what happens, you and I won't become sinners of the fragrant religion." "Hierarch, you're wise." All the elders bowed and saluted. The elders have also worked hard. After a few hours, the direct selection will end. You should also let the hall masters of the various halls return and let them rest for a few days. Then, we can discuss how to eliminate the rascals who have sneaked into the cult and the matter of entering Huansu. "Yes, hierarch." Everyone was respectful. Early in the morning, the rising sun broke through the clouds. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly opened her eyes in the secluded little house. At the same time, in front of the refining heart cave at the western foot of Lingxiang Peak, there was another female disciple in a purple palace dress beside Peacock and Chen Chen. The three of them were sitting cross-legged. When they saw the sunlight, they immediately stood up from the ground. There was a soft clang and the mysterious pattern that had been spinning for 24 hours stopped. Then, like rolling clouds, it surged toward the pitch-black cave entrance. When the light and pattern were about to disappear, there was a clear, humph sound. Dozens of light threads shot out from the pitch-black cave and nailed themselves around Peacock and the others. Chen Chen and the others seemed to have been warned and did not move. In a few breaths, the dozens of disciples who had entered the cave earlier suddenly appeared where they were standing. However, at this time, they were in different forms. The moment the disciples of Mo Xian Palace appeared in front of the refining heart cave, the light threads on their bodies were retracted. The mysterious pattern began to slowly spin around the cave entrance. The rotation seemed slow but was actually very fast. In just a moment, the cave entrance was sealed. With a "pa" sound, a black shadow shot out from the sealed cave entrance. The hierarch, who had been standing at the side, waved his hand. The black shadow that was about to fly away immediately changed direction and flew directly into the hierarch's hand. At this time, at the cave entrance, a few illusory shadows flashed and a stone tablet appeared. It had returned to its original state of not being opened yesterday. Looking at the dozens of female disciples of Mo Xian Palace who were pushed out of the illusion array, they were all lying on the ground in different postures. Their expressions were very strange. Some were happy, some were sad, some were angry, some were as calm as water, some had their almond eyes wide open. Looking at their clothes, most of them were in a mess. Some were bare-chested, some were flirtatious, and some were even half undressed. In short, there was no one to speak of. Of course, there were also a few female disciples who were sitting cross-legged. However, the expressions on their faces were also very varied. It was as if they were fighting against their own inner demons. Peacock, Chen Chen, and the disciple who passed the official selection were all flushed under their veils as they thought of all their experiences. On the other hand, the sect leader and a few elders were calm. They methodically walked into the crowd of disciples and sealed their acupuncture points. After that, they tidied up everyone's clothes. Then, they clapped their hands and dozens of other female disciples came in a line from afar. They brought the disciples who had passed the direct selection out. After everything was tidied up, Jing Yi came in front of Peacock and the others. Looking at the third disciple, she was surprised. "Yu Yan, I didn't expect. You also passed the official selection." "Not bad, not bad." The female disciple lowered her head and said shyly, "Thank you Hierarch for your praise. It's all because of Master's teachings. Xianxia has always been in charge of the affairs of the labor camp. I know that. I didn't expect her to have taught such a good disciple." Then, as if she thought of something, she asked, "Yu Yan, you. In the refining heart cave, the heart technique you practiced. Did it make any progress?" Yu Yan's face was blank. "No, Hierarch. I heard Master say that the refining heart cave is a trial of the mind. How could it have any effect on the heart technique?" Then, she thought of something and turned her head to look at Peacock and Xianxia. Jing Yi clapped her hands and said, "Good. No matter what, this year's official selection greatly exceeded our expectations. There were actually 3 disciples who stood out. This can be considered as making up for the lack of results of the official selection for the past 50 years. Alright, Peacock, Xianxia, Yu Yan, you all go back and rest. In a few days, go to the inheritance palace and carry out the inheritance ceremony. Let's see which one of you can inherit my fragrance sect's legacy." "Yes, we will follow Hierarch's orders." The 3 of them bowed. Below the Lingxiang Peak, in the fiery hall, a woman in palace attire sat high up on the throne. She smiled at the woman beside her who was also masked. "Junior Sister Yin, these few days of the official selection have been hard on you. Hierarch has ordered you to rest for a few more days." The woman shook her head and said, "It's nothing. The official selection is related to the inheritance of our fragrance sect. Who wouldn't do their best? Fortunately, Mo Xian Palace has 3 disciples who passed the official selection. This is better than the previous 10 years of hard work. Isn't that right? Elder Jing Fan has 2 disciples all of a sudden, and even Abbess Xuezhen has a disciple. They both have good lives. Just look at my good-for-nothing disciples. If they were half as good as them, I would be satisfied." "Senior Sister Hua, you can't say that. Every disciple has their own characteristics. They can't be lumped together." Hall Master Hua waved her hand. "Forget it, Junior Sister Yin. Don't say it. I have heard you say this for decades. You have 7 good disciples, especially the youngest, Zhang Pinger. TSK, she is so considerate to you. She even rushed to the Yulon Grand Canyon for your illness. How can I not be envious?" Speaking of this, she suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh, right. I just heard from the disciples patrolling the mountain that your 3rd disciple, Mei Sujin, used our fiery hall's Lai Chui Valley yesterday. It seems that she was testing the martial arts of some disciple. That Lai Chui Valley is also known as the Ghost Valley. Go back and ask, why did she use that place?" Vice Hall Master Yin's expression changed greatly. She quickly got up and said, "Understood, Senior Sister. I will immediately go back and investigate. I will report back to you." Chapter 859. Lihua Temple, in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Vice Temple Master Yin sat with a veil on her face. She looked at the disciple in front of her and asked in a deep voice, "Suying, why do you want to use Li Chui Valley? Tell me." Mei Suying raised her head to look at her master, then looked at the expressionless eldest senior sister. She smiled and said, "It's nothing, Master. It's just that the day before you went to Mo Xian Palace, eldest senior sister told me to do something. Vice Temple Master Yin frowned and turned to ask, Zhuqi, why did you call Suying? Me? Eldest senior sister Han Zhuqi obviously didn't expect her to be involved. She was stunned and looked at Mei Suying strangely. When Mei Suying saw this, she immediately smiled and said, Eldest senior sister, did you forget? Didn't you say a few days ago that Master told you to do something? You wanted to go to Mo Xian Palace with Master, but you were afraid that 7th junior sister would be anxious, so you told me? Han Zhuqi slapped her forehead and said, That's right, Master. Didn't you tell me to test the martial arts of that alchemy disciple called Xiaoyao? This disciple was recommended by 7th junior sister and can be considered Master's savior. Disciple is going to Mo Xian Palace with Master. I was afraid that Ping would be anxious, so I chatted with 3rd junior sister. If Ping couldn't find us, I would let 3rd junior sister test for me. However, she immediately understood and turned pale with fright. 3rd junior sister, you wouldn't let this disciple go to Ghost Valley, would you? Why wouldn't I? He's going to Ghost Valley. Vice Temple Master Yin coldly snorted and said, Even the Temple Master knows. Temple Master knows. Mei Suying was also stunned. She immediately smiled and said, Master, eldest senior sister, I'm just being kind. You see, no one has entered Li Chui Valley for a long time. There must be mountains of herbs inside. Letting Ren Xiaoyao take advantage of the opportunity to go in and pick some, isn't it the best of both worlds? Furthermore, Sir Cult Leader has personally said that a martial arts test is a must. Disciple has thought for a long time but still could not think of any test that fits Sir Cult Leader's taste. I only feel that testing martial arts in this Li Chui Valley can show Sir Cult Leader's benevolence. Deputy Hall Master Yin didn't seem to be interested in asking so many questions. He waved his hand and said, What are the results of the test? Did that Ren Xiaoyao come out alive? Mei Suying shook her head slightly. Disciple waited for 8 hours but didn't see any movement, so I came back first. 7th junior sister and 6th junior sister are standing guard over there. This disciple doesn't know the exact outcome. However, there are very few people in Li Chui Valley who can last for 6 hours. This disciple feels that. Hearing this, Vice Hall Master Yin couldn't help but speak harshly, You. Mei Sujin, don't you think you've gone too far? Seeing that Vice Hall Master Yin was angry, Mei Sujin immediately stood up and bowed. Disciple knows her wrongs. Master, please punish me. You. Vice Hall Master Yin smiled bitterly. No matter what, Ren Xiaoyao is Master's savior. Your 7th junior sister did everything she could to get him to distant fire hall. You, on the other hand, died a few days later. If I had known earlier, why would I have asked Sir Cult Leader for help? Master. Disciple also, without waiting for Mei Sujin to finish speaking, a voice came from outside. Master, eldest senior sister, you're finally back. You have to uphold justice for me. 2 women flew in. Wasn't the one who was shouting in front Zhang Pinger? Vice Hall Master Yin shook his head. Whoever you say will arrive. This lingering fragrance peak is really strange. As soon as she saw the pavilion, Zhang Pinger threw herself to the ground and cried, Master, you have to uphold justice for me. 3rd senior sister, she used her position to avenge a private grudge. Mei Sujin was anxious and argued, Master, don't listen to her nonsense. When did I use my position to avenge a private grudge? Vice Hall Master Yin glared at her and said angrily, Shut up. Then, he comforted Zhang Pinger. Pinger, don't be anxious. Speak slowly. Thus, Zhang Pinger sobbed and told him about how she and Zhang Xiaohua met Mei Sujin that day. Vice Hall Master Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He glared at Mei Sujin again and said with a smile, Your 3rd senior sister was only joking with you. How could you take it seriously? Even if you offended Sujin that day, she wouldn't be so ruthless just because of a few words from Ren Xiaoyao. Just now, your third senior sister had already told Master the whole story. She only wanted to borrow Ren Xiaoyao's luck to pick more herbs. Who would have thought that it would end up like this? So, even if your third senior sister was wrong, it was an unintentional mistake. She didn't really want to take Ren Xiaoyao's life. Sigh, this Ren Xiaoyao was such a good child. It's all my fault. Pinger, I think this child's body is also gone. Make a cenotaph for him. When it's finished, Master will also burn incense for him. Zhang Pinger listened to Master's words. At first, she nodded, then shook her head. When she heard the last few words, she was even more puzzled. She wiped her tears and asked curiously, Ren Xiaoyao is dead. Master, did third senior sister curse him in front of you again? At this time, not only Vice Hall Master Yin, but Han Zhuqi and Mei Sujin were also surprised. Ren Xiaoyao, he's not dead. Seeing everyone's surprise, Zhang Pinger felt better. She said proudly, Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts are very good. How could a mere ghost valley take his life? If he's not dead, why are you crying? Vice Hall Master Yin turned his head and looked at Shui Linglong, who came with Zhang Pinger. Your seventh junior sister is right. Yes, Master. I also saw it with my own eyes. Shui Linglong bowed and answered. Ha, good. Linglong, go and call Ren Xiaoyao here. After Shui Linglong went out, Zhang Pinger took out the ghost face mushroom that Zhang Xiaohua gave her yesterday and said, not only did Ren Xiaoyao come out, but he also picked a 500-year-old ghost face mushroom. With a hiss, Vice Hall Master Yin sucked in a breath of cold air. There's actually a 500-year-old ghost face mushroom. Yes, Master. Ren Xiaoyao risked his life to pick it. According to him, he almost lost his life. Zhang Pinger said pitifully, but, this still doesn't meet third senior sister's requirement. Third senior sister wants Ren Xiaoyao to pick a 1,000-year-old ghost face mushroom to pass. Wu Master, this is the reason why I'm crying. Ridiculous. Vice Hall Master Yin glared at Mei Suying for the third time. Mei Suying's face turned red. Don't cry, Pinger. Master made the decision to let Ren Xiaoyao pass the Li Chui Valley's martial arts test. Zhang Pinger's face was slightly red, but there was joy in her eyes. She said, thank you, Master, for your kindness. What kindness? Ren Xiaoyao has the strength. Of course, he passed. Vice Hall Master Yin said with a smile. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua followed Shui Linglong to the pavilion on the water. Zhang Xiaohua stood at the entrance of the pavilion from afar and greeted everyone. Soon after, Vice Hall Master Yin said, Ren Xiaoyao, congratulations on passing the martial arts test. You can take off your status as a reserve alchemy disciple. In a while, I will send someone to report to Mo Shuigong. Your waste token will be sent tomorrow. You are now an official alchemy disciple of the Lihua Palace Hall. Zhang Xiaohua was not surprised. He bowed and said, thank you, Vice Hall Master, for your support. Vice Hall Master Yin said with a smile, it's all your credit. You don't have to thank me. I saw that you passed through the Li Chui Valley yesterday. It seems like you didn't suffer any injuries. Oh, your lips seem to be injured. Zhang Xiaohua's lips and neck were bitten yesterday. However, his body's self-healing ability was very strong. He recovered more than half of his body in one night. Only the teeth marks on his lips could be faintly seen. If it was a normal day, Vice Hall Master Yin might not know. However, when he heard that Su Mo had passed through the Ghost Valley, he couldn't help but look carefully. Zhang Xiaohua touched his lips awkwardly and said, yesterday, I accidentally fell down in the Li Chui Valley. He. Vice Hall Master Yin didn't pursue the matter. He only said, then, tell me about what happened yesterday. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua knew that this moment would come. He had already planned it in his heart. He only told Vice Hall Master Ian about what happened yesterday. What? What did you say? The black fog in the Li Chui Valley has dissipated. Vice Hall Master Ian stood up and asked in shock. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand why Vice Hall Master Ian was so nervous. He rubbed his nose and said, Vice Hall Master, think about it. If the black fog did not dissipate, how could I have the ability to pick the ghost face mushroom at the bottom of the valley? Good, good. This can be considered a great contribution. Vice Hall Master Ian turned to Han Zhuqi and said, Zhuqi, quickly go and confirm it. If it's true, immediately report to Mo Shuigong. The disappearance of the ghost fog in the Ghost Valley might be related to the fragrant cult. After Han Zhuqi took the order and left, Deputy Hall Master Ian asked again, Ren Xiaoyao, since you didn't encounter the ghost fog at all, there is naturally no danger. But, why didn't you come out immediately after picking up the ghost face mushroom? Instead, you stayed in there until it was dark. Hee hee. Zhang Xiaohua laughed embarrassedly, reporting to Vice Hall Master, Senior Mei wanted a 1,000-year-old ghost face mushroom. This is obviously not the ghost face mushroom. I searched the valley 3 times, but it was a waste of time. And what? And the night before yesterday, I heard that there was going to be a test yesterday. I was too excited and did not sleep well. Plus, I was tired from wandering around the Li Chui Valley. So, I sat in a place facing the sun and slept, fell asleep. This. Everyone was speechless. What kind of person is this? After a long while, Vice Hall Master Ian finally came to his senses. He clapped his hands and said, what a lucky person. Then he thought for a moment and said, however, Ren Xiaoyao, although you are an alchemy disciple of the Li Hua Temple, you must strictly follow the rules of the temple. Step by step, I cannot give you too much help. Zhang Xiaohua laughed, that is natural. I am willing to follow the rules of the Li Hua Temple. Good. As an alchemy disciple, you will start by guarding the garden. After you have learned the basics of watering, you can enter the pill room and learn the basic alchemy techniques. Guard the garden. A garden to grow herbs. It seemed that Zhang Xiaohua had always been fated to grow herbs. Chapter 860. The sun was high up in the sky, illuminating the Lingxiang Peak. A pair of red-crowned cranes were leisurely strolling by the side of a secluded and flat mountain path. Occasionally, their long beaks would come into contact with each other. Their pure white wings, which were mixed with black spots, would flutter open and close. It was a peaceful scene. Suddenly, there seemed to be some noise. The pair of red-crowned cranes were startled. They spread their wings and flew up. However, just as they flew up, they turned their heads to look. Thinking that it was someone they knew, they circled around and landed on a mountain rock. Look at you, senior brother. Every time, you purposely scare this pair of cranes. How could that be? I just wanted to remind them that not everyone in this world is kind. Don't let your guard down just because others are kind. If there comes a day when they are no longer at Lingering Fragrance Peak, won't they be caught and roasted? Pfft, 2 young people, a man and a woman, came out from the corner. The young woman's skin was exceptionally white. Her features were picturesque. Her originally cold face was filled with charm when she smiled. She was Li Hua Hall's Zhang Pinger. As for the young man, needless to say, he was tall and thin, with small eyes and a flat nose. He was Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Pinger's smile was like a flower as she said, everyone says to burn the zither and cook the crane. You are good, roasting it and eating it. You are really, really, shameless. Zhang Xiaohua still rubbed his nose and said in confusion, what? Why didn't I notice this good point of mine? Then, seeing that Zhang Pinger had finished laughing, he said in a serious tone, meat is easy to get old if it is cooked. It is better to roast it. It can add flavor and atmosphere. Plus, there is the 100-flower wine. TSK, just thinking about it makes me drool. The two red-crowned cranes quietly looked at the two people who had been walking on this mountain path recently. They were puzzled. One person was always talking with a straight face while the other was always laughing. They were completely unaware that they had become roasted meat in someone's mouth. As the two of them talked, they walked away. Their laughter gradually faded away. But after a while, it was unknown what was so funny, but the sound of silver bells rang out again. At this time, several male disciples came from behind. When they heard the clear and melodious voice in front of them, their faces unconsciously revealed expressions of jealousy, envy, and puzzlement. One of the disciples curled his lips and said, "I don't know how this little brat called Ren Xiaoyao managed to win senior sister Zhang's favor. How could the two of them be so brazen? Everyone has their own preferences. Who knows? Isn't that so? Senior brother Yu from Mo Nong Gong is so wise and mighty. How could he not enter senior sister Zhang's eyes? Not to mention senior martial brother Yu, even I am more handsome than this Ren Xiaoyao, aren't I? Senior sister Zhang didn't even spare me a glance. By the way, did senior martial brother Yu leave the mountain for business? Why haven't I seen him for so long? Wait and see, when senior brother Yu returns, there will definitely be a good show. Isn't that so? Isn't he just a little medicine boy from the Pill Tower Hall? He actually managed to hug senior sister Zhang's thigh. But who is senior sister Zhang? She is the cold beauty of our fire palace hall. She is the person that senior martial brother Yu likes. He actually dares to get involved. Just wait to be taught a lesson. As he spoke, the disciple picked up a small stone from the ground. He didn't use any strength in his hand and directly threw it at the red-crowned crane that was standing beside the mountain rock. The red-crowned crane was obviously used to these people. It wasn't vigilant until the small stone hit its body. Although it didn't hurt, it was still startled and flew away. A few clear and loud cries rang out. The two red-crowned cranes circled a few times. They looked at the crowd with puzzled eyes and spread their wings to fly away. Why did you provoke these red-crowned cranes for no reason? A disciple scolded. The disciple said in a bad mood, I didn't think so before. These red-crowned cranes are similar to that tall and thin Ren Xiaoyao. My heart is indescribably vexed, forget it, let's go. The crowd rushed away noisily. It had been a few days since Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts test. Under the consolation of her master, Zhang Ping'er didn't manage to get any reply from Mei Sujin. After all, Mei Sujin had been entrusted by senior sister and could do it at a cheaper price. Although the Ghost Valley test was a little difficult, according to Zhang Xiaohua, there wasn't any black fog inside. Instead, it became the simplest test of picking herbs. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua even slept inside and came out. This made everyone speechless. Therefore, they could only conclude with Zhang Xiaohua successfully passing the test and receiving the job of looking after the herb garden. Of course, what happened next was just as Zhang Ping'er wished. Vice Hall Master Yin found a medicinal garden not far from Zhang Ping'er's alchemy room for her. Moreover, this garden was quite a distance away from the other gardens, so it was very quiet. Due to this convenience, Zhang Ping'er would drop by Zhang Xiaohua's little house every morning and call Zhang Xiaohua to walk together. The two's intimacy was witnessed by the distant Fire Palace disciples. How could they not be jealous? They only felt that this Zhang Xiaohua had run into dog shit luck and gained Zhang Ping'er's favor. As they looked around in self-pity, they also hoped that the so-called senior brother Yu would come over and give him a little suffering. Actually, even Zhang Ping'er's heart was a little anxious. Before the secluded orchid evening refinement, Yu Zhuochuan would come over almost every day. Even when she was recuperating, she did not speak much to him and he would also appear in front of her every few days. However, These few days, she had not seen Yuxuan, and Zhang Pinger's entire heart was on Zhang Xiaohua. Her heart was filled with joy and uneasiness. Seeing the two of them walking to a flat herb garden, Zhang Pinger smiled and said, "Senior brother, then. You can go ahead with your work. Remember, read up on the books on growing herbs. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll help you ask Master. However, I think that with senior brother's inner strength, this will be a small matter. If not for Master saying that you have to progress step by step, I would have already given you the vitality stones to try. No matter, no matter. Junior sister, don't be anxious. I've only been here for a few days and it's not good to stand out too much. I know that senior brother is modest. Hee, what would senior brother like to eat for lunch?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly, "There's no need, junior sister. I'll just eat some wild fruits on the mountain. I'm not interested in other things." TSK, who said that he wanted to roast the red-crowned crane? Did I hear wrongly? Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the sky and said, "Is that so?" "Who? Why didn't I know?" "Ha ha ha," Zhang Pinger laughed and waved her hand. She ran forward, and after walking for a while, she immediately turned back and said, "Wait for me for lunch." After saying that, she did not wait for Zhang Xiaohua to reply and immediately ran away. This. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. Seeing Zhang Pinger's increasingly obvious actions, he really did not know how to deal with it. He had only casually said some witty words and it was enough to make her laugh. Just a few days ago, they had inadvertently touched each other's arms. These few days, she had been pestering Zhang Xiaohua for lunch. After a few more days, he did not know how far it would develop. Was this still the famous ice beauty of the distant flame hall? Zhang Xiaohua turned around and entered the herb garden. He muttered to himself, could this be the legendary girl chasing a guy? After entering the garden, Zhang Xiaohua found the tree that he usually sat under and took out a book. It was the book that Zhang Pinger had secretly given to him a few days ago. She said that it was a book that distant flame hall's alchemists had to read. When Zhang Xiaohua heard it, he knew that it was something that he would need to learn in the future. Zhang Pinger was just being selfish and wanted him to learn as soon as possible. Hence, he did not decline and kept it. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about it, when he opened the book for the first time, he was shocked, even surprised, because what was recorded in the book was none other than the immortal Tao method of growing medicinal herbs. Oh, this description was not accurate. It should be similar to the ecstasy finger. It should be using martial arts to imitate the immortal way to grow herbs. Of course, this method was not the same as Zhang Xiaohua using the immortal way to clear the weeds and pluck the herbs. It was using the immortal way to activate the yuan qi in the primordial stone to nourish the herbs in the field. It was the same as Zhang Xiaohua using the heaven and earth yuan qi to nourish the herbs. Like I said, the immortal way of growing herbs must have its own immortal way of growing herbs. How can it be the same as a normal person growing food? Using the immortal way to activate the yuan qi is the right way. However, Zhang Xiaohua was still puzzled. This book only talked about how to activate the yuan qi. It did not explain how to clear the weeds and how to water the spring water. But after thinking about it, he understood how precious the primordial stone was. Using it to activate the yuan qi to nourish the herbs was already the limit of the incense sect. As for clearing the weeds, watering the spring water, and plucking the herbs, it was better to do it by hand. There was a lot of content in the book and the methods used were all different. Zhang Xiaohua had been reading it carefully for the past few days. He already had the primordial stone in his pocket, so of course, he was in a favorable position. He sat under a tree and read the contents of the book. Just as he was about to take out the primordial stone from his pocket, he suddenly heard a few people walking by the side of the herb garden. Zhang Xiaohua naturally turned his head to look and saw a few people walking by and looking at him. One of them said loudly, "Look, isn't that the brat? That gigolo. That guy who lives off a woman, Pui. He spat on the ground. If senior brother Yu is not here, why didn't senior brother Yen teach him a lesson? The more I look at this brat, the more uncomfortable I feel. You don't know this, but senior sister Zhang is the direct disciple of our vice hall master. With such a big tree, who would be afraid of her? Even senior brother Yen would have to avoid her in the future. Shoo, lower your voice. It won't be good if others hear you. Hee hee, this brat is just a junior now. What can he do to me? Even if he has a meteoric rise in the future, why would he care about what I say today? If I don't say a few words now, it will be difficult for me to say them in the future. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he could only shake his head and look at the sky for no reason. Who knows my heart? On the lingering fragrance peak, in a large hall, below the tall platform, a middle-aged man with a pair of bright eyes was holding a book in his hand. He was reading it attentively. A young disciple rushed in and stood at the entrance of the hall. Reporting to Martial Uncle, this disciple has something to report. The middle-aged man was rather unhappy. He looked away from the book and scolded, "Can't you see that I am busy? If there is nothing important, don't disturb me." The disciple panicked, but he quickly walked forward and whispered a few words into the middle-aged man's ear. "What? How long has it been since third brother returned?" Chapter 861. What? Third brother hasn't returned for a long time. The middle-aged man was taken aback. He waved his hand and said, "Doesn't third brother often stay out late? What's there to be surprised about? If this is an important matter, what else is there that isn't important in your eyes?" Reporting to Martial Uncle. The disciple's face turned red as he whispered, "Martial Uncle, you did go out frequently, but he only went out for 2 days each time. The longest he went out was 3 days. Furthermore, Martial Uncle Yu was usually accompanied by a disciple. Even if his whereabouts were known, it was definitely not like today where there was no news at all." "Is that so?" The middle-aged man frowned and said unhappily, "This kid doesn't know how to cultivate and is always thinking about crooked things. Why don't you try to persuade him? What has he been up to recently?" The disciple spoke in a low but clear voice about what had happened to Yu Shuqiuan during this period of time. The middle-aged man snorted and said, "She's just a little girl from the distant fire palace. Since when has old third's taste been so low? Humph, he even almost forced a disciple from the pill repository hall to sell her. What the hell is he doing? Oh, is this disciple related to that girl from the mythical flame hall? By the way, do you think your Martial Uncle Yu went to find trouble with that disciple?" The disciple replied respectfully, "This disciple doesn't know. However, that disciple from the pill repository hall is just an ant in my eyes. How could Martial Uncle Yu be interested in her? Forget it. Let's wait a few more days. Who doesn't know Yu Shuqiuan's name on lingering fragrance peak? There shouldn't be anything wrong with her." After he finished speaking, the middle-aged man turned his gaze back to the book. That disciple tactfully bowed and left the room. After the disciple left, the middle-aged man looked at the sky for a while. He muttered to himself, "Isn't it obvious? That Yu Lao San must have fallen in love with another disciple. Why would he spend an entire month on a female disciple? It seems that Zhang Pinger is already long enough." Then, he put down the book in his hand, rubbed the space between his eyebrows, and quickly walked out of the hall. Following the corridor in front of the main hall, they arrived at a huge courtyard at the back. This courtyard was extremely spacious and filled with strange flowers and trees. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a triangular pavilion with slanted eaves. There was an old woman dressed in palace attire sitting in the pavilion. The old woman's face was covered with a white veil, making it impossible to see her face clearly. Her snow-white hair was scattered behind her head. There was an incense burner the size of a fist in front of the old woman. A sandalwood stick as thick as a little finger was shooting straight into the air. When the middle-aged man entered the courtyard, he immediately put on a respectful expression and walked forward with light footsteps. Who knew that a voice would ring out, "Mu Jun, what's the matter?" That voice seemed to ring in his ears. When the middle-aged man heard it, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He exerted strength in his legs and soon arrived in front of the pavilion. He said happily, "Master, your cultivation has increased greatly again. I remember that you only noticed it when I was halfway through. Now that I have just entered, you already know. Moreover, listening to your voice, it has traveled so far, yet it still hasn't dissipated. The level of your internal energy, TSK, is far beyond what this disciple can compare to. Alas, I don't know if this disciple can reach your level in this lifetime." The old woman's face was covered with a white veil, making it impossible to see her emotions. However, there was a trace of joy in her voice. "Look at what you are saying. That was a matter of a few years ago. Half a year ago, I could already hear you entering the garden. Did you already know about it? Perhaps this disciple has forgotten." The middle-aged man wasn't nervous at all and smiled. "Mu Jun, it's a pity that you are not a direct female disciple, much less a disciple of Mo Ning Palace. You can forget about reaching this realm in this lifetime." "That's right. This disciple regrets not being born a female. Otherwise, Master wouldn't have been so melancholic all these years." "Melancholic?" The old woman was startled, then she smiled and said, "What are you talking about? Ruijin Palace is where my Xiang Peak's disciples are located. All of them are male disciples, and since I am in charge of Ruijin Palace, I naturally have more male disciples. This is nothing." However, she immediately sighed, "It's just that the girls I taught in Mo Ning Palace are too disappointing. If only their talents were half as good as yours, then they wouldn't have all lost in the direct selection. They even let junior sister Jingfan's 2 disciples enter. Yes, even junior sister Xuezhen's disciple won." Then she waved her hand, "Forget it, they are all Mo Ning Palace's disciples. This year, we finally have a direct disciple. Our Xian religion's inheritance has been settled, so this old woman can rest assured." Speaking up to here, she suddenly realized something and said, "Old people like to talk too much." "Yes, is there anything important in the palace that doesn't happen? You can deal with the normal matters. Didn't I already hand everything over to you?" "Of course not. With Master overseeing things here, how could there be anything important? Disciple hasn't seen you in a few days, so I came to see Master," the middle-aged man gently said. The old woman slightly nodded, then she seemed to realize something and said, "Go do what you need to do. The matters in the palace might be a bit trivial, but don't mind it. Although you aren't a disciple of Mo Ning Palace, as long as I'm here, in a few years, although I can't guarantee the position of Ruijin Palace's palace master, the position of vice palace master will definitely be yours." The middle-aged man quickly waved his hand and smiled, "Master, you're thinking too much. Disciple didn't mean that." Then he paused for a bit and said, "Junior brother, you hasn't come back for several days. Is there any problem? That little brat. Who knows where he ran off to?" The old woman seemed to be a bit helpless. "He relied on his good looks and the entire lingering fragrance peak, is unscrupulous. I really can't do anything about him. Even the Lord Religion Head has mentioned this to me many times. Fortunately, this brat knows the severity of things and never provokes the disciples of Mo Ning Palace. Otherwise, as his master, I wouldn't be able to protect him. No, Master is the famous head elder of our lingering fragrance religion. Even the Lord Religion Head has to give way to you. How could there be anything in the religion that would trouble Master?" This old woman was the head elder of lingering fragrance religion and the head of Ruijin Palace. She was the Jinggang Shirtai that Yu Zhuochuan mentioned before she died. Jinggang Shirtai shook her head. "You guys, How could you know how powerful the Lord Religion Head is? Back then, I passed the main selection with the Lord Religion Head, but in the Inheritance Palace, she was one step ahead of me. Her current cultivation is even harder for me to reach. At this point, Jing Gang Shirtai was taken aback. She seemed to have thought of something and said unhappily, Shi Mujuan, is there something wrong? When the middle-aged man called Shi Mujuan heard this, he immediately smiled and said, Master, I just wanted to ask, did you see the Lord Religion Head again during the main selection? About my matter. Jing Gang Shirtai laughed and said, I say, you've been here for half a day and kept talking about this and that. So you're still thinking about that matter. When she finished laughing, she stared at the lingering candles in front of her and sighed. Regarding your matter, I took advantage of the fact that the Lord Religion Head was happy these past few days to sound her out. However, just like before, the Lord Religion Head didn't say no, nor did she say yes. She only talked about it and I couldn't ask further. However, since the Lord Religion Head didn't explicitly reject it, I think there's still some hope. I'm just afraid that the Lord Religion Head will reject it outright. Shi Mujuan's expression did not change in the slightest. He only said gently, perhaps my request was a little overboard and made things difficult for the Lord Religion Head. Love between a man and a woman is a matter of mutual consent. The Lord Religion Head won't make things difficult for the Lord Religion Head. She probably has other concerns. Let's wait for a while. My eldest disciple has found a female disciple with no foundation. It's not a disgrace to her. What's so hard to say? As long as I'm here, I'll definitely make the decision for you. Shi Mujuan was overjoyed when he heard this. I'm relieved to hear that, Master. I'll wait for you to bring me good news. Go ahead. Oh right, tell Zhuchuan to come to me when you see him. I have something to tell him. Yes, Master. I'll send someone to look for him now. Shi Mujuan walked out happily. The fragrance of the flowers that he breathed in was exceptionally intoxicating. In the secluded herb garden in the distant flame hall, Zhang Xiaohua kept the small booklet. She recalled the technique in her mind and took out a primordial stone from her chest. She used her vital energy to follow the path indicated in the technique and guided the primordial stone out. Then, she waved her hand and the primordial stone sprinkled the primordial stone evenly across the herb garden, nourishing the spiritual herbs in the garden. However, Zhang Xiaohua's divine senses could clearly see that although the primordial stone was sprinkled in the herb garden, 4 out of 10 of the primordial stones dissipated between heaven and earth. Sigh, this efficiency is too low. No wonder the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak coveted the secret of Huanxi Mountain Manor being able to grow spiritual herbs without the use of primordial stones. Of course, this kind of spiritual herb would consume too many primordial stones. Even I would feel the pinch, let alone the Lord Leader of the Fragrant Religion. After keeping the primordial stone, Zhang Xiaohua thought that since the distant flame hall had this method of using their inner energy to imitate vital energy, the Fragrant Religion would definitely have the real deal. They would definitely have a technique that could guide the primordial stones to water spiritual herbs. They would definitely have a method to water and weed the spiritual herbs. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with excitement. Even her hands were itching. It was a pity that she didn't know where the jade slip was hidden. Otherwise, she would have used the earth escape technique. Even so, Zhang Xiaohua did not stay idle. She made a hand seal and burrowed into the ground, heading straight to the mountainside. The place that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go to was a secluded place. It was a cave covered by a few mountain rocks. This was discovered by Zhang Xiaohua a few days ago when she was bored in the herb garden. Although it was a cave, there was a small hot spring in the cave. The spring water was clear and warm. Zhang Xiaohua had unceremoniously soaked in it for a while the day before yesterday. Perhaps she had thought of it recently. However, when Zhang Xiaohua popped her head out of the hot spring, she froze on the spot. Calm, there are more chapters. Chapter 862. What could be in the hot spring? Of course, it was a person. A woman, a white woman. Zhang Xiaohua had just emerged from the ground when he was dazzled by the white thing in front of him. Did I enter an illusion? Zhang Xiaohua pinched his cheeks and rubbed his eyes. The hot spring in front of him was surrounded by mist. A woman with long hair had her back facing him. She was humming an unknown tune as she used her hands to splash the warm spring water on her fair body. Beside the hot spring, Zhang Xiaohua placed his clothes on the mountain rock. There was a light purple palace dress on it. Come here, fly here. Zhang Xiaohua mumbled a few times. The woman did not fly in front of Zhang Xiaohua like in the illusion. Zhang Xiaohua immediately knew that something was wrong. Needless to say, he had bumped into an inner sect disciple bathing. Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal and was about to escape. At this moment, the female disciple seemed to have heard the movement. She covered her chest with her hands and did not dare to look back. She squatted down in the hot spring and shouted loudly, "Who is it?" Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to answer. He was about to make a hand seal when the voice entered his ears. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and stood there in a daze. He stared at the woman's long black hair and did not say a word. The true qi condensed in his fingers slowly dissipated and scattered between heaven and earth. The female disciple saw that no one answered, but she was still too embarrassed to look back. She shouted angrily, "How dare you? I don't care who you are, get out quickly. I am a disciple of Mo Nong Gong. If you don't leave, I will report to the sect leader and punish you." The more he heard the voice, the more familiar it was. Zhang Xiaohua's body almost trembled. He resisted the urge to rush forward and said with a trembling voice, You are Meng." "Of course I am Meng." You know my name." "Good, since you know, why don't you get out quickly?" The woman was even more furious. Hearing the woman's affirmative answer, Zhang Xiaohua was wild with joy. In an instant, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Her heart was so excited that it turned cold. Ever since he started cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra, he had never felt so cold before. Zhang Xiaohua's mouth was a little dry. She licked her lips and said in a hoarse voice, "In the dream. I am Xiaohua." "Zhang Xiaohua, do you still remember?" "Zhang Xiaohua. Xiaohua, Gij." In an instant, the woman was also stunned. Then, she turned around and stood up without hesitation. She looked straight at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua no longer felt the urgency in his heart. The moment when Meng turned around was really very short, but in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, it was incomparably long. When Meng turned around, he saw Meng's fair face and her big eyes filled with surprise and joy. Especially the little beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. In Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, it was reflected in his heart. Just like how Peacock saw Zhang Xiaohua, Meng's face was magnified in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. It was incomparably clear and filled his entire heart. It was as if at this moment, in this world, there was only Meng. Only Meng's dark eyes looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Then, he met Nie Qianyu on the way back to Pingyang City. Then, he knew that the Misty School had been annihilated. Then, he received the bad news of Zhang Xiaohu's disappearance. Then, he escorted Nie Qianyu back to Rejuvenation Valley. And because he saved Nie Qianyu, Valley Head Nie sent him to the incense cult to find Zhang Xiaohu. In the incense cult, he first went to Tianmu Peak. Then, he went to the Valley of Orchids and met Zhang Xiaohu in the Valley of Orchids. Then, he was sent to Shixin Peak. After a few months there, he had the opportunity to come to Lingering Fragrance Peak because he saved Zhang Pinger. It was also because he came to lingering fragrance peak and fire leaving hall that he had the chance to take care of the herb garden. Then, he had the chance to coincidentally find this small cave with a hot spring. And in this strange cave, the world was so big, but in this small cave, he saw the dream that he had yearned for day and night. It was a dream that he could never forget. Zhang Xiaohua thought that he came to the incense cult to find Zhang Xiaohu. But Zhang Xiaohu was living a comfortable life and did not need him to worry at all. Now, it seemed that everything that Zhang Xiaohua had done, was for one purpose, to find the lover of his heart, Meng. Everything that Zhang Xiaohua thought of in that moment seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand, bringing him step by step to the front of his dream. This hand was fate. It was karma. It was a long-cherished wish. Suddenly, in the way of heaven that Zhang Xiaohua comprehended, the way of karma that had just revealed its outline began to change with a rumbling sound. Just like Zhang Xiaohua in the illusion array, when everything stopped, Zhang Xiaohua clearly saw that the way of karma had turned into a huge palm. That palm stood in the way of heaven in the dazzling starry sky, and it was making a complicated and unusual gesture. Everything that Zhang Xiaohua thought happened in the blink of an eye. Before Zhang Xiaohua could find the blurriness in Meng's eyes, he heard Meng scolding, "What are you looking at? Why don't you go out first?" In all honesty, although Meng was facing Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were only looking at Meng's face that he could not forget for many years. How could he have the leisure to look at other things? Besides, Meng was like a fairy in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. How could he bear to use his eyes to blaspheme the goddess in his heart? It was when he heard Meng scolding that Zhang Xiaohua immediately woke up. He immediately closed his eyes, turned around, and walked out step by step. He did not think about releasing his divine sense at all. Standing at the entrance of the small cave, Zhang Xiaohua's mood was difficult to calm down. His eyes looked at the many medicinal fields at the foot of the mountain, and then looked at the countless beautiful flowers on the mountainside. Even the dazzling sunlight and fierce mountain wind were twice as lovely at this time. Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to embrace this world. What a happy life! After a short while, Meng came out wearing the correct palace clothes. Her pitch-black hair was not completely dry, and there were droplets of water dripping on her clothes. Zhang Xiaohua saw the hairpin on her wet hair. It was the same hairpin that he had in his money pouch. Then, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and looked at Meng's flushed face. There was a faint trace of surprise in her eyes. After looking for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua whispered, "Meng, you have grown up. You are a little different from before." Yes, a few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua saw Meng in the illusion. She was indeed a little different from now. Meng laughed out loud, "We have not seen each other for 5 years. How can I not change? But you, brother Xiaohua, you have not changed at all. Oh, your voice has changed. It is much deeper than before." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that other than his mother, Meng was the second person to recognize him at first glance. Even if his voice had changed. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "But, Meng, your voice has not changed at all. If I did not hear your voice, I would have been scared away." Meng's face turned even redder and said shyly, "Your voice has changed. If I did not see your face, I would have killed you to silence you." Murder. Zhang Xiaohua did not say the last word. Meng smiled and asked, "Xiaohua, why did you come to the fragrant religion? I remember that when I saw you, you seemed to be a person from some place. You have no connection with the fragrant religion. I followed my master to the lingering fragrance peak. You can't be a disciple of the fragrant religion." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he immediately asked, "That's right, where is the Shirtai? I heard that a Shirtai passed away at the lingering fragrance peak. Could it be?" Meng's eyes turned red and she said sorrowfully, "Yes, it was my master, she was an elder of the fragrant religion. But she was suddenly murdered by someone. Zhang Xiaohua was filled with hatred and said, "Do you know who did it?" When master left, his face was very peaceful. According to the hierarch, it should be someone close to him or someone he was familiar with who did it. However, until now, we have not found any clues. We can't find the real culprit. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and raised his head to look at the towering lingering fragrance peak. He originally did not have a good impression of the fragrant religion. He felt that the fragrant religion was his enemy for destroying the Misty School. But when he looked at the Shixin Peak, he saw that the Misty School's disciples were all fine. They did not suffer any torture after coming to the fragrant religion. Unconsciously, his hatred for the fragrant religion lessened. He came to the lingering fragrance peak with malice and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to uproot the fragrant religion. But now, he knew that the Shirtai who saved his life in the past was an elder of the lingering fragrance peak. In the end, he owed the fragrant religion a debt of gratitude. Even if he remembered this debt of gratitude to the Shirtai, he could not bring himself to destroy the Shirtai's sect. Forget it. Perhaps the grudge between the fragrant religion and the Misty School can only be resolved by the two of them. Zhang Xiaohua had already made up his mind. However, he glanced at the dream, then at the floating clouds in the sky, and said, "Nanjing Xian is my savior. She was killed by someone, making it impossible for me to repay her kindness. I swear that I will find the real culprit who killed Nanjing Xian and kill him with one sword. If I can't do it, then I am willing to suffer the pain of 10,000 arrows piercing my heart." Xiaohua, Meng's small hand covered Zhang Xiaohua's mouth and said, "Master's matter will be investigated by the lingering fragrance peak's disciples. Don't force yourself to be burdened." Meng's small hand felt the warmth of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth and nose. She immediately knew that she had lost her composure. She quickly withdrew her hand and hid it behind her back. Chapter 863. Where is the master's grave? I want to pay my respects. Zhang Xiaohua asked sorrowfully. Meng was a little embarrassed. Master's grave is at the back of the mountain of Lingxiang Peak. Only the female disciples of Mo Xiangong can enter there. You, probably don't have the qualifications to enter. N. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. When there is a chance, tell me the location. I'll see if I can sneak in. Sneak in? Meng was very surprised. She then realized something. By the way, Xiaohua, why are you at Lingxiang Peak? Are you a disciple of the fragrance cult? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked, what about you? Meng, after you separated from me, you followed Shirtai directly to Lingxiang Peak? Meng nodded and said, yes, I didn't know this before. When I came to Lingxiang Peak, I knew it was the fragrance cult. Later, I gradually learned a lot of things in Jianghu. Then. You just said that you are a disciple of Mo Xiangong. Is that true? Meng smiled bitterly. It's true. However, the leader hasn't announced it yet, so I didn't wear any veil. Alas, you also know that I didn't know martial arts. I was brought to Lingxiang Peak by master. Although he had been teaching me and I improved quickly, I was still far from the requirements of being a disciple of Mo Xiangong. Therefore, until master died, I didn't directly say that I would be accepted as a disciple. Later, the leader saw that my filial piety was commendable and allowed me to be a disciple of master. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. Second brother is Shirtai's registered disciple. This Meng actually became second brother's senior sister. This world is really small. Then Meng said, but the leader has never let go. I don't know why he didn't let me be a disciple of Mo Xiangong. There was some worry between her eyebrows. She looked sideways at the bottom of the mountain as if she had thought of something annoying. Zhang Xiaohua didn't pay attention to it. She just looked at Meng's side profile thoughtfully. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua patted her forehead and said, Meng, I was wondering why your side profile was so familiar. Have you been to the Yulon Canyon and followed Chen Chen? Senior sister Chen. Meng Ji was surprised, you know her. Then he admitted, yes, a few months ago, during the Yulon Dusk refinement, I received special permission from Sir Hierarch to follow senior sister Chen Chen to the Yulon Grand Canyon. Thinking about it, it was really dangerous and I almost couldn't get out. As she spoke, she patted her chest with her hand. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her fair little hand and said with a smile, I happened to be there too, and I saw Chen Chen holding your hand and rushing out of the canyon. What? You went too? You, at that time, that Huang Feng chased after me in a hurry. You, could it be that you were right behind me? That's not right. As she spoke, her fair little hand moved from her chest to her mouth. She opened her eyes wide, covered her mouth with one hand, and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua with the other, and said in disbelief, You, are the young man standing in the carriage? Then Meng looked up and down at Zhang Xiaohua's tall and thin figure. Yes, it was exactly like this. At that time, I only saw the back of your head, and didn't see your face. That's right, I only saw half of your face. I only felt that you were familiar, and I was wondering which junior sister Chen Chen brought with him. That, we could have met, but unfortunately, it was delayed for so long. Meng was a little melancholy. We finally met, it's better than not meeting. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, in the future, we can see each other every day. By the way, can the disciples of Mo Xian Palace go to the entire Lingxiang Peak? Meng murmured, that's not, before she finished, she smiled and said, that's right, we can go anywhere. I can come here to find you every day. Oh, by the way, why are you here? I come to this hot spring every few days, and other than the disciples of Mo Xian Palace, the other disciples are forbidden to come here. How dare you break in? Are you a disciple of the Lingxiang sect or not? Meng had already asked Zhang Xiaohua several times how she came to Lingxiang Peak. Because Zhang Xiaohua had seen Meng's jealous face in the illusion of the refining heart cave, she knew that although it was different in reality, she could not tell the truth, so she did not give a direct answer. Now that she understood, she told Meng what happened after she parted with Meng at the ferry. She picked out the important things one by one, including the events on the deserted island. Of course, she also described it as a martial arts secret book. Zhang Xiaohua's story was very long, and she only finished when the sky was dark. Meng was fascinated by the story, and she stared at Zhang Xiaohua with her big black eyes without blinking. This made Zhang Xiaohua's vanity grow infinitely. Of course, Nie Qinyu's part had to be deleted. Zhang Xiaohua had already thought about it. What marriage contest, what son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley, none of it was mentioned. She only said that she heard about the relationship between Rejuvenation Valley and the Lingxiang sect, so she joined Rejuvenation Valley and became a little medicine boy. Then, she came to the Lingxiang sect to find her second brother. Perhaps Zhang Xiaohua's story was too complicated, or perhaps Meng was different from the ways of the world, or perhaps Meng trusted Zhang Xiaohua very much. Therefore, she didn't even ask. When she heard that Zhang Xiaohua's second brother was doing well, she was very happy. At the same time, she also expressed sympathy for Xia Zai's encounter and applauded for Zhao Jian's execution. However, when Zhang Xiaohua said that she hated Zhong Pei, Meng hesitated, but still said, Xiaohua, even if you are stronger than Zhong Pei, you won't have the chance to take revenge. Why? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled, could it be that this bastard is full of evil and was struck by lightning? Meng was surprised, that's right, so brother Xiaohua already knows. What? Zhang Xiaohua jumped up and grabbed Meng's hand, shouting, could it be that this bastard was really struck by lightning? How can this be? I still want to use my sword to split him in half. Meng looked at Zhang Xiaohua's hand and struggled slightly, of course it's true. A few days ago, at noon, many of the disciples in Mo Xian Palace knew that Zhong Pei was struck by lightning in Mo Xian Palace. He, Xiaohua, your martial arts are too high, and you still want to strike someone to death. You can't even go up Mo Xian Palace. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said disdainfully, what's so great about Mo Xian Palace? Wait till I get angry and charge up with my sword, I'll let you see. Meng pulled her hand out of Zhang Xiaohua's hand and lowered her head, covering her mouth. Stop bragging. However, before she finished her sentence, she suddenly paused and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua, what are you wearing? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was also surprised. She raised her left hand and looked at it strangely. It was the ring on her index finger. Zhang Xiaohua casually took off the ring and looked at it in the twilight. I don't know, I just picked it up on the mountain one day. It looked strange, so I kept it. Then, he turned his eyes and glanced at the pearl hair clip on Meng's head. He smiled and said, that's right, Meng, I remember that when you gave me the pearl hair clip, I didn't have anything to give you. How about I give you this ring? As a return gift? Meng smiled, didn't you give me your small sword? Could it be that you've lost it? No, the small sword was originally yours. I only took care of it, how could I dare to lose it? As she spoke, she took out Zhu Meng. And, since it's still here, why did you give me a return gift? Moreover, it's been 5 years, don't you think this return gift is too late? Meng said mischievously. This. Zhang Xiaohua said, the small sword is suitable for me, and it will continue to follow me. As for this ring, although it's not worth much, it's also my thought. Although it's 5 years later, but in my heart, it's no different from 5 years ago, so. Zhang Xiaohua's words were somewhat vague, but Meng heard it clearly. The red glow on her face had disappeared. Seeing that Meng didn't say anything, Zhang Xiaohua was a little anxious and asked, how about it, do you want it? Meng still lowered her head and didn't say anything. This. Zhang Xiaohua was very anxious, don't tell me you don't want it. Alas, Zhang Xiaohua was so clever in front of Nie Qinyu, Zhang Pinger, and even Qin Chen. Why was she so stupid when it came to Meng? You gave her something, and she had the nerve to say that she wanted it. Especially when a boy gave a girl a gift. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was anxious, Meng nodded slightly and said in a voice smaller than a mosquito, and, although the voice was small, it was like the sound of nature in Zhang Xiaohua's ears. He grabbed Meng's left hand and held the ring for a long time. Then he said with a smile, Meng, after looking at it for a long time, I think your ring finger is the best match for this ring. She'll take it. Without any explanation, he put the ring on Meng's ring finger. As soon as the ring was put on her finger, Meng immediately withdrew her left hand and hid it behind her back shyly. Zhang Xiaohua saw that Meng took the ring and was happy again. He took out a luminous pearl from his arms and said with a smile, by the way, I also picked up a luminous pearl on the deserted island. I'll give it to you too. After he finished speaking, he stuffed it into Meng's hand. This time, Meng didn't want it and said, if you give me something worthless, then it's your intention. Of course, I'll be happy. But this luminous pearl, forget it, Zhang Xiaohua said anxiously, I just want to give you everything I have, you. Meng heard this and said with a smile, I know your heart. But, no matter how precious this luminous pearl is, how can it be compared to this ring? How can it be compared to this pearl hair clip? Meng said these words in a hurry. It was too embarrassing. She looked at the sky and said, Xiaohua, it's getting late. I have to go back. Tomorrow, if I have time, I'll go to the herb garden to find you. If I can't find you, I'll wait for you here. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and kept cheering. He was afraid that Meng would be in trouble if she went back late, so he urged her to go back early. Dream looked at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled sweetly. With a leap, she used her qingdong to leap towards the top of the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua's gaze followed Dream's figure all the way up. Even though she knew that Dream's figure had disappeared, she was still reluctant to part with it and didn't want to take it back. Chapter 864. On Lingering Fragrance Peak, there was a simple and unadorned courtyard. It was completely different from the resplendent, beautiful, and high-eaves palaces around it. There were not many disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak here. Occasionally, the disciples who passed by were solemn. Not only did they look at the courtyard with longing in their eyes, even their footsteps were light. It was as if there was an extraordinary person living here. The door to the courtyard had not been opened for many years. Although no one came to clean it, the front and back of the door looked clean and tidy, no different from the other places. No one had come to the door for a long time, but now, there were 4 people. The one in front was the white-haired hierarch, followed by Peacock, Chen Chen, and Swift. Standing in front of this very ordinary courtyard, Nun Jingyi seemed to be very emotional. She just stood there quietly, looking at the door without saying a word. Peacock and the others stood 3 feet away from Nun Jingyi, respectfully standing in a triangular formation. They were also very excited. After a while, Nun Jingyi said in a low voice, "This place should be called the Training Courtyard, but for a long time, everyone called it the Heritage Palace to show respect. Actually, is the name that important? As long as we respect it in our hearts, isn't that more important than anything else?" Then, she turned around and said, "I'm sure you all know about this place and have been guessing for a long time. However, you can see what's inside, but you must not spread it. This is a strict order from the seniors in the sect." "Yes, hierarch." When Nun Jingyi heard this, she smiled again and said, 60 years ago, our cult was just like you. We followed behind the previous cult leader with restless hearts. We understand your feelings very well. There's no need to be too nervous. Maybe you all have a chance, or maybe there's only one, or maybe no one has a chance. However, there's no need to worry, everything is up to fate. Yes, you must remember that the immortal Tao pays particular attention to the word fate. Nothing can be forced. If you forget this, even if you're lucky today, your future path won't be long. I'll remember. Alright, there's no need to be long-winded with you. You've all passed the test of the refining heart cave, so you should all be determined people. There's no point in talking too much. With that, Nun Jingyi made a series of gestures. Her movements were somewhat obscure, and she hit the courtyard door with a series of gestures. As the gestures were sent in, an invisible ripple gradually appeared in the open space in front of the courtyard door. Then, the ripple caused the entire courtyard to twist as if it was in water. The 3 people behind Nun Jingyi were astonished, and their eyes were filled with envy and curiosity. Needless to say, their hierarch's divine ability was definitely a technique of the immortal Tao, and her divine ability of the immortal Tao was obtained from this seemingly ordinary courtyard. Thinking about how they would have the same divine ability as their hierarch after entering the courtyard, they couldn't help but feel excited, just like the scene in front of them. After a series of gestures, Nun Jingyi seemed to be unable to withstand it. After a while, she took out a small token from her pocket. She seemed to be chanting something, and then she blew something on the token. With a hua sound, the token emitted a faint, 5-colored brilliance. Nun Jingyi's expression under the veil was even more like a Buddha. She waved her hand, and the token flew into the distorted scene in front of them. The moment the token was thrown in, it was like a drop of water falling into hot oil. The entire space trembled slightly, and after the trembling, the token disappeared. Even the distorted image stopped, and the scene before their eyes was still the same as what Peacock and the others saw. There were no changes at all. Nun Jingyi didn't dare to delay. She waved her hand and said weakly, "Let's go." Peacock whispered, "Hierarch." don't you need to rest? Hee, there's no need. This isn't something that can be replenished by resting. You'll understand once you obtain the inheritance of the incense religion. He then walked to the door and pushed it open. With a chi-la sound, the door was pushed open. Peacock and the rest entered in a single file. When they saw the scene in the courtyard, they were even more surprised. There were no buildings in the courtyard. The entire courtyard was a huge hill, and in front of the hill was a cave that was taller than a person. Are you surprised? Abbess Jing-yi smiled. This is the secret room of our fragrant religion. All the hierarchs, oh, I can't say that. After the destruction of the immortal path, all the hierarchs received their inheritance in this secret room. Being ordinary did not mean that it was extraordinary. This seemingly ordinary little hill, this ordinary cave, actually contained the famous secret of the fragrant religion in the pugilistic world. Peacock and the rest were indeed very surprised. They came to Lingering Fragrance Peak when they were young, and after knowing the direction of their hard work, they set their sights on this mysterious place. Needless to say, 1,000 disciples would have 1,000 different imaginations. But out of these 1,000 imaginations, how many could have guessed that there was a small hill inside? At least looking at the three's expressions, they probably couldn't have guessed it. Nun Jing-yi smiled again. You are the first disciples to pass the selection in 50 years of Lingering Fragrance Peak. You are also the first disciples to have the right to enter the secret room. Once you enter the secret room, you will all have the right to receive the inheritance. But, only one of you will be able to become the hierarch. At this point, Nun Jing-yi took note of the three's expressions. Fortunately, when they heard the word hierarch, their expressions didn't change. Nun Jing-yi continued, actually, the position of hierarch has many benefits, such as more opportunities to cultivate. But, most of the matters in the religion are distracting and can hinder one's cultivation. It's a mixed bag of advantages and disadvantages. But whether you're willing or not, the hierarch will be chosen from the three of you. Of course, the earliest disciple among you who obtained the inheritance will be the next sect leader. She added, as for the other 2 disciples, if they also receive the inheritance, they will be the next elders. Even if they don't receive the inheritance, they will still be candidates for the next hierarch. Yes, hierarch. Alright, all of you can go in. This secret room is divided into 2 parts. The outer part is the immortal cultivation method of our incense cult, while the inner part is the true secret room. You must find a suitable cultivation method for yourself in the outer secret room and memorize it. You don't have to read the rest of the content first. Then, you can enter the true secret room and practice the cultivation method. If you can learn the cultivation method within the stipulated time limit, then you will be considered to have received the inheritance of our incense cult. So simple. Chen couldn't help but blurt out. Simple. Nun Jing-yi smiled. Chen, do you think the cultivation method of the incense cult is the same as the internal strength cultivation method you usually see? Well, although you have mastered the mortal heart cultivation method, to be honest, you only have a 30% chance of being able to master it in 18 days. Since Chen had started speaking, he couldn't hold back anymore. He asked, Hierarch, why is it so little? Nun Jing-yi nodded. That's still a good way to put it. You said that you borrowed the light of the mortal heart cultivation method. The mortal heart cultivation method is said to be the closest cultivation method to the heavenly Tao in our incense cult. Therefore, you and Peacock will be able to comprehend the immortal heart cultivation method with half the effort. As for Swift, I estimate that she doesn't even have a 10% chance. When Swift heard this, her face changed color. Nun Jing-yi was not surprised. I shouldn't have discouraged you like this before you enter the secret chamber, but I should remind you in advance. You must be fully prepared. When you enter the secret chamber, it's best to choose the cultivation method that suits you. There's no need to consider whether the name of the cultivation method sounds good or not. Perhaps it's a very powerful cultivation method that you can't even master. Even if you know it, what's the use? Also, I'll let you know in advance that the immortal heart cultivation method is very different from the martial arts you're practicing now. The immortal heart cultivation method is to draw the vitality of heaven and earth into the body. The immortal heart cultivation method is to sense the qi in the dantian. The immortal heart cultivation method is to cultivate the shanzhong point in the middle dantian, not the lower dantian of martial arts. Therefore, you must overcome the habit of practicing martial arts in the past and move your cultivation method closer to the immortal heart cultivation method. Oh, so you're saying, Sir Sect Leader, didn't we practice in vain before? Chen Chen exclaimed. Of course not. Nun Jingyi waved her hand and said, that won't happen. Our seniors at Lingxiang Peak have already found a way to convert martial arts' internal energy into immortal heart qi thousands of years ago. As long as you practice the immortal heart cultivation method to a certain level, you can completely convert your internal energy into qi. This cultivation method, when you obtain the inheritance and become a person of the immortal heart cultivation method, I'll pass it on to you. Oh, that's good. Chen Chen sighed in relief. Alright, I won't say any more. You have 18 days. No matter if you obtain the inheritance or not, you must come out of the secret chamber. Yes, Sir Sect Leader. Nun Jingyi stepped aside and said with a smile, go in. You must have received the fasting pills. If you haven't, I still have some. Don't come out because you're hungry and waste a great opportunity. Nun Jingyi was clearly joking to ease their nervous mood. Sure enough, the three of them smiled and said, thank you for the reminder, Sir Sect Leader. Master gave it to us yesterday. The three of them bowed and entered the cave. Sure enough, there was a small study inside the cave. There was a small bookshelf inside, and there were dozens of thin booklets placed on top of it. Beside the bookshelf, there was a round wall that was about the height of a person and emitted a faint white light. Chapter 865. The small hill looked huge, but when Peacock and the rest entered, they realized that it was much bigger than they had imagined. However, when they entered, they were greeted by a rather large study room. The study room did not have many furnishings and there was only a small bookshelf by the wall. There were only a dozen or so books on the bookshelf and they were not very thick. Beside the bookshelf was a wall that emitted a faint white glow and was about the height of a person. Furthermore, there were no tables or chairs in the study room. There were only a few praying mats on the floor. The three of them looked at each other and Swift tactfully said, Senior Peacock, Senior Chen, you two go first. As he spoke, he took 2 steps back. Chen Chen was stunned and pushed Peacock with her shoulder. She smiled and said, Senior Peacock, you're taking advantage of us. You go first. Peacock shook her head and said, according to Sect Leader, the path to immortality is dependent on fate. It's not something that can be taken advantage of just by being in front. This bookshelf may be small but it is enough for the three of us. You two don't have to be so polite. Let's go together. After she finished speaking, she pulled the two of them to the front. Chen Chen did not think much of it but Swift's eyes were filled with gratitude. Nun Xuezhen was different from Nun Jingfan. She was not an elder of the incense sect. It was only because of the many chores in the sect that many disciples knew about her. Swift's position in Mo Xian's palace was different from Peacock and Chen Chen's. They did not reveal much about themselves. This time, she was able to stand out and pass the selection. Even the sect leader was surprised. Although the sect leader had already said that the immortal Tao depended on luck, after all, whoever could look at the cultivation technique first would definitely be able to find the cultivation technique that was suitable for them first. This advantage was something that could be thought of even if one thought with their feet. Seeing that Peacock was so generous and did not take advantage of others, Swift immediately felt closer to her. The three of them walked to the front of the bookshelf and looked up and down. They were not in a hurry to choose. The three of them roughly skimmed through the booklets. Firmament Mental Cultivation Method, Star and Moon Mental Cultivation Method, Greenwood Mental Cultivation Method, Water Hazy Mental Cultivation Method. Strange names appeared one by one in front of them. However, all of these books had the same appearance, only the handwriting was different. After pondering for a long time, Peacock saw that the other two didn't want to take it. She stretched out her hand and took out a small booklet with the words, Ice Amplification Technique, written on it. After Peacock took the mental cultivation technique, the other two also took out their own mental cultivation techniques. They were, Blazing Heart Mental Cultivation Technique and, Star Slashing Technique, respectively. Following which, the three of them each found a praying mat and sat down cross-legged. Then, they flipped open the book and began to read it carefully. On the mountain path of the distant Flame Hall, Zhang Xiaohua was happily walking. It was as if there was an endless amount of energy in his body. Even his mouth was humming a tune that was out of tune. Beside him, Zhang Ping'er was also beaming as she followed behind with a rosy face. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua met her dream, her heart was filled with sunshine. Everything was pleasing to her eyes. Even with Zhang Ping'er, she was more talkative. Naturally, Zhang Ping'er didn't know the reason. She only thought that her feelings were known by Zhang Xiaohua. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua was the one who secretly displayed their love for each other. Hence, Zhang Ping'er was happy with Zhang Xiaohua these few days. Happiness was written all over her face. She didn't look like the ice beauty from Fiery Palace at all. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's energetic figure walking in front of her, Zhang Ping'er couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She raised her voice and said, "Senior, don't walk so fast. Wait for me." "I'm not fast, I'm not fast." Zhang Xiaohua giggled and quickened her pace. "Senior, you're bullying me. You know that it's not appropriate to use your qinggong here, yet you insist on walking so fast. I can't even catch up to you." Zhang Ping'er's tone was a little charming. "Then hurry up. I'll wait for you." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. It was as if there was a gust of wind. The red-crowned cranes that were already alert by the side of the road followed Zhang Xiaohua's gesture and soared into the sky. The loud chirps of the birds were exceptionally moving. "Ha ha ha." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and turned a corner. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua's figure had disappeared, Zhang Ping'er panicked. She stole a glance behind her and used her qinggong to chase after her. However, just as she turned the corner, she bumped into Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing there motionlessly. Zhang Ping'er couldn't stop herself and rushed onto Zhang Xiaohua's back. Just as she was about to crash into Zhang Xiaohua tilted her body slightly and wrapped her arms around Zhang Ping'er's waist. You're courting death." Zhang Ping'er's mouth and nose were filled with Zhang Xiaohua's scent. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua's brows in a daze and said, "You're scaring me by hiding here." Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaohua didn't say a word. She put Zhang Ping'er down and looked ahead. Zhang Ping'er stood on the ground and felt a little reluctant. She tugged on Zhang Xiaohua's clothes and was about to say something when she heard a deep voice behind her. "Junior Zhang, you're really passionate." "Ah." When Zhang Ping'er heard this, she almost screamed in shock. She raised her head and looked at Zhang Xiaohua in disbelief. Her face was as dark as water. She immediately turned around and saw a middle-aged man with a full forehead and a slightly dignified look on his face. At this moment, there was a hint of mockery in the man's eyes. Seeing this man, Zhang Ping'er's face was immediately filled with nervousness. She retracted her hand from Zhang Xiaohua's clothes and said softly with a red face, "Senior brother Shi." Hearing Zhang Ping'er call this man, "Senior brother Shi," Zhang Xiaohua was even more shocked. In her impression, the fragrant religion respected the female disciples. As long as the male disciples saw a female disciple, they would call her senior sister, regardless of age. On Lingering Fragrance Peak, it was even more so. Although Zhang Ping'er was young, many male disciples from the distant fire hall called her senior sister Zhang. At this moment, this senior sister Zhang actually called this male disciple senior brother Shi instead of senior brother in private. This meant that this male disciple's identity was thought-provoking. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously narrowed her eyes and looked at the middle-aged man who blocked her path when she turned around the mountain path. You still remember that I am senior brother Shi. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with mockery as he stared at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "This is the new alchemy disciple from the distant fire hall, Ren Xiaoyao?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she immediately smiled and cupped her hands. This one is indeed Ren Xiaoyao. I wonder if senior brother Shi. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said arrogantly, "You are just a small alchemy disciple. You are not worthy to call me senior brother." Zhang Xiaohua looked at this guy and the smile on her face didn't change. She cupped her hands and said, "Up to you. Anyway, I am just a small alchemy disciple. I won't be able to see senior brother Shi. It doesn't matter if I don't call you senior brother Shi." Hee hee. Senior brother Shi laughed. "Little brat, you are quite arrogant. No wonder Zhang Ping'er likes you." When Zhang Ping'er heard this, her face turned even redder. She took half a step forward and stood in front of Zhang Xiaohua. She said, "Senior brother Shi, senior. Junior brother Ren doesn't know anything. He doesn't know the rules of Lingering Fragrance Peak. Senior brother, if you have something to say, you should tell me." Senior brother Shi raised his head and said proudly, "Since I am here, I naturally have something to say to you." Then, he stared at the two of them and asked, "The two of you are so intimate now. I wonder what my third junior brother thinks." Third junior brother? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and looked at Zhang Ping'er. Zhang Ping'er didn't need to turn her head to know Zhang Xiaohua's reaction. She immediately argued, "Senior brother Shi, don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with senior brother you." "What?" Senior brother Shi glanced at her and said, "Don't tell me that my third junior brother went to the distant fire hall a few months ago for no reason." Zhang Ping'er's face was pale. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua nervously and explained to senior brother Shi and Zhang Xiaohua, "During that period of time, my master was seriously ill. I was in a bad mood. Senior brother you did come over to comfort me. But, ever since master recovered, I haven't contacted senior brother you." Senior brother you? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she knew who it was. Wasn't he the unlucky guy who died in her hands? Of course, Zhang Xiaohua also knew the purpose of senior brother Shi's visit. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything, Zhang Ping'er anxiously said, and ever since junior brother Ren came to the distant fire hall, I haven't seen senior brother Yu's shadow." "Eh? Is that so?" Senior brother Shi was stunned. "You really haven't seen him all this time?" Zhang Ping'er nodded. "That's right. I've been with junior brother Ren these few days. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." Senior brother Shi smiled. "That's exactly what I wanted to ask. Ren Xiaoyao. Do you remember the Yuzhuachuan who wanted to buy the odd man from you on the way to Lingering Fragrance Peak?" Senior brother Yu. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly said, I remember. So the senior brother you guys talked about for a long time is the handsome senior brother Yu." "Of course I remember. I just don't know." Senior brother Shi. "Are you here to ask about our senior brother Yu?" "Yes, it's good that you know." Senior brother Shi nodded. "Ren Xiaoyao, after you came to Lingering Fragrance Peak, have you seen my junior brother Yu? For example, in the distant fire hall, in the Li Chui Valley, or in the medicine garden?" Senior brother Shi's words were clear, but Zhang Xiaohua had a confused face. She shook her head and said, "I've only seen senior brother Yu outside of Lingering Fragrance Peak. When I came to Lingering Fragrance Peak, I've never seen him." "That's right, I only went to Li Chui Valley to test my martial arts. I only went in once, how could I see senior brother Yu? Could it be that senior brother Yu also wanted to test his martial arts?" Li Chui Valley. Zhang Ping'er wasn't stupid and immediately became alert. She turned her head to look at Zhang Xiaohua. However, she immediately thought that if Yu Zhuchuan entered Li Chui Valley, how could Zhang Xiaohua come out? She couldn't help but feel a little scared. "Well, since you haven't seen him before, then forget it. That senior brother she obviously didn't have anything that could be used against him. He probably heard the stories of others and felt that it was related to Zhang Xiaohua, so he came to ask. Of course, if I know that something has happened to junior brother Yu, or if it has anything to do with you, don't blame me for not showing mercy." When Zhang Ping'er heard this, she immediately took half a step forward. Senior brother, she didn't even look at them. His feet didn't seem to exert much strength as he floated up and headed straight for the top of the mountain. Chapter 866. After Senior Shi left, Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything and continued to walk forward. She lowered her head as she walked as if she was thinking about something. Zhang Ping'er carefully followed behind her. She held on to the corner of her palace dress and didn't dare to say anything. After walking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua slowed down her footsteps and asked, "Junior sister, who is this Senior Shi?" Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's question, Zhang Ping'er's face lit up with joy. She immediately caught up and said anxiously, "Senior brother, you have to believe me. I have nothing to do with that Yu Zhuchuan." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I know. I just want to know who this Senior Shi is." "Senior Shi?" Zhang Ping'er relaxed and forced a smile. "Senior Shi is called Shimujuan. He is the eldest disciple of Rui Jinhal's grand elder Jing Gang. Yu Zhuchuan is Jing Gang's third disciple. Senior brother, you have to believe me. I really have nothing to do with Yu Zhuchuan." "Ha." Zhang Xiaohua nodded, "I know. However, why did you call Shimujuan senior brother? Isn't Lingering Fragrance Peak female disciples the most respected?" "Senior brother, you don't know." Zhang Ping'er explained, "Generally speaking, female disciples should be respected on Lingxiang Peak, but this Jing Gang Shirtai is a little different. She is the senior sister of Hierarch Darren. Moreover, it is said that she fell behind Hierarch Darren by a small margin and was unable to take charge of the Lingxiang cult. Therefore, she took a step back and took the important position of Great Elder. Moreover, Grand Elder Jing Gang is in charge of Rui Jinhal. This Rui Jinhal is responsible for the safety of Lingering Fragrance Peak. When senior brother first came to Lingering Fragrance Peak, he met a few disciples who were guarding the peak. Therefore, Rui Jinhal is considered the strongest hall on Lingering Fragrance Peak. Most of the disciples in Rui Jinhal were male. Jing Gang Shirtai's 6 disciples were also mostly male. Especially Shimujuan, he was her eldest disciple. His martial arts were even more powerful than the senior sisters in Mo Xian's palace. Due to Great Elder Jing Gang's special identity, other than the female disciples of Mo Xian Palace, the disciples of the other palaces all have to address the 6 disciples of Jing Gang Shirtai as senior martial brothers. "Oh." Zhang Xiaohua understood and asked casually, "What about Yu Zhuchuan? Senior brother Yu?" Zhang Ping'er's face was somewhat red as she said, "Senior brother Yu's martial arts are also first-rate, and his personality is also outstanding, so he is deeply liked by Jing Gang Shirtai. Since young, he has always been under her protection, so, in the various halls of Lingering Fragrance Peak, there are basically no disciples who dare to go against him." "That's right, senior brother, how did you meet senior brother Yu on your way here?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and told him about her encounter with Yu Zhuchuan. Zhang Ping'er was very anxious when she heard this. Senior brother, you should have given him the David's deer. He is a very petty person. He might cause trouble for you in the future. Oh, that's right, that senior martial brother you didn't make trouble for you in Lai Chui Valley, did he? He is a disciple of Rui Jin Palace, and there are no restrictions on him entering and leaving Lai Chui Valley. Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips and said secretly, just a dead man, and he dares to cause trouble for this young master. However, he said perfunctorily, AI, how would I know who he is? Huan has been with me for so many years, how can I bear to give her to others? What should I do? Zhang Ping'er was a little embarrassed. She gritted her teeth and said, Senior martial brother, I will go to Rui Jin Palace in 2 days and tell senior brother you. Oh, senior martial brother, don't look at me. I really have nothing to do with senior brother you. Zhang Ping'er had already explained to Zhang Xiaohua 3 times in a row. Zhang Xiaohua was about to comfort her, but when she looked up, she unconsciously smiled and shouted, Meng, you are here? Why aren't you waiting for me in the medicinal garden? Zhang Ping'er was looking at Zhang Xiaohua anxiously. How could she pay attention to the people and things in front of her? When Zhang Xiaohua ignored her and walked away quickly, she came to her senses. When she saw Meng standing in front of the medicinal garden with a strange expression on her face, she immediately felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her face was pale without any color, and her hands and feet were weak. Even she didn't know how she moved to the entrance of the medicinal garden. Zhang Xiaohua cheerfully walked to the door and called out intimately, Meng, you came so early today. Meng's expression was very complicated. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua and was about to speak, but Zhang Ping'er, who was behind her, stepped forward with trembling lips and saluted, Disciple Zhang Ping'er greets senior sister Xianxia. Meng was also surprised and smiled, Zhang Ping'er. You know me? Zhang Ping'er smiled bitterly, you are a disciple of Mon and Palace and Shirtai's disciple. How can I not know you? However, Zhang Ping'er still didn't give up and asked, Senior sister Xianxia, I wonder, how do you know junior brother Ren? Junior brother Ren? Meng smiled and remembered what Zhang Xiaohua said a few days ago. She said, Junior brother Ren and I are old friends. Zhang Xiaohua also said happily, Senior sister Zhang, I have been looking for senior sister Xianxia for many years, but I never thought that she would be at Lingxiang Peak. This is all thanks to you. If you didn't bring me from Pill Repository Hall to Distant Flame Hall, I wouldn't have met her here. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohua tugged on Meng's sleeve and said, Senior sister Xianxia and I thank you for your help. Zhang Ping'er's face was originally pale, but now it was even paler. There were faint tears in her eyes, but she held them back and shook her head, It's nothing. Senior brother and senior sister Xianxia are a match made in heaven. Even if it wasn't for me, you two would still meet under the arrangement of heaven. After saying that, a wave of sadness surged in her chest. The feeling of making a wedding dress for someone else filled her mind. Zhang Ping'er couldn't help but cry, this mountain wind is really strong. Zhang Ping'er tried to cover it up and was about to leave, there are still many things in the alchemy room. Senior sister Xianxia, stay with senior brother for a while. I will go first. After seeing Zhang Ping'er's appearance in his dream, how could he not know what she was thinking? She immediately pulled her hand and said, Junior sister Zhang, you're overthinking it. Little Ren Xiaoyao and I are just old acquaintances. Although I remember him, how could we have such a relationship like you're saying? I look at junior sister apprentice Zhang's fair face and slim figure. That's Ren Xiaoyao's. Don't you think so? Ren Xiaoyao? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He didn't understand why Meng said that. He didn't know whether to nod or shake his head. It was extremely awkward. When Zhang Ping'er heard this, a glimmer of hope immediately rose in her heart. She couldn't move her feet no matter what. At this time, there were some noisy voices on the mountain path. Zhang Ping'er quickly said, "Senior Sister Xia, I still have things to do in the alchemy room. I will leave first." After saying that, she bowed and raised her head to look at Zhang Xiaohua with hidden bitterness. Then, she hurriedly left. Meng didn't want anyone to see her, so he smiled and entered the herb garden. Zhang Xiaohua followed him and entered. He asked puzzledly, "Meng, you. Why did you say that?" "I was worried that I wouldn't have a chance to explain it to Senior Sister Zhang. Now that you said that, won't she misunderstand?" Meng shook his head and said with a smile, "She is an innocent girl who is infatuated with you. When you mentioned her a few days ago, I felt that something was wrong. Now that I see it, it is indeed so. She has put in so much effort. How can you let her down?" Zhang Xiaohua panicked and was about to explain. Meng asked again, "Why did Shi Mujuan look for you?" "Shi Mujuan?" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. "You know him too?" "Yes, I know him. He is the eldest disciple of the famous Great Elder Jing Gang. There aren't many people in the entire Lingering Fragrance Peak who don't know him. This young master is one of them." "Stop talking nonsense. Why did he look for you?" "Nothing much. His third junior brother disappeared. He came to ask me and even threatened me. If it has anything to do with me, he will teach me a lesson." Meng's face turned pale when he heard that. He said unnaturally, "Isn't his third junior brother Yuzhuchuan? Why did he look for you?" Zhang Xiaohua explained everything in detail. In the end, she said, "Not only did this guy pester Zhang Ping'er, he even wanted to snatch my David's deer. One look and you can tell that he is not a good person. Who knows where he is now? Who knows, he might have already killed someone. How is that possible? They are all under the protection of Great Elder Jing Gang. Even if Lord Cult Leader wants to teach them a lesson, he will have to think twice." Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. "Doesn't the Lingering Fragrance cult have rules? The first, second, and third rule are all extremely powerful. Aren't they afraid?" Meng snorted and said disdainfully, "That's only for ordinary disciples. As the saying goes, a doctor can't be punished. Since ancient times, there has been a group of so-called privileged classes in this world. They are never bound by any rules. Although there are many rules and strict rules, they are ineffective against them." Zhang Xiaohua came to a realization and snorted. "Lend me the 3-foot cold blade to sweep away all the thieves in the world. If they offend me, I will directly take their lives." Clap, clap, clap. Meng clapped and praised, "A real man should be like this." She then said worriedly, "It's just that your martial arts are not good enough. Compared to them, the difference is too big. Even if they can pinch you to death with their little finger, you, still have to be careful. Don't lose your life because of some unimportant things. If you do, your parents will be very sad." Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled when he heard this. Was this encouragement or a blow to him? Happy times were always short. Zhang Xiaohua felt that she was dreaming. The days were always short. Before she could do anything, it was already dark. During this day, Zhang Ping'er, who usually came to harass Zhang Xiaohua, did not show up. Zhang Xiaohua felt a little uneasy. Sometimes, when Meng talked about Zhang Ping'er in front of Zhang Xiaohua, she seemed to be full of admiration. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know if it was to show her generosity or something else, but she would always say things that Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. When Zhang Xiaohua asked her about it, Meng would just smile and look at him quietly. It was as if the more she looked at him, the less he looked at her. This made Zhang Xiaohua very depressed. She could only explain her relationship with Zhang Ping'er, just like how Zhang Pinger explained her relationship with Yu Zhuochuan earlier. Just like that, the day passed by happily. Chapter 867. Ever since Zhang Pinger met the dream, she no longer went to find Zhang Xiaohua. Occasionally, when she met Zhang Xiaohua, she would stay far away. She only peeked at him and did not say a word. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to say something to her, but he thought that some things would only get messier, so he ignored her. He believed that Zhang Pinger was the same as Nie Qianyu. One day, she would understand. If things were so simple, Zhang Xiaohua would not be troubled. Ever since the dream met Zhang Pinger, she stayed with Zhang Xiaohua in the herb garden for an entire day. She only returned to Mo Xian Palace when the sky turned dark. She was nowhere to be seen for the next few days. Zhang Xiaohua thought that something had happened to the dream at first, so he did not care. However, after waiting for more than 10 days, he still did not see her. He could not help but feel anxious. He went to the hot spring several times to wait for the dream, but he did not see her. Instead, he met many female disciples of Mo Xian Palace bathing. However, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with the dream. How could he care about these cheap spring scenery? He only scanned with his divine sense. When he saw that it was not a dream, he immediately left. In these 10 days, Zhang Xiaohua had never been so troubled. He had never been so anxious. This was not the demeanor of an immortal cultivator. He tried to calm down and comprehend the heavenly Tao and the talismans. However, as soon as he sat down, the shadow of the dream would appear in front of him. His heart was filled with sorrow. He only wanted to know what the dream was doing at this time. He wanted to know why she did not come to see him. He could only cultivate the fist of the North Star as usual. When he was extremely frustrated, he would practice it again and again. Of course, he did not care about the entire herb garden. He also ignored the spells recorded in the small book. Fortunately, the herbs were planted well and there were no problems. On this day, Zhang Xiaohua was pacing back and forth in the garden. She wondered if she should take the risk and break through some restrictions to go from Lihua Hall to Mo Xian Palace to see what had happened in her dream. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting from outside the courtyard, "Junior brother Ren, a disciple of Mo Xian Palace is looking for you." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He immediately used his movement technique and came out. Sure enough, there was Zhang Pinger and another disciple with a white veil. When Zhang Pinger saw Zhang Xiaohua, she lowered her head and said, "Senior Martial Sister, this is Ren Xiaoyao." "Martial Sister. Do you have something to say to him?" After he finished speaking, he stepped aside respectfully and didn't even look at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and knew that he didn't know this disciple from Mo Xian Gong. He asked curiously, "Senior sister, why are you looking for me?" The female disciple didn't say anything. Instead, she looked Zhang Xiaohua up and down. She snorted and said, "I thought you were some kind of peerless character, but you're just an ordinary disciple who can't be any more ordinary. You're just a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Why don't you think about your status? How dare you have ideas about senior sister Xianxia?" Zhang Xiaohua was originally angry, but when he heard Xianxia, he immediately became anxious. "Xianxia. Senior Martial Sister, what happened to her? Why haven't I seen her in so many days?" "Senior Martial Sister Xianxia." The disciple sneered, "Is that something you can call her? Why don't you get some water and use it as a mirror to look at yourself? You are too inferior compared to him. How can you be worthy of Senior Martial Sister Xianxia?" Zhang Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He was about to explode in anger. Zhang Pinger, who was beside him, had already noticed. She pulled him back and said, "Senior. Junior brother Ren, why is this Senior Martial Sister looking for you?" Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and said, "Senior martial sister, please enlighten me." The female disciple looked at Zhang Xiaohua with disdain and said coldly, "Senior sister Xianxia asked me to pass on a message to you. She knows everything about you. Since your heart already belongs to someone else, and she's waiting for you, you shouldn't do anything to hurt others and make them sad. Your fate with her has come to an end. From now on, there are no more dreams in this world, only Xiao. You shouldn't go looking for her." As soon as this sentence came out, Zhang Xiaohua was immediately stunned on the spot. It was as if he had been struck by lightning and was about to be struck by lightning. Zhang Ping'er, who was at the side, was shocked, but at the same time, a feeling of gratitude rose in her heart. Wasn't the others mentioned by Xia her? At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was in a mess. Oh no, Meng knows about me and Ye Qinyu. I knew it. The things in the illusion were not without reason. In these 10 days, Meng must have asked about my past. Why didn't I tell her clearly? If I told her clearly, perhaps she would forgive me. After all, I had no choice but to do this because I wanted to find second brother. Senior Marshal Uncle Yang Yaoyang, you. Why are you so talkative? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything, the female disciple became even more proud. She waved her hand and said, "All right, I have already told you what Senior Marshal Sister Xia asked me to tell you. Senior Marshal Sister Xia didn't ask you to reply to her, so you don't have to say anything. Think about your own position and do your own things well. If you gain the favor of Deputy Hall Master Yin, she might give you some benefits. Don't bite off more than you can chew and do things that are beyond your ability." Then, she turned around and was about to leave. Zhang Xiaohua immediately called out, "Senior Marshal Sister. Where is Xia now? Where else can she be?" The female disciple smiled and said, "Of course she is in Mo Xian Palace at the top of Lingering Fragrance Peak." Then, she smiled mysteriously and said, "However, there is another news that I think I should tell you. Rui Jin Hall's great elder Jing Gang's eldest disciple has already formally proposed marriage to Lord Sect Leader. The betrothal gifts have already been sent to Mo Xian Palace, waiting for Senior Marshal Sister Xia to nod her head. If nothing goes wrong, the entire Lingering Fragrance Peak will be able to drink their wedding wine." Ah! Zhang Xiaohua fell into an ice cave. How is that possible? Meng, how could she? At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was in a mess. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was caving in. Her heart was also beating wildly. She looked at the surrounding scene with an unreal feeling. How could this be? How could it not be? The female disciple smiled and said, "If she didn't choose Senior Marshal Brother could it be that she would choose you, the little medicine boy?" Zhang Xiaohua still shook her head. "No. Meng must be angry with me. I should tell her. If she knows the truth, she will definitely forgive me." The truth? The female disciple disdained. "Senior Marshal Sister Xia didn't let me pass the message. If you have the ability, go tell her yourself." Ha ha ha. Then, she contemptuously said, "I think your waste token can't go to Lingering Fragrance Peak." Then, she looked at Zhang Xiaohua's clenched fist and mocked, "Don't tell me you want to go to Lingering Fragrance Peak." Ha ha ha. Go to Lingering Fragrance Peak, go to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She thought of what she said to Meng, "If you are angry with me or refuse to see me, then even if I have to hold a long sword, I will go to Lingering Fragrance Peak to see you." Ha 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 ha. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed, "Isn't it just going to Lingering Fragrance Peak? Then I will show you." When Zhang Ping'er heard this, she became anxious. She hugged Zhang Xiaohua and said, Senior Marshal Brother, don't say such crazy things." Then, she turned to the female disciple and said, "Senior Marshal Sister, please don't blame him. Senior martial brother was angry and spoke nonsense. Don't take it seriously. When the female disciple heard this, she immediately laughed and said, "You actually called him senior martial brother? Ha ha ha, I know what senior martial sister Xianxia means. A pair of dogs." After she finished speaking, she used her qin gong and rose from the ground. Zhang Pinger's warm body protected Zhang Xiaohua, making it difficult for Zhang Xiaohua. How could Zhang Pinger care? She only said, "Senior martial brother, senior martial sister Xianxia probably misunderstood us. Wait a moment, I will go find master and ask for a token. I will go to Mo Xian Palace and explain everything to senior martial sister Xianxia." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Junior martial sister, let go of your hand." Only then did Zhang Pinger come to her senses and quickly let go of Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Her face was flushed red. When Zhang Pinger let go, Zhang Xiaohua immediately rose from the ground and used the ethereal steps to run away. As he ran, he laughed and said, "Isn't it just lingering fragrance peak? Today, this young master will use his sword to fight his way up lingering fragrance peak. I want to see if this lingering fragrance peak is a dragon's lair or a tiger's den." Oh no! Zhang Pinger was shocked. She immediately flew up and chased after Zhang Xiaohua. However, Zhang Xiaohua's qin gong was so powerful that he disappeared without a trace in a moment. Zhang Pinger's face was filled with anxiety. She didn't know what to do. Suddenly, her face lit up with joy. She changed her direction and went in another direction. After a short while, Zhang Pinger arrived at a small courtyard. Without waiting for her to land, she shouted, "Eldest senior sister, eldest senior sister." The voice in the courtyard replied, "Is it Pinger? I am here. Why are you so flustered?" Zhang Pinger rushed in and grabbed Han Zhuqi, who was sitting cross-legged on the praying mat. She said anxiously, "Senior martial sister, quick, quick. Ren Xiaoyao is going to rush to lingering fragrance peak." Han Zhuqi couldn't believe her ears. She asked curiously, "Rush? Lingering fragrance peak? Who? Ren Xiaoyao? It's your. How is this possible? Why is he going to rush to lingering fragrance peak? Does he have the ability to do so?" Zhang Pinger didn't have time to explain. She pulled Han Zhuqi and rushed out. "Senior martial sister, I beg you. Hurry up and help me. When you stop Ren Xiaoyao, you can ask me to do anything." Ah! He is really going to rush to lingering fragrance peak. This. Ren Xiaoyao doesn't want to live anymore. Han Zhuqi was somewhat convinced. She quickly exerted strength in her legs and ran towards the main mountain path of lingering fragrance peak. "Ping, have you told master about this?" I wouldn't dare. If master were to find out that Ren Xiaoyao hadn't left yet, she would have killed him with a single palm strike. Let's wait for eldest senior sister to capture him before slowly apologizing to master. Zhang Pinger said with a bitter smile. Where is he? Zhang Pinger's eyes were naturally sharp when it came to her sweetheart. From afar, she could see a tall and skinny figure. It was Fetus who held a long sword in his hand as he walked steadily towards the main mountain path of lingering fragrance peak. Chapter 868. Zhang Pinger's eyes were sharp. She had already spotted a tall and skinny figure in the distance. She was holding a long sword and walking towards the main mountain path of lingering fragrance peak. Although she couldn't see clearly, Zhang Pinger knew that it was the furious Zhang Xiaohua. Over there. Zhang Pinger shouted and walked towards Zhang Xiaohua. However, before she could get up, she was pulled back by Han Zhuqi. Senior sister, what are you doing? Let's hurry up and stop Ren Xiaoyao. Don't let him get into trouble. Zhang Ping'er was puzzled. Along the way, Han Zhuqi had already asked Zhang Ping'er about what happened. She glared at Zhang Ping'er and said, "Seventh junior sister, from what you said, Ren Xiaoyao is also a heartless person. When he saw senior sister Xia, he fell in love with her. He might have saved you because you were a disciple of lingering fragrance peak. Now that he saw senior sister Xia, who has a higher status, he abandoned you. Why are you still chasing after him? Just let him go. Even if he is killed by a disciple of Rui Jin Hall, he deserves it." Zhang Ping'er didn't expect her eldest senior sister to have such thoughts. She immediately pulled her sleeve and said, "Eldest senior sister, I have never asked you for anything. No matter what, you must help me stop Ren Xiaoyao. I know what you said is reasonable, but Ren Xiaoyao is definitely not that kind of person. Moreover, looking at senior sister Xia, she is indeed an old acquaintance of his. Yes, Ren Xiaoyao even knows senior sister Xia's previous name. If he is a flatterer, how can he know so much after coming to distant Flame Hall for a few days? He has already abandoned you. Why are you still unwilling to give up?" Eldest senior sister, Zhang Ping'er looked at Zhang Xiaohua's receding figure and said anxiously, "Let's talk as we walk." As she spoke, she tugged on Han Zhuqi's sleeve and stood up. She continued, "I didn't make it clear to Ren Xiaoyao. Perhaps he still doesn't know my intentions. He can't blame anyone else. Even if I give up on him now, I can't just watch him jump into the fire pit. He had just arrived at Lingering Fragrance Peak. How could he know that barging into Lingering Fragrance Peak was a capital offense? No matter how high his martial arts were, it was impossible for him to challenge the entire Rui Jin Palace alone. I just want to stop him, let him calm down, and save his life." Han Zhuqi followed Zhang Ping'er to catch up with Zhang Xiaohua, and she couldn't help but sigh. "Ping'er, from what senior martial sister Xia said, she knows that you have feelings for Zhang Xiaohua, and she intends to help you. Don't tell me you don't want to, go with the flow." Zhang Ping'er looked at Zhang Xiaohua who was gradually getting closer and sighed. "Nothing forcibly done will be sweet. Ren Xiaoyao's heart is not with me, so why should I force him? Didn't you see how he could risk his life for senior martial sister Xia and barge into Lingering Fragrance Peak? If he treats me like this, even if he wants me to die immediately, I would be willing to do so. Unfortunately, that is only for the sake of others." She then forced a smile and said, "I'll wait for senior martial sister to capture him. Then, I'll immediately ask for master's token and go to Mo Xian Palace to find senior martial sister Xia. I'll tell her about Ren Xiaoyao's feelings for her. It's just my wishful thinking. Let senior martial sister Xia get rid of the misunderstanding. Let them, lovers, finally get married. TSK. Han Zhuqi bared her teeth and said, "What a loyal and infatuated woman. Even if you risk yourself, you'll help others. You didn't think about the possibility of Ren Xiaoyao and senior martial sister Xia being together?" Zhang Ping'er was also sad. "I know this, but when I see Ren Xiaoyao's unhappy expression, I feel very uncomfortable. If I don't do something for him, I will feel very uneasy. You've said so much. Does he know?" Han Zhuqi pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and asked. "Whether he knows or not, I still have such thoughts. Whether he stays or not, I will do the same." Han Zhuqi shook her head slightly and shouted, "Ren Xiaoyao, stop right there." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she turned her head slightly and frowned. She ignored her and continued to walk forward. "How dare you?" Han Zhuqi was angry. "As a disciple of distant Fire Hall, you actually didn't stop when your senior martial sister called you? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the hall's rules?" Zhang Xiaohua saw the anxious Zhang Ping'er beside Han Zhuqi and knew Han Zhuqi's background. She only said coldly, "Senior martial sister Han is chasing after me. She definitely wants to stop me. I appreciate your kindness and thank you for your concern. Then, her tone changed. However, today's matter will not end well. I must break into lingering fragrance peak. Senior Marshal Sister, please give way. Weapons have no eyes. If you hurt me, I will feel guilty. You. Hanjuichi was so angry that she laughed. Who do you think you are? I know you saved Pinger many times in Yulon Grand Canyon, but this is lingering fragrance peak. It's not a place for you to behave atrociously. Forget it, forget it. On account of Pinger's pleading, I will stop you. After she finished speaking, Hanjuichi took out a red ribbon and attacked Zhang Xiaohua's back. Just as the ribbon left her hand, a ding-ling-ling sound was heard. There were two small silver bells attached to the ribbon. These small bells looked very ordinary, but when the ding-ling-ling sound reached Zhang Xiaohua's ears, it made her feel dizzy. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and used God's guidance. That feeling of uneasiness immediately disappeared. Hanjuichi saw the confusion in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. She immediately laughed and said, Ren Xiaoyao, you are indeed skilled. You actually dodged this soul-enchanting bell. Before she finished speaking, the silver bells on the ribbon attacked. It was the main acupuncture point on Zhang Xiaohua's back. Seeing that it was about to hit, Zhang Xiaohua didn't even turn her head and only pushed the Great Wisdom Sword back. Pa! The silver bells really hit the sword. The Great Wisdom Sword didn't move at all, but the silver bells flew back. Strange, what sword is this? After hitting the silver bells, Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate and quickly walked forward. Stop! Hanjuichi was even angrier. She used her qinggong and blocked in front of Zhang Xiaohua. She smiled and said, Junior brother Ren, if you want to barge into lingering fragrance peak, then you have to pass through me first. Senior sister Han, why do you have to do this? I know you have good intentions, but I also don't want to hurt senior sister. Senior sister should tactfully step aside. I will definitely remember your great kindness in the future. Zhang Pinger, who was at the side, said, Senior brother, don't go. I know your martial arts are high, but barging into lingering fragrance peak is a capital offense. How can you be the opponent of so many disciples of Rui Jin Palace? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Pinger. She didn't know what to say to this infatuated girl. She only shook her head and said, if I don't see the dream and clear up this misunderstanding, how can my heart be at ease? If I can't see the dream in the future, what else can I miss in this world? After saying that, she walked towards Hanjuichi. Hanjuichi also didn't hold back. She waved her hand and the red ribbons attacked Zhang Xiaohua's main acupuncture points like a spirit snake. Zhang Xiaohua waved her heavy sword and countered every move. Every time the silver bells were hit, they flew back and rang out. This mountain path was the only path from the distant fire hall to the main mountain path of the lingering fragrance peak. The fight between the two of them had already attracted the attention of many disciples from the distant fire hall. Some of the bolder ones even walked a short distance away to secretly watch. Hanjuichi's red ribbon's attack was ineffective. She unconsciously felt a little embarrassed and angry. She waved the red ribbons and it spread out like a tornado, rolling towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dodge. She only waited for the ribbons to come close. She raised the heavy sword in her hand and blocked the front of the ribbons. It was like a whirlwind and also like a spirit snake wrapping around her body. The entire heavy sword was tightly wrapped. The red ribbons were originally meant to wrap around Zhang Xiaohua, but unexpectedly, it was broken by Zhang Xiaohua and only wrapped around her weapon. Hanjuichi was slightly stunned. Just as she was about to retrieve the ribbons, she heard Zhang Xiaohua say softly, Senior Han, I'm sorry to offend you. Before she could finish her sentence, Hanjuichi felt a huge force coming from her hand. Before the internal energy in her meridians could react, the red ribbons flew out of her hand and landed in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. You! Han Zhuqi was shocked. The red ribbons were her personal weapon. It had always been soft and was effective against swords and sabers. No one had ever taken it away from her before. Zhang Xiaohua shook her heavy sword and the red ribbons obediently fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaohua caught it with her hand and didn't return it to Han Zhuqi. She loosened her hand and it landed on the grass beside the mountain path. Soon after, Zhang Xiaohua looked deeply at Han Zhuqi and walked past her. Han Zhuqi stared at Zhang Xiaohua. Her heart was in turmoil. Only when Zhang Xiaohua brushed past her did she regain her senses. She clenched her fist and shouted, "Ren Xiaoyao, why are you hiding your martial arts? What are your intentions?" Seeing that Han Zhuqi's fist was filled with internal energy and was about to hit her shoulder, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "What martial arts are you hiding? Why don't I know about it?" Before she finished her sentence, she sent a palm strike towards Han Zhuqi's fist. Han Zhuqi saw that Zhang Xiaohua's palm strike was light and had the demeanor of a master. She didn't dare to be negligent and gathered 70% of her internal energy into her fist. The disciples at the side were also secretly on tenterhooks, waiting for an earth-shattering sound. However, when the fist and palm collided, there wasn't any sound. Han Zhuqi felt that her fist had hit cotton and didn't seem to have any strength. When Zhang Xiaohua's palm touched Han Zhuqi's fist, her entire body floated up as if she was hit and flew forward. Borrowing strength? Han Zhuqi was shocked. An ordinary borrowing strength naturally wouldn't cause Han Zhuqi to lose her composure. However, Han Zhuqi's fist contained 70% of her internal energy. Even if it hit a rock, the rock would shatter. Ren Xiaoyao actually caught her fist firmly and didn't suffer any injuries. He even used the momentum of her fist to display his qinggong. This. What kind of martial arts was this? At least, Han Zhuqi knew that she was definitely not this person's match. Chapter 869. Not only was Han Zhuqi shocked, even the surrounding distant Fire Palace disciples who were watching from afar were also shocked. Everyone's jaws almost dropped to the ground. No one would have thought that senior sister Han, who was second to none in distant Fire Palace, was actually unable to take down Zhang Xiaohua. Even Zhang Pinger's mouth was agape. She had seen Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts and knew that his martial arts were so powerful that he could even kill Lei Hu. But with her knowledge of martial arts, that was all. In her mind, other than the inner disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak's Mo Shui Palace and the peak-guarding disciples of Ruijin Palace, the most powerful ones were distant Fire Palace Master and her own master. Then, it was her senior sister Han Zhuqi. Han Zhuqi was much older than Zhang Pinger and was Yin Yin's senior disciple. Most of the time, she taught on behalf of Master. Zhang Pinger was Yin Yin's youngest disciple in name, but most of her martial arts were taught by Han Zhuqi. This was also the reason why Zhang Pinger first thought of Han Zhuqi to capture Zhang Xiaohua. Because in Zhang Pinger's impression, no matter how powerful Zhang Xiaohua was, he was definitely not Han Zhuqi's match. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua escape so easily, Zhang Pinger was shocked and immediately ran up and grabbed Han Zhuqi's arm. She cried, "Senior sister, what should we do? You can't stop him." Han Zhuqi also calmed down and let out a long sigh. Her eyes were filled with deep meaning as she looked at Zhang Pinger and said, "Pinger, look, where did you find such a powerful person? Among the disciples of Pill Expanding Hall, can there be someone with such high martial arts? Even old man Zishen only has this level of martial arts. How is that possible?" Zhang Pinger was even more incredulous. Ren Xiaoyao is just a disciple of Pill Expanding Hall, how can he be more powerful than their hall master? But she didn't have the heart to think about this and only shook Han Zhuqi's arm. "Senior sister, you quickly think of a way, he he's about to reach the mountain path. What can we do? Han Zhuqi shook her head. Even if we look for Master now, it's too late. Han Zhuqi raised her head and looked at the figure in the distance who was still steadily walking forward. She said thoughtfully, perhaps, the outcome of this matter might not be as serious as you think. How is this possible? Zhang Ping'er was so worried about Zhang Xiaohua's safety that she almost cried. Trespassing on lingering fragrance peak is a serious crime. Furthermore, the disciples of Rui Jin Palace stopped him. Even if they wanted his life, they wouldn't have to bear any responsibility. Will he still be alive? Then, she thought of something and turned pale. She cried out, eldest senior sister, just you wait. I'll go look for Master immediately. Even if Master cripples him, he can't fall into Yu Zhuochuan's hands. Of course, Zhang Ping'er was well aware of Yu Zhuochuan's feelings for her. Shi Mujuan had long noticed her feelings for Zhang Xiaohua, so Yu Zhuochuan must have known about it long ago. If Zhang Xiaohua were to challenge the peak, wouldn't she be falling into the tiger's mouth? Not even his bones would be left behind. Silly girl. Han Zhuqi grabbed Zhang Ping'er who was about to run away and scolded, Ren Xiaoyao has already rushed up the main mountain path. He is a disciple of our mythical flame hall. Even if he is guilty of a crime, our mythical flame hall can't shirk the responsibility. Even the hall master might be punished by Lord Sect Leader. If you go and call Master over now, wouldn't you be pushing Master into a fire pit? Zhang Ping'er was stunned. She didn't think so much and said with a bitter face, then, eldest senior sister, what do you think we should do now? Han Zhuqi rolled her eyes and turned her head. She said to two disciples who were not far away, you, immediately inform the hall master and explain this matter to him. When one of the disciples heard this, he had a regretful look on his face. However, he still bowed and ran away. When that disciple was far away, Han Zhuqi said to the other disciple, you, go and inform the vice hall master. Tell him that your senior sister Zhang and I will be following him. Yes, let me and eldest senior sister follow Ren Xiaoyao. Tell Master not to be anxious. Zhang Ping'er couldn't help but interrupt. Han Zhuqi glared at her and said to the disciple, okay, just say it like that. You can go. When that disciple was far away, Zhang Ping'er forced a smile and pulled Han Zhuqi, eldest senior sister, you are so nice. With you following me, I don't have to ask Master for a token. Han Zhuqi scolded with a smile, am I doing this for you? Master might be able to hide behind us, but we still need someone. It's better for me to follow you than for you to not be able to reach lingering fragrance peak. After saying that, she looked around and saw that there were still many disciples who hadn't left. Most of them were the subordinates of the distant fire hall master. She couldn't force herself to give orders, so she ignored them and flew away to chase after them. Zhang Xiaohua borrowed Han Zhuqi's inner energy and flew away. He knew that this martial art would definitely subdue Han Zhuqi. He didn't even turn back and walked quickly to the main mountain path with his head held high. Zhang Xiaohua's emotions were surging and his blood was boiling. He wanted to use his sword to reach lingering fragrance peak. However, after thinking about it, his mind was clear and he wasn't as impulsive as before. He had to break through lingering fragrance peak. Otherwise, how could he see the dream and explain things clearly? As for this charge, it could only be done openly. Zhang Xiaohua also understood what the inner sect disciple had said. If he used the Imperial Wind technique or the Earth Escape technique, even if he reached the lingering fragrance peak and saw the dream, what would happen after that? Wasn't he just an alchemy disciple of the distant fire hall? He would never be compatible with the dream. Even Zhang Ping'er, in the eyes of others, was unworthy of her. Rather than that, he might as well do it openly and let others see that Zhang Xiaohua had the qualifications to be with the inner disciples of Mo Xian Palace. Of course, breaking through openly was also about technique. He definitely couldn't expose himself completely in front of the lingering fragrance cult. Zhang Xiaohua now wanted to use the reckless bull force and the 10,000 gene of strength in his arms to hide his other abilities. As for the other details, Zhang Xiaohua still didn't understand. Left and right, water and earth will be used to cover the earth. Soldiers will be used to block the enemy. Coincidentally, Zhang Xiaohua pretended that his qin gong wasn't good enough and walked out of the distant fire hall's mountain path. When he reached the main mountain path of lingering fragrance peak, he met a few patrolling disciples. Wasn't the person in front Zhang Xiaohua the first time he entered the lingering fragrance peak's array, Senior Wei? The white-robed Senior Wei saw a tall and thin disciple walking out of the distant fire hall's mountain path. Although the disciple was holding a so-called long sword, he wasn't surprised. He only glanced at the disciple and continued walking. The distant fire hall's disciples weren't limited to the distant fire hall. They could go to other places as well. Who would keep an eye on them? However, Senior Brother Wei stopped after taking 2 steps. He only felt that this disciple was somewhat familiar. After pondering for a while, he recalled the matter of a few days ago. After all, the matter of Zhang Xiaohua breaking through the array was rare in the lingering fragrance peak. Senior Brother Wei had specially reported this matter to the peak. When he thought of this, Senior Wei stopped. When he turned back to look, he realized that Zhang Xiaohua didn't walk down the mountain as he had expected. She didn't walk past the main mountain path and head to the opposite side. He couldn't help but frown. When Senior Wei stopped, the other disciples who were following him stopped as well. All of them stood there and watched Zhang Xiaohua walk up the mountain. Of course, if Zhang Xiaohua only walked up the mountain and didn't go beyond the boundary of the distant fire hall, they had no right to interfere. However, Zhang Xiaohua simply turned around the back of their heads and walked along the main mountain path, making a turn. Senior Wei couldn't help but turn to look at the other disciples. They were obviously confused. They had seen disciples with personalities before, but they had never seen someone with such a personality. She actually treated them as though they didn't exist. That's right. In the past, when they were patrolling the mountain, no matter if it was the distant fire hall, the Greenwood Hall, or the Ruoshui Hall's disciples would nod their heads when they saw her. What senior brother? Junior brother? Greet them. Let's go. Let's go take a look. Senior Wei made a prompt decision and chased after her. The others also followed closely behind. They wanted to see what was going on. However, when Senior Wei and the others took a few steps, 2 female disciples rushed out from the distant fire hall's mountain path. They weren't familiar with Zhang Pinger, but Han Zhuqi was. Senior Wei cupped his hands and asked, Senior Sister Han, what are you doing? Are you going up the mountain for business? Han Zhuqi was a little hesitant. She didn't know what to say when she saw Zhang Xiaohua disappear around the corner. Zhang Pinger said anxiously, Junior brother, you saw a disciple with a long sword. Did he go out from here? Senior sister, are you with that junior brother of yours? He's heading up the mountain. Senior Marshal Brother Wei's face relaxed as he pointed upwards. When Han Zhuqi heard this, she immediately waved her hand and said, Junior Brother Wei, how are we related to that person? We were just bored and walked around. We only saw that disciple just now. Senior Brother Wei immediately felt that something was amiss. A bad feeling immediately arose in his heart. Before he could ask further, he heard a deep, thunderous sound coming from the mountain path. This is. Senior Wei felt that this sound was extremely familiar, but he couldn't recall where it came from. At this time, a young disciple behind him whispered, Why is this sound similar to the sound that came from the protective array when the divine lightning fell from the sky? Senior Wei's face instantly changed. The others beside him also blurted out, Someone is trying to break into the protective array. After speaking, everyone ignored Han Zhuqi and Zhang Ping'er as they executed their qingdong and headed up the mountain. At this moment, the disciples from the mythical Flame Hall who were watching the show also swarmed out from the mountain path. Senior Brother Wei and the others chased after them. Zhang Ping'er also immediately pulled Han Zhuqi and followed closely behind. After everyone had passed through the bend, a slanted limestone mountain path appeared in front of them. A few hundred feet in front of them, a tall and skinny young man was holding a longsword in his hand. He was using all his strength to smash the longsword into an empty space on the mountain path. Every time he smashed the longsword, a splendor would burst forth from the empty space, and a buzzing sound would be emitted. Chapter 870. Senior Brother Wei was shocked and said angrily, "You brat, what are you doing?" Zhang Xiaohua turned around and smiled, revealing his white teeth. He looked very innocent. "Senior brother, you're asking the obvious, right? Can't you see? I'm trying to break the array. I want to barge into Lingering Fragrance Peak." Zhang Xiaohua didn't say much and his voice wasn't loud. However, his words were like thunder in the ears of Senior Brother Wei and the rest. Barge into Lingering Fragrance Peak. This brat isn't joking, right? Ever since Senior Brother Wei, oh, no, these disciples of Rui Jin Hall were sensible, they had never heard of the phrase, barge into Lingering Fragrance Peak. Even after they became the peak protectors of Lingering Fragrance Peak, they had never thought that someone would barge into Lingering Fragrance Peak. Immediately, a disciple at the side laughed out loud, "This junior brother, you're not running a fever, right?" When these words came out, the few people at the side laughed as well. The shock on their faces lessened and the ridicule in their eyes increased by several degrees. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about them. A look of disdain flowed out from his eyes. He held the long sword in his right hand and slashed at the array protecting the peak. This array protecting the peak was somewhat out of Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Previously, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohua didn't explain it clearly. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua thought that only the bottom of Lingering Fragrance Peak was protected by the array. When Zhang Xiaohua went up the medicinal herb garden in distant Fire Hall, he didn't see any array. Furthermore, Meng, Shi Mujuan, and the inner disciples came down casually. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that there was an array protecting the main mountain path. It was only until he was blocked by the array that he found out. Presumably, from the bottom to the top of the Lingering Fragrance Peak, there must be a formation separating the area controlled by each hall. The token that Zhang Ping'er spoke of was certainly not only for the disciples guarding the peak to examine, but it was also used to pass through these formations. Zhang Xiaohua was blocked by the array. Naturally, he secretly released his hidden divine sense to take a look. This blocking array was very thin and its power was limited. If it was not for the lack of primordial qi, then it was because of the restriction inside the Lingering Fragrance Peak. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua could not directly use the Dharma incantation to break the array. He could only use the heavy sword in his hand to directly break the array. By the time Senior Brother Wei and the others came up, Zhang Xiaohua had already slashed several times with her sword. The array formation was already faintly broken. Just as everyone was mocking her, Zhang Xiaohua swung her sword. There was a tearing sound, like the sound of paper being torn. The scene in front of Zhang Xiaohua changed slightly. It was the obstructing array formation that had been torn apart. At this moment, Senior Brother Wei held his sword and quickly stepped forward. He berated, "Quickly stop. How can you forcefully break through this peak-protecting grand array? If there is anything, you should first report to your hall master." If Zhang Xiaohua only turned back to look at Senior Brother Wei. Without waiting for him to finish his words, he dove into the array formation in a flash. He was using his actions to tell him, "Don't say anything. This young master will definitely break through this Lingering Fragrance Peak." Senior Brother Wei's expression changed drastically. He did not expect that Zhang Xiaohua would really be able to break through this formation. He had only said those words earlier because he felt that something was amiss when he saw Han Zhuqi following behind. Hence, he said some polite words that would allow him to advance and retreat. Now that Zhang Xiaohua had already passed the boundary of the distant fire hall, how could he dare to hesitate any longer? He shouted loudly, "What are you laughing about?" After he finished speaking, he took the lead and chased after him. The others also suppressed their shock and chased after him with long swords in hand. At this moment, the disciples of the distant flame hall also caught up. However, they were pointing at the spot where Zhang Xiaohua was previously standing. Their faces were filled with excitement, but they did not dare to take another step forward. They watched helplessly as Senior Brother Wei and the others, as well as Han Zhuqi and Zhang Ping'er, broke through the peak-protecting grand array. After Zhang Xiaohua passed through the array formation, the scene in front of him was not much different from the distant flame hall. He did not know which hall this was. He had only taken a few steps when Senior Brother Wei arrived and shouted, "You brat, eat my sword." After he said that, Senior Brother Wei spread his wings like a white crane and soared into the sky. The long sword in his hand pierced straight towards Zhang Xiaohua's back. Zhang Xiaohua had already sensed the level of Senior Brother Wei's martial arts when he was at Lingering Fragrance Peak. Hence, when the tip of Senior Brother Wei's long sword was about to reach his body, his move was already over and there was no possibility for him to change his move. Only then did he turn around and raise the heavy sword in his hand, stiffly aiming at the tip of the long sword. What was Zhang Xiaohua planning to do now? Wasn't he preparing to use his strength to bully others? The two swords clashed and a crisp clang sounded. Senior Brother Wei felt a huge force coming towards him. He was shocked, but before he could reveal the joy on his face, it was replaced by panic once again. He forcefully extracted his inner energy and sent it towards the long sword. Unfortunately, the strength of the heavy sword was indeed not something he could match. He tried to circulate his inner energy, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It seemed to be useless. Seeing that his inner energy was about to be depleted, Senior Brother Wei clenched his teeth and wanted to turn around and land on the ground. Who knew that Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword would move away from Senior Brother Wei's long sword, and with a hoot sound, it was pointing towards his chest. At this moment, Senior Brother Wei's inner energy was depleted. How could he still circulate his long sword? He could only forcefully twist his wrist and move the long sword slightly. That heavy sword was already pointing at his chest. What kind of swordplay is this? Senior Brother Wei only had this thought before he died. Oh, he was about to die. This was just Senior Brother Wei's own feeling. How would Zhang Xiaohua dare to stain her hands with blood when she barged into Lingxiang Peak? That heavy sword only pointed at Senior Brother Wei's chest. The heavy sword had no edge and it was as if the tip of a stick had stabbed into his body. Zhang Xiaohua's control of her strength was exquisite and Senior Brother Wei felt as if he had been hit by a fist. He could not control his body and his whole body flew backwards. A few disciples behind Senior Brother Wei rushed over and saw this. One of them jumped up and wanted to catch Senior Brother Wei with his hands. Who knew that just as he caught Senior Brother Wei, he also suffered a heavy blow and his body involuntarily fell backwards. With two pa-pa sounds, the two of them fell to the ground in front of Han Zhuqi and Zhang Ping'er who had just crossed the array. Ah! Zhang Ping'er could not help but cover her mouth with her hand. Senior Martial Brother Wei got up from the ground. He didn't bother to hide his sorry state, nor did he bother to check the tokens of Han Zhuqi and the others. He waved his hand and shouted to the disciples in front of him who were holding long swords and hesitating to charge forward, "Quick, surround him. Don't let him rush up again." The disciples then came to their senses. They had been living peacefully for a long time and were inevitably at a loss when faced with such a sudden situation. It was only when senior brother Wei called out to them that they understood. Although Zhang Xiaohua was a disciple of distant Flame Temple, she was about to barge into Lingxiang Peak and had broken the rules. If they were unable to stop her, it would be their responsibility. Hence, they all held their swords and blocked Zhang Xiaohua from 4 angles. Senior brother Wei saw this and his heart calmed down. He whispered to the disciple beside him, "Quickly go up the mountain and report that a distant Flame Temple disciple is about to barge into the array." As he spoke, he took out the signal that he had kept in his bosom for many years. It had always been used as a decoration. With a shake of his hand, he threw it into the air. With a pang sound, the signal flew out. A huge, colorful signal appeared in the sky above Lingering Fragrance Peak. Zhang Xiaohua glanced at the signal in the sky and snorted coldly. She waved her sword and rushed towards the 2 disciples in front of her. The 2 disciples looked at each other and each took a stance. They were going to stab Zhang Xiaohua from the left and right. Zhang Xiaohua was not nervous at all. Just like before, she waited for the 2 swords to come closer before she floated to the left. She actually ignored the 2 and stabbed her sword at the leftmost disciple. That disciple was already on guard. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua coming to attack, he raised his sword. With a "kacha" sound, the 2 swords collided. That disciple had used all his strength, but his treasure sword was cut into 2 by the Great Wisdom Sword. That disciple was clearly surprised and immediately retreated to the side. Zhang Xiaohua took a step forward and stood at the place he was blocking. Then, she swung her sword to the right. It was the sword that the 2 disciples had used to stab at her. Seeing how powerful Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword was, the 2 disciples panicked. Just as they were about to withdraw their swords, they saw a black shadow flash in front of them. Pang, pang. 2 muffled sounds rang out. It was Zhang Xiaohua who kicked their shoulders. "Io!" They cried out in pain as they were kicked several feet away by Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. She casually glanced at the last disciple standing not far away and rushed up the mountain. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xiaohua easily forced the 3 disciples to retreat. Senior brother Wei's signal was still in the air. Han Zhuqi had just retracted her gaze when she saw that Zhang Xiaohua was already far away. Zhang Pinger's beautiful eyes had been following Zhang Xiaohua. When she saw that he had won so cleanly, she did not know if she should be happy or sad. Senior brother Wei was helpless. He waved his sword and said to the last disciple who was trembling in fear, "Quick, follow me." Zhang Xiaohua deliberately concealed her qinggong and did not go up the mountain quickly. Senior brother Wei caught up not long after. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stopped running, scaring senior brother Wei and the other disciple into retreating a few steps. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, "Senior brother Wei, do you think you can stop me?" Senior brother Wei gritted his teeth and stepped forward, saying, "It's my duty. Even if I can't stop you, I have to." "All right." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Then I will fulfill your wish." As he spoke, he swung the heavy sword again. As the heavy sword approached, the sound of the wind could be heard. Senior brother Wei could not block it, so he could only dodge. However, the heavy sword was not as clumsy as other heavy weapons. It only paused in the air for a moment before changing direction and sweeping towards him. The speed at which it changed its move was even more nimble than other long swords. Senior brother Wei stared at the heavy sword and was about to jump up when he suddenly felt a black shadow flash in front of him. He raised his head slightly and saw that Zhang Xiaohua had already closed in on him when he was not paying attention. Senior brother Wei was shocked and was about to punch out with his other hand when Zhang Xiaohua raised her left hand again. She was extremely fast and nimble and tapped on a major acupoint on senior brother Wei's chest. "Senior brother, do you admit defeat?" Zhang Xiaohua, who had defeated senior brother Wei several times, asked with a smile. Chapter 871. In fact, she didn't expect senior marshal brother Wei to answer. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and rummaged through senior brother Wei's clothes. Not long after, he took out a token. Looking at it, he smiled and said, "This one has spared your life a few times. Consider this token the price I have to pay. Using a long sword to break the formation is really tiring." You. Senior marshal brother Wei couldn't move. He could only curse in his heart. What about me? Zhang Xiaohua glared at him. As if she could hear his thoughts, she raised her hand and curled her middle finger. Then, she stretched out her hand and flicked senior marshal brother Wei's long sword. With a "kacha" sound, the fine steel sword broke into two pieces. "Let's see what else you have to fight with me." Zhang Xiaohua kicked senior marshal brother Wei again and unsealed his acupoints. Then, she walked up the mountain without looking back. Senior brother Wei flipped over and stood up. He was speechless as he looked at the half-broken sword in his hand. He raised his head and was about to speak when he saw a figure flying down from the mountain in front of him. The figure was as fast as lightning and looked like a goshawk. Before senior marshal brother Wei could see who it was, he heard a thunderous roar. What happened here? Who sent the emergency signal? When senior marshal brother Wei heard this, his face immediately lit up. He opened his mouth and said, "Senior marshal brother Hua, quick, it's right in front of you." Senior apprentice brother Wei had just called out senior apprentice brother Hua, when senior apprentice brother Hua had already used his qin gong to appear in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua had already raised his heavy sword and stabbed toward senior apprentice brother Hua's lower dantian. Senior marshal brother Hua rushed down the mountain and didn't have time to see the situation. When he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was wearing an ordinary disciple's uniform, he didn't pay much attention to her. When senior marshal brother Wei called out to him, he naturally looked down. If he didn't pay attention, Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword would arrive in front of him. The heavy sword was very fast. When senior marshal brother Hua noticed it, it was already too late. He hurriedly held his sword horizontally in front of him. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hold back and hit the middle of senior marshal brother Hua's sword. Kacha. Senior marshal brother Hua's sword was even more miserable than senior marshal brother Wei's. When senior marshal brother Wei called out to him, senior marshal brother Hua's sword was broken into pieces by Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword didn't lose its strength. Senior marshal brother Hua cried out and was sent flying by Zhang Xiaohua. He landed far behind senior marshal brother Wei. Before senior marshal brother Wei could finish his sentence, he saw senior marshal brother Hua flying over his head. He tactfully swallowed the rest of his words. After hitting senior marshal brother Hua to the ground, Zhang Xiaohua didn't turn back. She picked up her heavy sword and flew towards lingering fragrance peak. Han Zhuqi and Zhang Pinger were already numb. They looked at each other and chased after her. Before they could take a few steps, they heard someone in front of them shouting, "Eh? You are a disciple of Li Huahao. Could it be that you are challenging the array?" Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, a disciple who was guarding the peak was thrown in front of Zhang Pinger and senior marshal brother Hua. He was also holding a bare sword hilt. Senior marshal brother Hua and the disciple just now were looking at the sword hilt in their hands. They were extremely speechless. The peak-guarding disciples of Rui Jin Hall were undoubtedly the elites of Lingering Fragrance Peak's inner disciples. But after all, they had led a comfortable life for many years. Although they had some daily training, they had never expected that Zhang Xiaohua would challenge the array so suddenly. Although they reacted quickly, they couldn't form a battle array. They were beaten badly by Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword. Fortunately, in Lingering Fragrance Peak's Rui Jin Hall, there wasn't a saying, "If the sword is there, the person is there." If the sword is destroyed, the person will forget. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaohua would have caused a huge disaster. Wouldn't all the low-level disciples of Rui Jin Hall have to find a crooked tree to end their own lives? Of course, although it wasn't that serious, these disciples couldn't help but feel sad. They couldn't help but find a huge rock and hide behind it to draw circles. Zhang Xiaohua fought all the way to the mountainside. Even he himself was puzzled. This lingering fragrance peak seems to be too easy to challenge. It's not as strange as others say. Just as he was thinking, a dozen brocade-robed disciples appeared in front of him. The person in front was about 30 years old. He was dressed like a scholar and was different from the disciples beside him. This person was holding a flexible sword in his hand. His eyes were looking at Zhang Xiaohua, but his hand was shaking slowly. That flexible sword was twisting along with the scholar's hand like a snake. Seeing that the scholar was staring at him, Zhang Xiaohua didn't show any signs of weakness. He narrowed his eyes and looked straight at him. However, his feet didn't stop moving. He only stopped when he was close to him. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had stopped, that scholar looked up and down with interest. He then looked at the disciples behind Zhang Xiaohua who had their swords broken by him. With a pft sound, he laughed. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. He then heard that scholar pointing his finger and scolding, "Look at all of you, what have you become? The temple master has been telling all of you about your troubles every day, telling all of you to be vigilant in times of peace. Where did all of you listen to him? This. Luckily it's us Lihua temple disciples who challenged the mountain. If it was some Dalan temple or some Tenryu sect, would all of you still be alive?" Just as they were talking, a disciple at the side laughed, "Martial Uncle Ming, it's just a Lihua temple disciple. Let me teach him a lesson and take his dog life to appease Martial Uncle." "Shut up." Martial Uncle Ming originally had a smile on his face as he scolded the disciples. When he heard this, his eyebrows furrowed. What Lihua temple disciple, what dog life? Since he's a Lihua temple disciple, he's your junior. If his life is a dog life, what about yours? Don't tell me it's also a dog life. That disciple's face turned red and he didn't know how to answer. Foolish arrogance, foolish arrogance. Martial Uncle Ming pointed at the disciples and said, "Didn't you see? This Lihua temple disciple fought from the bottom of the mountain to the middle of the mountain. He broke everyone's long swords but did not even injure them. Is this control of strength something you can achieve? You still dare to boast shamelessly and teach them a lesson. It would be strange if you didn't get beaten to a pulp." When Martial Uncle Ming said this, the people at the side fell silent. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. He had fought from the bottom of the mountain to the middle of the mountain. Although he didn't meet any challenges, he had used up some energy. This was a good time for him to rest. After Martial Uncle Ming lectured the disciples, he smiled and said, "This brother from the Lihua temple, the disciple who reported the news just now came in a hurry and didn't say your name and the reason why you broke into the mountain. I think that since you're a Lihua temple disciple, you should know that breaking into the mountain is a serious crime. Since you want to break into the mountain, there must be a very important reason. If you can explain it clearly, maybe, we can come up with a compromise. Maybe you don't need to break into the mountain." After that, he pointed behind him and said, "I know that you have not met any powerful opponents since you came from the foot of the mountain. However, little brother should also know that these patrolling disciples are only the most ordinary disciples of my Rui Jin palace. What about me? I'm also not the most powerful person in the Rui Jin temple. Your journey up has been very difficult. Do you have the confidence to defeat all the disciples of my Rui Jin temple?" Seeing that the other party was so polite, Zhang Xiaohua also cupped his hands and said, "Senior brother, I am Ren Xiaoyao, a disciple of the Lihua temple. I have no choice but to break into the mountain today." To be honest, senior brother might not know the reason behind it. When Martial Uncle Ming heard this, his face revealed an interested expression. "Ren Xiaoyao, I will also tell you the truth. Whether you like to hear it or not, you are just a disciple of the Li Hua Temple. What kind of grievance could you have? Or what kind of matter would cause you to break into the mountain? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he looked up to the sky and laughed. That's right, I am just a small disciple of the Li Hua Temple. However, I want to break into the Lingxiang Peak today for no other reason than to meet a female disciple of the Mo Xian Temple and have a few words with her. Martial Uncle Ming's face revealed an "I understand" expression. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua from top to bottom and almost gave him a thumbs up. He smiled and said, "Little brother, you really want to. However, how would a disciple of the Mo Xian Temple know you? Who is this disciple? You, what do you want to say to her?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and went all out. He said loudly, "All right, since senior brother has asked, I want to borrow your mouth to pass this message to the peak of the Lingxiang Peak. I am breaking into the Mo Xian Temple for no other reason than Miss Xixiao. I want to say to her, the mountain has no edges, the heaven and earth merge, the winter thunder shakes the summer rain and snow, only then do I dare to break off from you." Zhang Xiaohua's voice was very loud and everyone heard it clearly. Martial Uncle Ming was even more shocked. "What? Xixiao? Xixiao? Are you talking about the Xixiao of the Mo Xian Temple?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled proudly. "Yes, it is Xixiao." "How? Does senior brother know her? Or, is there someone called Shimujuan in your temple harassing my Xixiao?" When Martial Uncle Ming heard this, his face was full of bitterness. He lowered his head and said a few words to a disciple beside him. That disciple turned around and went up the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua ignored him. He waved his heavy sword and said, "I've finished what I want to say. Senior brother, can you let me pass?" Martial Uncle Ming shook his head. "I only wanted to advise you to put down your weapon. Since you have already said the reason, I think, you must also know that senior martial brother Shi is currently heading towards Mo Xian Palace. How can I ruin his good fortune? And, since that is the case, there is no point in saying anything more. Please." When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she didn't say anything else. She took a big step forward and raised her heavy sword to stab towards Martial Uncle Ming's chest. Martial Uncle Ming saw that all the disciples' weapons were broken. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword was more powerful. However, he relied on his skills and boldness. He still circulated his inner energy and the flexible sword agilely rose up to meet Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword. Tisk! The two swords collided. Just like the previous disciples, the flexible sword was filled with inner strength, but it was no match for the heavy sword, edgeless. It was sent flying back, stabbing towards Martial Uncle Ming's chest. Martial Uncle Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Only now did he understand how much strength this seemingly ordinary disciple from the Fiery Temple had. Only now did he understand why all the disciples were no match for him and their weapons were all broken. This wasn't just a simple numbing of the mind, it was a real difference in strength. Since when did the Fiery Temple have such a powerful disciple? Martial Uncle Ming was very surprised. Chapter 872. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua deflect the tip of the flexible sword, Master Ming was surprised but he did not panic. He lowered his body and pulled back his right hand which was holding the sword. He spun the flexible sword in a circle and like the Tenryu Sex Qin Shiryu, he slashed it diagonally towards Zhang Xiaohua's head. Zhang Xiaohua shouted and raised his heavy sword again, smashing it towards the middle of the flexible sword. This move was invincible just now, and all the disciples regretted it after being smashed by Zhang Xiaohua. However, Martial Uncle Ming did not dodge and continued to slash at Zhang Xiaohua with his flexible sword. Just as the two swords were about to collide, he flicked his wrist and used the back of his sword to strike Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword. The tip of the flexible sword curved like a venomous snake coming out of its hole and pecked at Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. This flexible sword was the nemesis of Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword. Zhang Xiaohua had seen Peacock use the flexible sword when she was on the way to Chuanxiang cult. She had a good understanding of the weapon's characteristics and Master Ming's move was within her expectations. Zhang Xiaohua raised her left hand and curled her middle finger, aiming at the tip of the sword. Pang! A huge force was transmitted to Master Ming's hand and he was surprised. Is this internal energy? Or is it pure strength? The tip of the flexible sword was deflected by Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohua raised her left leg and kicked Master Ming's waist. Master Ming's lips curled into a smile and his left hand turned into a claw. Like an eagle's beak, he clawed at Zhang Xiaohua's ankle. This was the famous eagle claw technique. Although Zhang Xiaohua had tempered her bones with the fist of the North Star, she was not interested in using her own leg to test Master Ming's skill. She bent her leg and dodged the eagle's claw. Following that, she kicked out again. Master Ming calmly changed his claw into a fist and collided with Zhang Xiaohua's leg. With a muffled sound, Master Ming lost his balance and staggered a few steps back. His flexible sword was also deflected by Zhang Xiaohua's attack. See, Martial Uncle Ming finally put away the remaining contempt in his heart and treated this alchemy disciple from the distant fire hall as a true opponent. He really couldn't understand how a disciple from the distant fire palace could have such high martial arts. Moreover, the strength in his hands was simply unimaginable. If he hadn't used his internal energy and used all his strength to fight back, wouldn't he have been defeated in those few moves? At this moment, it was urgent and Master Ming did not have time to think carefully. He roused his spirit and used all that he had learned in his life. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua, he also had a dignified expression. This Master Ming's martial arts were indeed high and his inner energy was unparalleled. Especially his flexible sword moves, they often overturned common sense and attacked from unimaginable angles, causing Zhang Xiaohua to be in an extremely difficult situation. If it was a life-and-death battle, perhaps if there was no one around, Zhang Xiaohua would have already used the immortal Dao's magical powers to restrain him. It was a pity that Zhang Xiaohua only wanted to barge into Yixiang Peak and not to massacre Yixiang Peak. Hence, she could only use her heavy sword and sword techniques to fight. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Zhang Xiaohua was already in a bit of a pinch. Her back and shoulders had already been stabbed several times by the flexible sword. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua had the long robe to protect her body. Ignoring the immortal Dao's attacks, this simple martial arts attack was more than enough to deal with. When Master Ming saw that his flexible sword was ineffective, he thought that Zhang Xiaohua had practiced the body tempering technique. He was puzzled and looked for her weak point. Seeing that she was stabbed by the flexible sword, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was already impatient. She unconsciously released her spiritual sense and used her thumb and index finger to grab the tip of the flexible sword. It was as if a snake's weak point was grabbed. No matter how much strength Master Ming used, he could not pull the flexible sword out even half an inch. Master Ming was a little depressed. He forcefully channeled his inner energy and wanted to straighten the flexible sword. However, when his inner energy reached the tip of the sword, it was blocked. The entire flexible sword could not be straightened no matter what. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had a mischievous smile on her face and was about to exert more strength with her two fingers, Master Ming knew that things were not going well. His flexible sword was not an ordinary long sword. It was personally bestowed by the Palace Master of Ruijin Hall. It was a high-quality item found in the Heaven and Earth Hall's heavenly pavilion. If it was easily broken by Zhang Xiaohua, not to mention how to deal with Zhang Xiaohua, even he himself would not be able to answer to the Palace Master. Wait! Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to use the same trick again, Master Ming shouted, "Junior brother Ren, please wait." Zhang Xiaohua frowned and did not loosen her grip. She asked, "Senior brother, do you have any instructions? This round is considered your win." "Junior brother Ren, I concede defeat. Just let go." Master Ming was extremely helpless. The feeling of not being able to take action for fear of breaking the vases was really uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned at first, but she immediately understood. She smiled and said, "Senior brother's martial arts are strong. Ren wants to learn from you. Wait until I break the tip of this flexible sword, then I will fight with you for 300 rounds. Wait. Master Ming knew that Zhang Xiaohua was merciless. Otherwise, she would not have broken the swords of all the disciples. Hence, he hurriedly shouted, "Junior brother Ren, your martial arts are strong. I am really not your opponent. You should let go of my flexible sword." He. Zhang Xiaohua laughed evilly, "I can let go of it. However, is there any benefit in doing so?" Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have tasted the sweetness of a deal behind the scenes. She laughed. "You." Master Ming almost fainted. His martial arts were obviously higher than Yi Lingqian's and his swordsmanship was also exquisite. However, he was not strong enough and was caught off guard. It was fine if he let Yi Lingqian go, but Yi Lingqian actually wanted to raise some conditions. Master Ming gritted his teeth and said, "Junior brother Ren, don't push me too far. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered." Zhang Xiaohua's right hand twirled the 10,000 jin sword like it was a piece of straw. She only smiled and said, "This sword of mine is used to kill rabbits that love to eat the grass around their nest." "What the? I'm not the one eating the grass around your nest." Master Ming felt a headache coming on. This was obviously a case of jealousy. Although the difference in status between the two of them was too great, and one of them was his senior brother, but he was just an innocent bystander. "Even if your city gate is on fire, don't implicate me, all right? You. What do you want to say? I'll listen here first. If you want to force me, then don't blame me for abandoning this flexible sword and fighting you to the end." Master Ming said righteously. Well said, well said." Zhang Xiaohua squinted her eyes and looked behind Master Ming for a long time. She then smiled and said, "Actually, Ren's suggestion is for everyone's good. I know that you have your duty and have no choice but to stop me. However, I must break through the mountain today. So, you just stand aside and let me go up the mountain." "Go," Master Ming said angrily, "if we let you go up, do we still have any face? You have the nerve to say such words. Forget it. You still broke my flexible sword. Even if I have to risk the scolding of the palace master, I will use the power of the entire palace to stop you." "Who's afraid of who?" Zhang Xiaohua said disdainfully, "I'm just afraid of hurting the innocent. I'll break the weapons of your Ruijin Palace's disciples and make things difficult for Qiankun Hall." Seeing that they couldn't come to an agreement, the two of them frowned at the same time. Master Ming's eyes turned quickly. He was at a disadvantage at this time. Zhang Xiaohua was barefooted and wasn't afraid of wearing shoes. She was also breaking through the mountain. How about this? Master Ming thought for a while and said, "Junior brother Ren's martial arts are outstanding. To be honest, the ordinary disciples of Ruijin Palace are definitely not your opponent. If you force them to fight, it'll just be a joke. Our Ruijin Palace also wants face. In order to respect you, a rare opponent, we won't have the idea of winning with numbers." "That's great." Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to clap her hands. Junior brother Ren is very brave. He has already broken through the deep earth palace from the distant fire palace at the foot of the mountain. He is now in the territory of the Greenwood Palace. Behind him are the Soft Water Palace, Ruijin Palace, and Mo Xian Palace. If you win, I will send you through the restriction of the Greenwood Palace. Then, my Ruijin Palace's disciples will no longer obstruct you along the way. We will only send our elite disciples to the restriction of the Soft Water Palace, Ruijin Palace, and Mo Xian Palace. If you win, you will pass. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Are you serious? Master Ming proudly said, I am on duty today. Naturally, I have the final say. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua loosened her hand and said with a smile, I'll believe you this time. Master Ming put away his flexible sword and said, however, I still have a condition. Zhang Xiaohua's face changed and said angrily, I believe you. You dare to trick me? Where? Uncle Master Ming explained, junior apprentice brother Ren is very brave. You managed to rush halfway up the mountain in such a short period of time. I was a little careless. If you challenge the formation, you have to sit on the bench for a while. Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said with a smile, Ren originally thought that he had taken advantage of me. But now, it seems that he was schemed against by senior brother Ming. A gentleman keeps his word. I'll do as you say. This time, Zhang Xiaohua had fallen into martial Uncle Ming's trap. With Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts, if she didn't reveal her ethereal steps and only used ordinary qin gong, it wouldn't take her much time to reach Mo Xian Palace. Although she encountered many ordinary disciples of Rui Jin Hall, they were just ants. How could they shake Zhang Xiaohua's wheels? It was just a matter of wasting more effort and making people draw more circles. The elites of Rui Jin Palace, those whose martial arts were on par with martial Uncle Ming or even more powerful than martial Uncle Ming, might not be able to make it in time because they were not on duty. With martial Uncle Ming's arrangement, Zhang Xiaohua only needed to pass through 3 checkpoints to reach Mo Xian Palace. However, he would have to spend a lot of time. Ruijin Palace could also calmly make arrangements and bring out powerful opponents. They used 3 disciples with great martial arts to replace hundreds of ants. Who was more important and who was more important? Everyone could see it clearly. It was a pity that Zhang Xiaohua's experience in the pugilistic world was still shallow. She only wanted to relax, but she fell into a trap. Calm, there are more chapters. Chapter 873. On Lingering Fragrance Peak, in the Heritage Palace, there was no sign of anyone outside the Heritage Chamber. Nun Jing-yi was not waiting here. Inside the Heritage Chamber, Peacock, Chen, and Swift were no longer in the study. Beside the study, behind the wall that emitted a faint white glow was a large space. In this space, the mountain walls in all directions were inlaid with luminous pearls, like stars in the sky, illuminating the space. Under the starry sky, Peacock, Chen, and Swift each sat cross-legged in a position with their palms facing the sky and their eyes closed in silence. Everything looked tranquil. However, under the light of the night pearl, the seemingly dark mountain wall was inlaid with many stones of different colors and sizes. Although these stones of different colors covered the entire mountain wall, they were extremely neat. The stones of different colors might be of the same color together, or they might be of different colors. However, if one were to take a closer look, they would not be able to see anything. Although these stones did not emit a dazzling brilliance and were covered by the luminous pearls, after looking at them for a long time, one would naturally know that these stones were the rulers of this starry sky. Peacock closed her eyes as she sat below a fiery red rock. Her face was slightly impatient. She was following the instructions in the introductory chant of the Art of Developing Ice, to adjust her breathing. She opened all the pores on her body and tried again and again to feel the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the secret chamber. Unfortunately, it was already the 13th day and there was still no effect. The yuan qi of heaven and earth mentioned in the mental cultivation method was not only not absorbed into her body, she could not even feel it. Could it be that I'm not fated to be an immortal? Peacock was not anxious. She opened her eyes slightly and looked at Chen Chen and Swift who were sitting not far in front of her. The three of them had already chosen the cultivation method they wanted to cultivate on the very first day they entered the secret chamber. The thin booklet only recorded the introductory chant, which was not difficult for these talented people. Although the chant was obscure and the method was unimaginable, they were able to comprehend it in just one day. After Peacock crossed the glowing white wall, Chen Chen and Swift followed suit. Peacock heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Chen Chen and Swift were frowning as well. It looks like I'm not the only one who doesn't understand and can't sense any worldly energy. Even my two junior sisters aren't making any progress. The cultivation of the path of immortality is truly unimaginable. It actually absorbs primordial qi from heaven and earth to temper one's meridians. Compared to the path of martial arts, which uses one's own hard work to generate internal energy, this is 100 times stronger. Yes, it should be 10,000 times stronger. No matter how tough a person's meridians are, there is always a limit to the amount of internal energy they can generate. However, there is an infinite amount of elemental energy in the world. Immortal Tao techniques can be absorbed from the outside world like drinking water. Of course, martial arts can't compare. Moreover, immortal Tao cultivation techniques can mobilize heaven and earth yuan qi to be used for attack and defense. They are extremely powerful, and it is even possible to move mountains and drain seas. It is truly not something that martial Tao can compare to. However, it is precisely because immortal Tao relies on external forces and is heavily dependent on the external environment. If there is a great change in heaven and earth yuan qi, just like what Master said, the heaven and earth yuan qi can no longer be used since 10,000 years ago. It is so thin that it can no longer be absorbed. This directly led to the destruction of immortal Tao. But the path of immortality has been destroyed for 10,000 years. How can incense sect pass down the path of immortality? How can we sense the heaven and earth yuan qi in this secret room and even absorb the first strand of heaven and earth yuan qi into our bodies? With this thought in mind, Peacock turned her gaze to the colorful stones on the stone wall above her. This is the so-called primordial stone. I remember when I entered the Valley of Dusk a few years ago, Master gave me a piece and told me to use it carefully. When I returned from the Valley of Dusk, he took it back. Peacock instantly understood. The primordial stone embedded on the stone wall above her head was the key to passing down the legacy of incense sect. There must be something fishy about the way these primordial stones were embedded. Formation. These two words inadvertently flashed across Peacock's mind. That's right, it is a formation. Isn't the illusion formation in the refining heart cave an array? Even though I can't see how the array was set up, the refining heart cave must have been set up with primordial stones. But what kind of formation was set up with so many primordial stones? Peacock was perplexed. What kind of magical formation could allow someone who has never sensed the heaven and earth yuan qi to absorb the first strand of heaven and earth yuan qi from this secret room? It should be when the heaven and earth yuan qi is thin. It allows the disciples of lingering fragrance peak to absorb the heaven and earth yuan qi through normal means, just like when immortal Tao flourished. With this thought, Peacock frowned. She seemed to recall her master talking to her about this before. But it was so long ago, how could she remember clearly? Sigh, it seems like I still don't have the aptitude to cultivate immortal Tao techniques. Peacock sighed. Even at such a crucial moment, I can't believe I'm still thinking about such boring things. As she sighed, Peacock was about to look away when suddenly she seemed to have noticed something. Her eyes widened. There are so many primordial stones on this stone wall. It feels like there are many colors. But if I look closely, there should be 6 colors. Oh, no, it should be 5 colors. With this thought, Peacock was enlightened. 5 elements spirit gathering formation. Yes, it's the 5 elements spirit gathering formation. Master mentioned before that using the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth yuan qi can be set up into a magical formation. It gathers the heaven and earth yuan qi in the formation, causing the heaven and earth yuan qi to be several times thicker than the outside. That must be it. Now that the heaven and earth yuan qi is so thin, only the 5 elements spirit gathering formation can gather the thin heaven and earth yuan qi together. It's almost as thick as when immortal Tao was at its peak. Only this way can disciples like us who have no foundation in immortal Tao be able to sense the heaven and earth yuan qi. After that, Peacock understood everything. The 5 elements spirit gathering formation is set up with primordial stones of 5 different elements. Under the primordial stones of different elements, the concentration of heaven and earth yuan qi of different elements must be different. Ice developing technique, although I don't know how it's recorded in the back, but from the name, it's a water-type technique. Peacock looked up and saw the fiery red primordial stones above her. She smiled bitterly. The fiery red primordial stones are probably of the fire attribute. I'm practicing water-type techniques under these fire attribute primordial stones, how can I succeed? She then looked up and saw that there was a light blue primordial stone opposite her. Chen Chen was sitting under it. Peacock knew what kind of technique Chen Chen and Yuyan were using. It was the blazing heart technique. Needless to say, just based on the word flame, it should be a fire-based technique. Chen Chen was also sitting under the water primordial stone. How could he succeed? She then looked at Swift. She chose star slashing technique. If she was not wrong, it should be a metal attribute technique. Above Swift's head, there were a few different types of primordial stones, but there was no gold primordial stone. No wonder. Peacock was enlightened, but then she was puzzled. The leader must know about this. Why didn't she remind us before we entered the secret room? Could it be that there's something? Peacock did not want to think any further. After all, the leader always had a reason for everything she did. There was no reason for her to explain it to her. More importantly, the time was almost up. If she could not sense the heaven and earth yuan qi in a few more days and could not absorb it into her body, then the inheritance would be a failure. Peacock did not hesitate to get up. The moment she got up, Chen Chen and Swift opened their eyes. Chen Chen was shocked. "Senior, you've entered the sect so quickly." Swift did not speak, but her eyes were filled with envy. Peacock said impatiently, "It's not that fast." Then she walked in front of Chen Chen and said, "I'll sit here, you go sit beside me." Chen Chen had always listened to Peacock since he was young. Without hesitation, he got up. Peacock and Chen Chen switched places and both of them closed their eyes. Swift saw this and her eyes were filled with confusion. She stared at the two of them for a while before she closed her eyes. At this time, Peacock smiled and said, "Swift, go sit over there." As he spoke, he pointed at a spot below a golden origin stone. Swift was stunned and did not know what to do. She looked at Peacock who had closed her eyes expressionlessly. Swift saw that Chen Chen also had his eyes closed and her heart skipped a beat. She was different from Peacock and Chen Chen. Priestess Xue was also different from Priestess Jingfan. Therefore, she knew much less about the sect's secrets. Since the two of them had switched places, they must have discovered something. It would be fine if they did not tell her, but since they did, it must be beneficial to her. She had been sitting here for more than 10 days and had not made any progress. Perhaps Peacock was right. Swift was an intelligent person. To be able to stand out in the selection, how could she be a simple person? Once she understood, she immediately got up and moved to the spot below the gold primordial stone. The three of them started again. In Mo Xian's palace, Priestess Jing Yi took out a scroll and read it carefully. As she was reading, she sighed for no reason and put the scroll on the table. She floated up and walked slowly to the palace gate. She looked up at the sun that was close to noon and sighed. It's already the 17th day. If he doesn't come out tomorrow, this inheritance will be considered a failure. The selection is already so difficult, the inheritance of the incense sect. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. At this time, she heard footsteps in the distance. Could it be that someone has come out? Priestess Jing Yi looked up and her face was immediately filled with disappointment. The person who came was none other than the head of Ruijin Palace, Great Elder Jing Gang. Seeing Great Elder Jing Gang's happy face, Priestess Jing Yi was puzzled. She went up and smiled. Great Senior Sister, is there any good news? Priestess Jing Gang did not neglect her. She first saluted and then said, Great Leader, what do you think of the matter I told you before? Chapter 874. Hearing Nun Jing Gang's question, Nun Jing Yi was taken aback and asked in bewilderment, what is eldest senior sister talking about? It's about Mu Jun and Xianxia. Nun Jing Gang wasn't displeased at all and only smiled apologetically. You also know that my eldest disciple has always had very high standards and has never placed ordinary women in his eyes. He's already so old, yet he's still alone. But this Xianxia is his fate. Ever since he met her by chance, he couldn't forget her no matter what. After I told Sir Cult Master last time, I also told him to wait a little longer and listen to Sir Cult Master's arrangements, but... Nun Jing Yi slapped her forehead and said very apologetically, eldest senior sister, look at me, I'm really sorry. I've been busy with the direct selection and inheritance these days. Nun Jing Gang smiled. I know that Sir Cult Master has many matters to attend to and is also the key to the direct selection and inheritance, but, this child Mu Jun has waited for so long, and is too embarrassed to come himself, so he urged me to come and ask Sir Cult Master. It's very normal for men and women to love each other. Nun Jing Yi said with a smile. However, immediately after, there was some difficulty on her face and she said, I understand Mu Jun's thoughts. When eldest senior sister mentioned it to me, I immediately asked Xianxia about it. But this girl's character is extremely stubborn, and junior sister Jing Xian isn't here, so I can only ask for her own opinion. She doesn't seem to be interested in Mu Jun, so I can't make things too difficult for her. However, I saw that she wasn't in a good mood those days, so perhaps she didn't consider this matter too much. It just so happened that the Yulon Valley was refined, so I agreed to let her go with that girl Chen Chen to the Yulon Valley. Who knew that they would encounter the yellow wind wreaking havoc? It was really dangerous. I reckon that after going through the test of life and death, Xianxia will have a new understanding of life, and perhaps it can change some of her ideas. Nun Jing Gang was overjoyed and said with a smile, I was wondering why Sir Cult Master didn't mention it again. It turns out that you've made so many arrangements. Perhaps Sir Cult Master's arrangements have taken effect, that girl Xianxia has relented. Mu Jun is wild with joy and has asked me to ask Sir Cult Master, What? Nun Jing Yi also smiled and said, your family's Mu Jun is really something, to actually be able to make Xianxia relent. This sect still congratulates eldest senior sister in advance. It's nothing. It's nothing. Abbess Jing Gang was also happy. Unfortunately, Nun Jing Yi added, but eldest senior sister, you know the rules of the incense order. The purple cloud beard is voluntary. If you force her, don't blame me, how could that be? Nun Jing Gang smiled and said, I'm the great elder of our fragrant cult. I still remember these rules. That's good. Nun Jingyi nodded. If you have time, you should teach Zhuchuan a lesson. He's too much. Jing Gang said with an embarrassed expression, of course, of course. When Zhuchuan returns, I will immediately inform him of Lord Hierarch's intentions. Come back. Where did he go? Nun Jingyi was stunned. I don't think I sent him out. Nun Jing Gang became even more embarrassed. This brat disappeared the last time he came back from outside. I don't know where he went either, Nun Jingyi sneered. You better find him properly. If anything happens, I won't be lenient. Of course, of course. Nun Jing Gang almost wanted to wipe away the sweat on her forehead. However, Nun Jingyi smiled. Let's go. Let's go see Xianxia and see what she's thinking. Inside Mo Xian's palace, in a secluded courtyard, in a seemingly simple living room, Meng Zheng had her head lowered. Her eyes were looking at the floor that seemed to be made of limestone, but was actually made of green jade. She was lost in thought, her expression a little worried. Even the slender fingers that were exposed outside of her palace robes were motionless. Although the person in the dream was not extremely beautiful, her eyes, her face, and her somewhat elegant, somewhat sorrowful, somewhat resentful, and somewhat noble temperament all made her an unforgettable beauty. Of course, this beauty wasn't the usual kind of beauty, so not everyone could appreciate it. However, as long as one could see the meaning behind it, they would be intoxicated. Zhuchuan, who was sitting on the other side of the room, was supposed to be sitting upright and looking straight ahead. However, he couldn't help but look sideways at Meng Zheng's neck, beautiful hair, and slightly furrowed brows. Then, he realized that he had lost his composure and hurriedly retracted his gaze. However, after a while, he couldn't help but turn his head again. Where was the arrogant attitude that he usually had in Ruijin Palace? After a while, Zhuchuan couldn't help but whisper, Junior Sister Xianxia, you have to tell me the truth, right? As soon as I received your message, I immediately rushed over. You also know that when I first saw Junior Martial Sister Xianxia, I was stunned by her beauty and thought that she was a marriage arranged by the heavens. That's why I've been pestering Master in order to tie the knot with her. Junior Sister Xianxia might not know about the hardships I've gone through during this period of time, but it's only now that I know what it means to be unable to sleep or eat well. When I open my eyes, I see Junior Sister Xianxia's smile. When I close my eyes, I see Junior Sister Xianxia's worried face. How can I let go of this? I asked Master for help, but there was no news. Just as I was feeling anxious and heartbroken, perhaps the heavens were moved by my infatuation, I actually received a message from Junior Sister Xianxia. It's really so emotional that I can't express it with words. This is the precious purple phoenix hairpin that Master bestowed upon me in the early years. It's a famous item in our Immortal Tao sect. It's my keepsake, please accept it. When Meng heard this, her face became even paler. The fingers on her right hand kept rubbing the ring on her left hand's ring finger. She gritted her teeth, not knowing how to open her mouth. Seeing that Meng was a little nervous, Zhuchuan smiled. Junior Sister Xianxia, I know that Junior Sister Xianxia doesn't have anyone to rely on lingering fragrance peak. Now, other than you, the Shirtai has a registered disciple that I've never met before. If Junior Sister Xianxia has anything to say today, please tell me. No matter what it is, as long as it's within my power, I'll agree. Meng raised her head slightly and glanced at him with her beautiful eyes. She said indifferently, no matter what it is. Senior brother Shi's tone is a little too arrogant. Zhuchuan smiled. Junior Sister Xianxia's request is my lifelong wish. I'll work my heart out and I'll definitely achieve Junior Sister Xianxia's wish. Then, he hesitated slightly. I won't hide it from Junior Sister Xianxia. Perhaps I'm sometimes lacking in power, but I still have master and master. As long as junior sister Xianxia speaks, there's nothing that can stop me, master. When Meng heard this, she immediately understood. Her face was slightly angry. Senior martial brother Shi, little sister, called you over to talk to you in advance. I wanted to listen to what you had to say. You. How did you alarm Jing Gang Shirtai? And master too? You. You're obviously forcing me, aren't you? Shi Mujuan panicked. He immediately stood up and bowed to the ground. Junior sister Xianxia, you've misunderstood me. Meng said coldly, what's there to misunderstand? I only asked you to come over and talk. You've already taken the token and even master has been alerted. What else is there to talk about? Shi Mujuan shook his head. I brought the token over to express my confidence. I've also asked the Lord Temple Master and Master to come over to express my determination. I'll definitely agree to any conditions that junior sister Xianxia raises. Even if I can't agree at that time, the Lord Temple Master and Master are my witnesses. I swear that I'll fulfill them. Meng was disappointed. She waved her hand and said, Senior brother Shi, please take a seat. She then looked at the sky outside and let out a long sigh. Actually, I won't hide it from senior brother Shi. I already have someone else in my heart. Shi Mujuan had just sat down. When he heard this, he immediately stood up and said in surprise, what? Then. Junior sister Xianxia. Meng smiled miserably. It actually made Shi Mujuan's heart ache. He felt as if a sharp knife was gently cutting his heart. He heard the dream say, originally, I didn't consider senior martial brother Shi. Although Lord Sect Leader asked me earlier, but Meng seemed to be unable to continue. Shi Mujuan smiled and said, it's alright, junior sister Xianxia. Since we've already talked about it, there's nothing to hide. I'm very curious. Which disciple on Lingering Fragrance Peak can actually catch junior sister Xianxia's eye? Even I can't compare. Then, his expression suddenly changed. Could it be my third junior brother? I haven't seen him for a long time. Could it be that he's avoiding me? Pfft, Meng laughed. Everything paled in comparison. Shi Mujuan was stunned. Senior brother Shi, you're so imaginative. Meng smiled and said, I have seen your junior brother twice, and he seems to have never put me in his eyes. Senior brother Shi is praising me too much, and only senior brother Shi would take a fancy to someone like me who has the appearance of a willow tree. Shi Mujuan smiled. That's because they have no taste. How could they understand junior sister Xianxia's beauty? Meng was unhappy when she heard this. She said faintly, beauty is but a stinky skin. After the mortal world, it'll turn into dust. Shi Mujuan did not reply. After a while, he probed, junior sister Xianxia, who is the one who made junior sister Xianxia more depressed than me? Meng shook her head. You don't know him. He is just an ordinary person. Even if he was placed in front of you, you wouldn't look him in the eye, an ordinary person. Shi Mujuan smiled. I was wondering. So it's an old acquaintance from before you came to spread the incense order. Then I won't be jealous anymore. I didn't get to participate in junior sister Xianxia's previous life. In the future, junior sister Xianxia will have my shadow around you. Shi Mujuan's words were rather frivolous. He was revealing his true feelings. Unfortunately, Meng did not seem to hear him. She mumbled, yes, it's an old acquaintance, an old memory that's engraved in my heart. You know it's impossible. Why did you let me meet him? Meng's expression clearly indicated that she was thinking about someone. Shi Mujuan's heart was filled with jealousy. The fire in his heart rose high, but he continued to smile. Junior sister, memories can only be memories. As living people, we have to face life. We have to look forward to everything. Chapter 875. That's right, that's right. Living in this world, we have to look forward to everything, but how can there be such a thing as you wish? Is it something you can forget just because you want to? Her words were melancholy, but Shi Mujuan's heart was moved. Meng's frown revealed that kind of aura without reservation, and Shi Mujuan really had no way to resist it. Shi Mujuan's heart ached for no reason, and he almost stood up. He said righteously, "Junior sister Xia's worries are my worries as well. Please tell me honestly, junior sister Xia. Although I don't have the absolute authority of the sect leader, I still have some say in the general affairs of Lingering Fragrance Peak." Meng glanced at him and forced a smile. "I also fancy senior brother's position. So, I hope senior brother won't blame me." "Of course not." Shi Mujuan patted his chest and laughed. "A man's shoulders are meant to shelter a woman from the wind and rain. If you're really thin and weak, it's better if you don't rely on me." Then, he changed the topic. "Junior Marshall's sister has told me about her past without hesitation. If I don't take out the magnanimity of a man, how can I live up to Junior Marshall's sister's image in your heart?" Meng smiled when she heard that, revealing the only dimple on her left cheek. It was really beautiful. "Since senior apprentice brother Shi has said so, then little sister won't be courteous. Actually, I presume that senior apprentice brother Shi already had a plan in mind before coming here. Little sister is in this Lingering Fragrance Peak's Mo Soa Palace. What kind of difficult matter could little sister encounter? Isn't it still the matter of my master, Shirtai? When Shi Mujuan heard this, he also had a card up his sleeve. He nodded and said, "This humble one has known Abbess Jing Xian since young. When I was young, I also received a lot of guidance from her. Her sudden passing has indeed caused this humble one to be extremely sad and indignant." "That's right. Master has passed away for a long time, but there's still no clue about the culprit who killed her. As her only disciple, I feel even more guilty." Shi Mujuan licked his lips and said, "The Shirtai incident. I personally investigated it back then, but the culprit was truly cunning. He didn't even leave a single trace behind. It wasn't that I didn't try my best, but, other than Shirtai's normal expression and slightly surprised appearance, I really couldn't find anything. Later on, this matter was handed over to my master. It seems that Lord Sect Leader has personally investigated it as well, but he didn't succeed." "Indeed." Meng's eyes seemed to have some tears. "Master just left like this without a clear reason. He didn't say anything and didn't leave anything behind. Even if little sister wanted to fight for Master's justice with her life, it wouldn't work. Tell me, senior brother Shi, am I not very competent as a disciple?" Shi Mujuan comforted her. "Don't think too much, junior sister Xia. As a disciple, you should avenge your master, but, if you don't have the power, you can't force it. Lord Sect Leader has arranged everything, junior sister, you don't have to worry too much. Senior brother, even though you say that, you should know that master. She seems to have been harmed by someone very close to her. If Lord Sect Leader knows some secrets, shut up, junior sister Xia. Are you out of your mind?" Shi Mujuan looked outside in a panic and said, "Lord Sect Leader has her own arrangements. As disciples, we should just follow and watch." Meng stubbornly raised her head and sneered, "Senior Marshal brother Shi, this little sister originally thought that you were an unyielding man, so I entrusted my heart to you. I even wanted to entrust my future to you, but this little sister has yet to speak a few words of truth. Could it be that senior Marshal brother is afraid? This." Shi Mujuan scratched his head. "Junior sister Xia, you can't say that. Back then, I was also personally involved in the Shirtai incident. However, there was something fishy about it and there were no clues at all. You can't blame Lord Sect Leader for this. Sigh, senior brother, you still don't understand little sister's heart. Little sister didn't say that Lord Sect Leader had done this. I just thought that with Lord Sect Leader's wisdom, how could this matter have been dragged on for so many years? If Lord Sect Leader had put her heart into it, wouldn't the truth have come to light long ago? Furthermore, I see that Lord Sect Leader is very busy. I'm afraid that Lord Sect Leader has long forgotten about my master's incident. This. Shimujuan was even more at a loss for words. Meng's words were all pointing towards Lord Sect Leader's indifference towards the Shirtai incident. How could he say anything else? That's why little sister had asked senior brother to come over because of this matter. Meng finally spoke the words in her heart. I'm somewhat prepared. Shimujuan nodded and said, Junior sister Xianxia is pledging her heart to me because she wants to borrow my power and identity to get to the bottom of the truth about Shirtai's murder. Meng nodded, if senior brother feels wronged, then just pretend that little sister didn't say anything. Shimujuan said in a low voice, I've already thought about junior sister Xiaxia's words. If it wasn't for this matter, why would junior sister bother with me? Although this is indeed unfair to me, but who asked me to be so dead set on liking junior sister? I only hope. I hope that junior sister will stop thinking about other people once she's with me. Meng smiled bleakly, senior brother do you think that little sister still has the face to see him after doing such a thing? Although she didn't specify who he was, Meng's sad expression was obvious. Shimujuan felt as if his heart had been bitten by a bug. Shimujuan was overjoyed and said, then. Junior sister Xianxia, please accept this purple phoenix hairpin. Meng looked at the incense cult's 10,000-year-old treasure on the table. She didn't seem to think that it was more precious than the hairpin on her hair. She raised her hand and felt as if she had lost the right to see him forever if she took the purple phoenix hairpin. Even though she had already made up her mind to sacrifice herself for her master's blood feud, even though she had already sent someone to tell him that she didn't want to see him ever again, how could she not be worried when he was so close to her? How could she forget about him so casually? Just as Meng wanted to raise her hand but didn't want to, she forced herself to do so. Suddenly, she heard a cold snort from outside the room, audacious girl. Lingshan Peak, Inheritance Palace, Peacock, Chen Chen and Swift were still sitting cross-legged in the Inheritance secret chamber. However, their expressions were much more serene than before and they weren't as anxious as they were a few days ago. Peacock was sitting right under the light blue water elemental stone. Although she could not sense any elemental chi of heaven and earth when she extended her perception outside, but this tranquil cultivation made her feel a sense of joy in her heart. She liked it very much. It had been a few days since Peacock and the rest switched places. It was not far from the 18th day but Peacock had a feeling in her heart, a feeling that things were going to succeed. It was a feeling that was hard to fathom. Peacock's perception was wandering aimlessly outside. Suddenly, Peacock had a feeling that her soul was blessed. She thought of something that the cult leader once said, everyone else was honing their state of mind in the refining heart cave. You guys are lucky to have mastered the mortal heart technique in the refining heart cave. With such luck, the probability of inheriting the immortal heart technique has increased by 50%. It's because the mortal heart technique has been mastered that the probability of inheriting the immortal heart technique is increased. Does this mean that the mortal heart technique is related to the path of immortality? Once I entered the inheritance secret chamber, I threw the mortal heart technique to the back of my mind. What a waste! But what does the mortal heart technique have to do with the ice developing incantation? As she pondered, Peacock thought of Zhang Xiaohua and the heavenly Tao that Zhang Xiaohua manifested in the refining heart cave. She also thought of the heavenly Tao that the heavenly Tao manifested. Suddenly, Peacock thought of the inheritance secret chamber and the colorful elemental stones. Immediately, Peacock's perception formed the childish trajectory of the heavenly Tao. She tried to connect the stars in the refining heart cave with the stars in the inheritance secret chamber. Peacock's thought was not a big deal. It was a sign of the formless nature of the great Tao. She turned herself into a formless being without the elemental energy of heaven and earth. In an instant, the elemental energy in the inheritance secret chamber, the water elemental energy, was the most prominent. They all flowed into Peacock's formless body. At this time, Peacock had already sensed the heavenly Tao. She slowly simulated the heavenly Tao in her mind. She did not feel much about the elemental energy entering her body. It was as if this was a matter of course. Because of this unintentional absorption of elemental energy was similar to the absorption of elemental energy in Zhang Xiaohua's body when she was unconscious. From wisps to wisps, and then to waves, the elemental energy was guided by Peacock's perception. They were all absorbed into the pores of Peacock's body. Peacock's absorption of elemental energy had triggered a change in the elemental energy in the inheritance secret chamber. All kinds of elemental energy changed their original trajectory and drifted toward Peacock. Chen and Swift originally did not have any perception of the elemental energy of heaven and earth. They were unable to absorb the elemental energy out of thin air. Peacock's breakthrough allowed them to sense the elemental energy of heaven and earth. Both of them had cultivated the traditional immortal path. Since they could sense the elemental energy of heaven and earth, it was not difficult for them to absorb elemental energy into their bodies. Therefore, when Peacock absorbed most of the elemental energy in the inheritance secret chamber into her body, Chen and Swift happily split the remaining elemental energy into two. After an unknown amount of time, the elemental energy in the inheritance secret chamber began to thin and could no longer withstand the absorption of the three of them. All the primeval stones on the ceiling of the inheritance secret chamber were dull without exception. They were no longer as bright as they were when the three of them entered. Suddenly, the peacock opened its eyes. Its gaze was not much different from before, but upon closer inspection, there was a trace of pride and joy in its eyes. At the same time, Chen and Swift also opened their eyes. They looked at each other and immediately stood up. They bowed and said, "Thank you, senior sister, for your help." Peacock looked at the two of them and smiled. "You two have succeeded as well." Chapter 876. Hearing Peacock's question, Chen and Yu Yan did not dare to delay. "That's right, if not for you guiding the energy into your body and letting me know what the energy of heaven and earth is, I'm afraid I would have to wait a long time." Chen smiled. Yu Yan nodded, "I have to thank you too, you've helped me twice, you've given me a new lease of life." Peacock waved her hand and smiled, "Sister Yu Yan's fate has arrived, even without my guidance, she would have succeeded. I just happened to be there at the right time." After that, Peacock looked at the darkened vitality stone in the inheritance chamber and sighed in her heart, "No wonder Grand Leader has doubts. Although this vitality stone is under the protection of the sect-protecting Grand Formation, it has been used for tens of thousands of years. It is a miracle that it has lasted until now. I wonder how the next Grand Leader will inherit this treasure. Could it be that the immortal Tao of my incense cult can't be passed down?" Seeing that Peacock did not look happy, Yu Yan did not say much, but Chen jumped to Peacock's side and smiled, "Sister Yu Yan has inherited our Xianxism, why aren't you happy? In the future, should I call you Sister Leader?" Peacock looked at Chen and smiled, "How about it, if you want the leader to lock you in the discipline cave, you can call me that." Chen pursed his lips and shook his head. "That commandment cave is just a small Yulon prairie. There's not even the shadow of a beast, let alone a person. It's very lonely inside, so don't mention it." Yu Yan looked at the two of them and smiled, "Sisters, this is considered a success, I wonder if the leader will smile when he knows that the three of us have inherited it." Ha ha ha, Chen Chen laughed. Yu Yan was curious, Sister Chen, what are you laughing at? Chen Chen covered his mouth and tried to stop laughing. I was thinking if the leader laughed, what would he look like, who would he lock in the discipline cave? Peacock smiled sweetly, let's go, let the leader be happy and inform the other masters, I'm sure both of them are anxious. Chen Chen and Swift were already at Peacock's beck and call, so they nodded in agreement. When the three of them left the inheritance palace, they didn't see Nun Jingyi, so they could only go to Mo Xian Palace. After hearing the report from the disciple on duty, they learned of Nun Jingyi's whereabouts. Only then did they send a disciple to inform Nun Jingfan and Nun Xuezhen that the three of them had come out of seclusion. The three of them then headed toward Xixia's location. Xixia and Shimujuan were stunned when they heard the scolding. Shimujuan reacted quickly and his expression changed. However, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. He immediately stood up and walked quickly to the door. He bowed and said, "Welcome, sect leader." Xixia was shocked as well. She had heard Shimujuan mention the Grand Hierarch, but she never thought that the Grand Hierarch would arrive so quickly. As her face turned pale, a look of determination flashed across her eyes. Most of her gaze was fixed fiercely on Shimujuan's back. When Xixia stood up and walked to the door, Nun Jingyi and Nun Jinggang walked to the door. Nun Jingyi glanced coldly at Xixia, then walked slowly into the room. She picked up a chair and sat down. Nun Jinggang was expressionless. She glanced at Shimujuan and sat down with Nun Jingyi's subordinate. Shimujuan looked at Xixia, then stole a glance at Nun Jinggang. He was about to speak, but Nun Jinggang stopped him with a look. Xixia sighed softly and walked to Nun Jingyi. She stood carefully with her head lowered and didn't say a word. Do you know your crime? Nun Jingyi looked coldly at Xixia and asked directly. Xixia bit her lips and said stubbornly, "Sect leader, I don't know my crime." "Humph. You still don't know your crime? Talking behind our leader's back and making up stories about our leader is a great crime in the incense-spreading cult. I'm sure the sect leader heard what I said to senior brother Shi. Perhaps it involved you, but what I said was the truth. I didn't lie at all, so I don't think I've done anything wrong." Shimujuan looked at Nun Jinggang and probed, "Sect leader, I'm untalented but I'm here to accompany junior sister Xixia." Although junior sister Xixia's words were a little rude, but I asked the sect leader to consider her eagerness to avenge her master. That's why she overthought things. Besides, junior sister Xixia has only been in Mo Xian Palace for a short time. There are many things she might not know. Please forgive me. Shimujuan's words had some meaning. If Zhang Xiaohua defended herself, she would have agreed with Xixia. She would have said that Xixia was just stating facts and had no intention of slandering the sect leader. However, Shimujuan was implying that Xixia was young and insensible. Nun Jingyi glanced at Shimujuan and asked again, "Xixia, when you came to Lingxiang Peak again, did the incense-spreading cult ever neglect you?" Xixia shook her head. After junior sister Jing Xian left, the incense-spreading cult took into account your filial piety to master and was very obedient to you. If you wanted to go to secluded Orchid Evening, the incense-spreading cult let Chen Chen bring you there. If you wanted to live alone, the incense-spreading cult gave in to you. I even changed your name to Xixia in hopes that you'll have a brand new tomorrow. This is the incense-spreading cult's painstaking care for you. Can't you feel it? Xixia still shook her head. Then, why do you still have complaints about the incense-spreading cult? Xixia looked at Nun Jingyi. She didn't seem to have any intention of compromising. She raised her head and said, "Disciple's background is unknown. My childhood memories are unclear. I am grateful to Fragrant Cult for taking me in. Moreover, after Master left, Hierarch His Excellency put me in Mo Xian Palace. Disciple has no complaints. I don't deserve any mistreatment. It's just that. Xianxia gritted her teeth and said, it's just that, as a disciple, I have to avenge Master. The sect leader didn't catch the murderer of my master and instead gave me so many benefits. This isn't something that I shouldn't think about. So you think that the incense-spreading cult has selfish motives? Even. Do you think that junior sister Jing Xian's death was caused by the incense-spreading cult? Xianxia was stunned. Her face turned pale and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. This disciple has never dared to think about it. I've never said it. Shi Mujuan spoke anxiously but was stopped by Nun Jinggang. The sect leader said coldly, so. You want to find a powerful backer and a helper to work with you to find the murderer of your master? Xianxia puffed out her chest. Her eyes didn't even look away as she stared straight at Nun Jingyi. She calmly said, as long as we can find Master's murderer, this disciple is willing to die a horrible death. This sacrifice is nothing. But you're doing this for the greater good, for your master's revenge. But don't you think that you're very selfish? Selfish? Xianxia was stunned and asked curiously. Yes. First of all, the person you've let down is him that you mentioned. The incense-spreading cult doesn't know who this him is. From what you've said, he's an outsider. Perhaps he's waiting for you to meet him but you've thrown away his feelings so easily. Do you think you've let him down? If this isn't your selfishness, then whose is it? When Xianxia heard this, tears streamed down her face. She said, when he found out about this, he thought that my heart had changed. It doesn't matter if he bears a grudge or curses me, I'll accept it. I have no regrets. Perhaps one day, he'll know the truth. Perhaps he'll forgive me. Perhaps he'll sympathize with me. Perhaps he'll agree with my way of doing things. But by then, everything will have changed. I can no longer hold him back. Let my feelings for him be buried in the vicissitudes of the world. Sigh. Nun Jingyi sighed. The second person you've let down is probably your master. Junior sister Jing Xian passed away peacefully. Looking at her, although she knew something and could have left some clues, she didn't leave anything behind. Perhaps she didn't want the incense-spreading cult to fall into chaos. Perhaps she didn't want you to avenge her. Xianxia was still sad. The third person you've let down is our cult. Junior sister Jing Xian is our cult's junior sister and we grew up together. Our cult's feelings for her far exceed yours. If you can think of avenging her, how can our cult not think of it? Ever since junior sister Jing Xian passed away, our cult has put in countless efforts and searched for countless clues. You don't know any of this. Just based on your wishful thinking, you've turned our cult's many years of hard work into ashes. Don't you think that you're very selfish? Lord Cult Leader. When Xianxia heard this, she immediately prostrated herself on the ground and burst into tears. It was as if she wanted to pour out all the grief that had accumulated in her heart for many years. Shi Mujuan stood at the side with a mixed expression on his face. He was worried because the Lord Cult Leader's words seemed to disapprove of Xianxia being together with him. He was happy because Xianxia's position in the Lord Cult Leader's heart far exceeded his expectations. If he could become Xianxia's spouse, the benefits he would receive would be far beyond what he could imagine today. After crying for a long time, she gradually stopped crying. Nun Jingyi then said somewhat lovingly, "All right, our cult has said everything that needs to be said. Nun Jinggang called our cult leader here to be a matchmaker. Now, we've become an unwelcome guest. However, to be honest, with your current status, the person you met outside the cult is not worthy of you. I'm also familiar with Mu Jun. He's steady and has a good personality. He can take on great responsibilities and is a rare talent in our incense-spreading cult. He's suitable for you. I believe he's much better than the person you met before. Furthermore, you have no one to rely on in the incense-spreading cult. Mu Jun is the one who can take care of you. What you said earlier might come true. Your thoughts might not be completely wrong. Sai, in any case, you have to walk your own path. Our cult leader only hopes that once you've made your choice, you won't have any regrets. You just have to continue walking down this path. After she finished speaking, Nun Jingyi shut her mouth and watched quietly. Shi Mujuan's face was filled with joy. He looked as if he was about to jump up and down. He stared straight at Xianxia, hoping that Xianxia would immediately pick up the purple phoenix hairpin at this moment. Chapter 877. Meng cried for a long time. Her gentleness had long disappeared and was replaced by a trace of stubbornness. She pondered for a moment and said softly, "Thank you for your words and thank you for respecting my choice." As she spoke, she reached for the purple phoenix hairpin. "Ha ha ha," Nun Jingyi laughed and said to Nun Jinggang, "Congratulations, senior sister. I didn't expect Mu Jun to find such a good girl. It seems like your Rui Jin Hall is going to have a joyous occasion soon." "That's right." Nun Jinggang also laughed. "When the time comes, I'll have to ask sect leader." Before Nun Jinggang could finish her sentence, a disciple ran in pathetically. He was out of breath and shouted, Martial Uncle Shi, it's bad, it's bad." However, the moment he entered, he saw Nun Jingyi and Nun Jinggang. He was immediately stunned on the spot. Shi Mujuan was looking at Meng with anticipation. He was about to take the purple phoenix hairpin. When he heard someone calling him, he couldn't help but be furious. Meng was also stunned and her hand stopped. Shi Mujuan looked at Meng reluctantly and smiled, "Junior sister Xianxia, keep the purple phoenix hairpin. I'll ask what's the matter." Meng smiled sweetly, "You should ask about the matter first. Our matter isn't urgent. Sect leader is right in front of us. If he says that I'm delaying your work, I won't be able to bear the responsibility." "Huh," Shi Mujuan laughed and looked magnanimous. He turned around and scolded the disciple, "What are you shouting for? How do you usually discipline you? You need to be calm in the face of a landslide to be able to achieve greatness." But the disciple stole glances at Nun Jingyi, Nun Jinggang and even Meng. He felt wronged and said, "But, this is really a big accident." "Big accident?" Shi Mujuan almost wanted to slap him. He thought to himself, no matter how big the accident is, it can't be bigger than letting Xianxia take my keepsake. However, how could he say it in front of Nun Jingyi? He only smiled and said, "It's fine. No matter how big the accident is, I'll take care of it. Even if someone barges into Lingxiang Peak, there's no need to be afraid. Just say it. Martial Uncle Shi. You actually know." The disciple was stunned and blurted out. "What?" Shi Mujuan was shocked. "There's really someone who barged into Lingering Fragrance Peak. This. Who was so bold? Are you tired of living?" At this time, the disciple was a little more cautious. He went forward to whisper in Yi Futian's ear. Who would have thought that Abbess Jingyi's expression would change, and she said angrily, "You dog. Someone has barged into Lingering Fragrance Peak and you haven't reported it yet? Who were they and how many of them were there? What's the matter? Could it be that the Tenryu sect launched a sneak attack?" This. The disciple was in a difficult position and kept looking at Shi Mujuan. Shi Mujuan was enraged and slapped the disciple's face. The hierarch had already asked him to speak, yet he still dared to look at him. Wasn't this the same as drugging him? As expected, Nun Jingyi frowned slightly. "Speak quickly, word by word." Tell me what you want to report. Shi Mujuan said loudly. Then. I'll say it. The disciple hesitated. Shi Mujuan's lungs were about to explode from anger. Where did this top-notch disciple come from? Isn't he asking for his own life? However, when the disciple said it, Shi Mujuan realized that it was indeed not suitable to say it here. The disciple said, there's only one person who barged into the peak. He's already charged from the foot of the mountain to Ruijin Palace with his sword. Along the way, he broke the swords of all the disciples who were guarding the peak. Martial Uncle Ming and Martial Uncle Su were both defeated by him. Now, it's Martial Uncle who's blocking the restriction of Ruijin Palace. Although this person is already injured, looking at him, if he were to fight with his life on the line, I think Martial Uncle who may not be able to block him. Martial Uncle Ming sent a few disciples to Mo Xian Palace to look for Martial Uncle Shi. They said that the person who barged into the peak was a disciple of distant fire palace called Ren Xiaoyao. This Ren Xiaoyao is going to barge into Lingering Fragrance Peak, to look for senior sister Xia. Ah! This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, causing the 4 people present to feel dizzy. A person barging into Lingering Fragrance Peak with a single sword. This. How heroic was this? What kind of affection? What kind of martial arts was this? What kind of disciples were the disciples of Ruijin Palace? They were the peak protectors of the fragrant peak of the fragrant religion. They had to protect the safety of all the disciples on the fragrant peak. They were the idols of the outer sect disciples and the goal of thousands of Wuming Hall disciples. But, such outstanding disciples were actually beaten to a pulp by an alchemy disciple from distant fire palace. If it was an ordinary disciple, it would be fine. But the so-called Martial Uncle Ming and Martial Uncle Su were disciples of the same generation as Shi Mujuan. They were experts among experts. But this alchemy disciple actually defeated them separately and directly barged into Ruijin Palace. As long as he passed through the restriction, he would be able to enter Mo Xian Palace. This was simply slapping the face of Ruijin Palace, trampling on the dignity of all the disciples who were guarding the peak of Ruijin Palace. Of course, it was a wanton trampling. Didn't you hear the disciples report? He broke the swords of all the ordinary disciples. Wasn't he just teasing you? Moreover, why did this disciple barge into Lingering Fragrance Peak? To look for Xia. To look for Xia who was about to marry Shi Mujuan. Needless to say, after this disciple heard that Xia was going to marry Shi Mujuan, he thought of barging into Lingering Fragrance Peak to look for Xia and stop the banquet. Since ancient times, there had always been many people like this who flew into a rage for a beauty. Ren Xiaoyao. When Shi Mujuan heard this, he was puzzled at first. This name seems very familiar. After thinking for a while, he immediately thought, isn't he the one who was jealous of his third junior brother Yuzhuchuan? When did he get to know Xia? Could he be the sweetheart Xia mentioned just now? Following that, the top-notch disciple said, Ren Xiaoyao has a message for senior sister Xia. Meng anxiously asked, what is it? The mountains have no edges, the heaven and earth merge, the winter thunder shakes the summer snow, only then do I dare to break up with you. When this was said, there was nothing else. Meng's tears flowed down and the anxiety on her face intensified. Seeing Xia's face full of concern and anxiety, and even her tears, Shi Mujuan came to a realization. He could not help but be furious. Big brother, what are you doing? Since you already have Zhang Pinger, you should be jealous of Yu Laosan. Why are you provoking Xia? Zhang Pinger is already out of your league. Is Xia someone you can subdue? Moreover, I beg of you, brother, this is called having a foot in 2 boats. It's very immoral. I, Boss Shi, have been single for so many years and finally found someone who caught my eye. You're still messing things up. Unconsciously, Shi Mujuan's heart was filled with hatred. When Nun Jinggang heard this, her face was filled with astonishment and her eyes were filled with rage. Wasn't slapping Rui Jinhao's face the same as slapping her own face? She had already lost most of her face in front of the sect leader. Now, what little was left was stripped away. Nun Jingyi was startled at first, then her face lit up with joy. In the end, she frowned slightly and looked at Meng thoughtfully. When Meng Gang heard the disciple's narration, she didn't care and acted as if she had nothing to do with it. However, after hearing a few sentences, she was shocked. When the disciple said that the person was injured, her heart skipped a beat and she looked at the disciple anxiously. When the disciple called out the name of the person who crashed the mountain, she couldn't be reserved anymore. She took a step forward and asked, Is he seriously injured? The disciple stole a glance at Shi Mujuan and said embarrassedly, this disciple saw blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth from afar. It seems like his internal organs were injured by Martial Uncle Ming and Martial Uncle Su. Martial Uncle who is known for his strength. Ren Xiaoyao, I'm afraid his life is in danger. Even if he manages to escape with his life, his internal injuries, Meng Gang cried out in alarm. She straightened up and wanted to run. However, after taking 2 steps, she stopped. She turned around and threw herself in front of Nun Jingyi again and cried, Sect leader, he was just possessed for a moment. Elder. Hurry and pass down the order. Have the disciples guarding the mountain stop immediately. I've already explained everything to him. Oh, no, I'll explain it to him now and have him leave the mountain immediately. Sect leader, you can expel him from spreading fragrance cult, but please spare his life. This is all my fault. I didn't make it clear to him. I shouldn't have gone to see him. Nun Jingyi sneered, the crime of breaking into the mountain peak can be absolved with just a few words from you. When Meng Gang heard this, she became extremely nervous. She turned around and looked at Nun Jinggang. She knew that she didn't have much influence on the other party. She quickly ran to Shi Mujuan and grabbed the purple phoenix hairpin. She cried out, Senior Shi, I beg you. Hurry and order the disciples of Rui Jinhao to stop. I will immediately tell him that I can marry you immediately. Meng Gang was usually cold, wise, and even arrogant. When she heard that Zhang Xiaohua was seriously injured, she became like a headless fly. She used all kinds of methods and asked for help from everyone. She only had one wish. She hoped that her former lover could be spared. Earlier on, Shi Mujuan had hoped that Meng would pick up the purple phoenix hairpin. Now that Meng had picked up the purple phoenix hairpin as he wished, he felt humiliated as a man. His dream lover had no choice but to compromise for the sake of his love rival's safety. At this moment, Shi Mujuan no longer had his earlier magnanimity. He merely glanced at Meng Qi indifferently before lifting his eyes to look at Nun Jingyi and Nun Jinggang. Putting aside his emotions, even if the 2 elders were present, they did not have the right to order him around. Nun Jingyi looked at the teary-eyed Meng and her heart ached for no reason. It was as if she had touched a scar in her heart. She sighed inwardly. It's easy to find a priceless treasure, but it's hard to find a lover. Therefore, before Nun Jinggang could say anything, she waved her hand and said, Zixia, put down the purple phoenix hairpin. You should calm down first before picking it up. As if she had found a life-saving straw, Meng turned around and asked, Sect leader, you're willing to spare his life? Just as Nun Jingyi was about to answer, she heard a series of footsteps outside. Nun Jingyi immediately looked up. Before she could see who it was, she cried out in surprise, Peacock, Chen Chen. Yu Yin. Did you all receive the inheritance? It was as if Nun Jing-yi could see through the walls of the house and see the people outside. Chapter 878. Sure enough, before Nun Jing-yi could finish her sentence, Peacock and the rest appeared at the entrance of the hall. Chen Chen even leaped out from behind and shouted, "Honorable leader, you're too amazing. I wanted to give you a surprise and didn't let the other disciples come to inform you. We haven't even entered the house and you already know." Nun Jing-yi stood up and the veil on her face rippled. She seemed to be very excited. She walked to Peacock and the rest and looked them up and down. Then, she held Peacock's hand and smiled, "Good, good, good." The three consecutive "good" words expressed the joy in his heart incisively and vividly. What's going on?" Chen Chen looked at Meng and the rest in shock and asked, "Who bullied junior sister Xiao? Quick, tell senior sister and let her teach him a lesson." Then, she looked at Shimujuan with disdain, "Is it junior brother Shi? I say, junior brother Shi, you're not young anymore. Why are you bullying your junior sister? Why aren't you apologizing to junior sister Xiao?" Then, she covered her mouth and looked at Nun Jinggang, "Senior Nun Jinggang, please don't blame me. I didn't mean to disrespect you." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the purple phoenix hairpin in Meng's hand and shouted, "Io, Xia, this is the purple phoenix hairpin of our fragrant religion. I heard that there is a male and a female. Is this male or female?" Then, she reached out and snatched it from Meng's hand. Meng had picked it up in a moment of desperation. When she saw Chen Chen coming to take it, she immediately let go as if it was a hot potato. Peacock and Swift had yet to say anything, but Chen Chen had already greeted everyone in a circle and had a whole basket of things to say. Everyone was speechless. Meng was worried about Zhang Xiaohua's comfort, but after all, Zhang Xiaohua's life and death depended on the sect leader's words. Just now, she saw that the sect leader had some intention of mercy, so how could she dare to say another word? She was afraid that she would spoil the sect leader's joy and change his mind. Seeing Chen Chen's reaction, Nun Jing-yi was not annoyed at all. She only smiled and asked, "Peacock, it seems that you are the first to receive the inheritance. Can you tell me more about it?" Peacock smiled and said, "Sect leader, your eyes are indeed sharp. You even know about this. I was thinking of reporting it to you." Nun Jing-yi waved her hand. "That's easy. You'll know in the future." Peacock looked left and right again and said, "Our disciples are not that important, this is just a report. I think something has happened here, I would like to ask the hierarch to deal with it." Jing-yi admired Peacock's methodical approach and nodded. "Peacock is right. And, you guys came out of seclusion just in time. There's going to be a good show to watch." "A good show?" Chen Chen, who was playing with the purple phoenix hairpin, was delighted when she heard this. She said with a smile, "What good show? I'm sick of it." As he spoke, he wanted to return the hairpin to Meng. How could Meng accept it? She only pulled Chen Chen's hand and pushed it to Shimujuan. Chen Chen would not give Shimujuan any face. She glared at him and threw the hairpin to him. Shimujuan could only accept it obediently and did not dare to say anything. Chen Chen was Imo Xian's disciple, and now that she had received the inheritance, she would be an elder in the future if there were no accidents. Furthermore, she was Peacock's junior sister, which meant that she would be the junior sister of the future sect leader of the incense cult. Her power would be on the same level as Nun Jinggang's, which was not something Shimujuan could compare to. Yes, there is a good show. An alchemy disciple from the Fire Temple is forcing his way into Lingxiang Peak. Nun Jing-yi said calmly. Fire Temple. Alchemy disciple. Forcing his way into Lingxiang Peak. The three of them were all astonished. Chen Chen even cried out, "Who is this thing that doesn't want to live?" Lord Hierarch, let me go, I'll cut him in half with my sword. Meng's face immediately turned pale. But this alchemy disciple is an old acquaintance of your junior sister Xianxia. He's forcing his way into Lingxiang Peak to see Xianxia and to stop Xianxia from accepting Shi Mujuan's engagement token. Nun Jingyi's tone was still calm. Ah! The three of them exclaimed at the same time. Chen Chen jumped in front of Meng and said with a smile, Junior sister Xianxia, you haven't even taken off your hair clip and you want to accept the purple phoenix hairpin? Huh, I didn't expect that many people would fancy you despite your ordinary appearance. A disciple from the Fire Temple is willing to risk his life for you. You. When did your standards become so low? Then, she glanced at Shi Mujuan and said, this guy only has such standards. Shi Mujuan was embarrassed. Peacock looked at them and said with a smile, congratulations Nun Jing Gang, congratulations junior brother Shi. Xianxia is a very good disciple. You have good taste. Yu Yan stood quietly beside the two of them and did not say a word. Meng was embarrassed by Chen Chen's words, but there was anxiety in her eyes. Chen Chen asked curiously, Sir Leader, where's that disciple from the Fire Temple? He couldn't have been dismembered by the disciples of the Ruijin Temple, right? He, which disciple's subordinate is so daring to force his way into Lingxiang Peak? He even wants to covet our junior sister Xianxia. Isn't this the legendary toad lusting after swan meat? Nun Jingyi said calmly, a disciple called Ren Xiaoyao. I've never heard of him. Ah. Ren Xiaoyao? These words usually did not sound like much but in Peacock and Chen Chen's ears, it was like thunder. Is there a mistake? Why is he at the Fire Temple? Peacock said in surprise. Yes, is it someone with the same name? Why is Ren Xiaoyao at Lingxiang Peak? How does he know Xianxia? He actually barged into Lingxiang Peak because of Xianxia? Chen Chen also blurted out. Peacock and Xianxia knew that the Zhang Xiaohua they met in the refining heart cave was just an illusion and told themselves not to take it seriously. But when they heard that Zhang Xiaohua had barged into Lingxiang Peak because of Xianxia, they felt a little sour and mixed feelings. It was everyone's turn to be surprised. Nun Jingyi asked curiously, what? This disciple called Ren Xiaoyao, you know him? Peacock and Chen Chen both secretly criticized, nonsense, how can we not know him? In the refining heart cave, Peacock said calmly, yes, I know him. This Ren Xiaoyao is one of the 10 medicine apprentices I brought back from the Rejuvenation Valley when I went to Carefree City to pay my respects last year. He was left at the refining pill hall but I don't know why he ran to the Fire Temple. Chen Chen also said hatefully, this bastard is good at deceiving people. He already held the hand of the third miss of the Rejuvenation Valley and kissed her on the lips. Their marriage was also set but he still went to Lingxiang Peak to harm people. He's been thinking about her day and night and has almost become an inner demon. He's really despicable. It was unknown who Chen Chen was saying this to and who he was harming. Peacock blushed when she heard this and even Chen Chen had a different feeling in his heart. As for Meng, her face was burning. Was Chen Chen not talking about her? Meng was stunned and her face turned pale. She looked at the hierarch and said anxiously, no, he wouldn't be like this. He never told me about the engagement. Meng's words proved that Ren Xiaoyao was the Ren Xiaoyao that Peacock and Chen Chen were talking about. There was no other person. Sigh, even if Zhang Xiaohua was here, she would be wrong to the point of vomiting blood. When did he hold hands with Nie Qianyu and kiss her on the lips? It was just Chen Chen's wishful thinking. However, this engagement. It was really hard to explain. Sure enough, the hierarch's tone was cold when he heard this. He called a disciple over and said, bring me Ren Xiaoyao's record. I want to see it. The disciple left with the order. Nun Jingyi said, let's go. I've been listening to rumors for half a day. I want to see this Ren Xiaoyao and see what kind of person he is. He's familiar with the disciples of Mo Nong Palace and broke their hearts for him. And his martial arts are so good that a little medicine boy can break into Ruijin Palace. What? Ruijin Palace? Peacock and Chen Chen were even more shocked. They looked at each other and had the same question. Ren Xiaoyao can't be so powerful. What kind of herb did he eat? On Lingxiang Peak, on the main mountain path made of bluestone, there were two people standing straight. Around the mountain path, on the rocks, on the trees, on the open space beside, there were countless disciples. There were male disciples and female disciples with different expressions. However, all the eyes of the disciples were fixed on the two people standing on the main mountain path. Absolute silence. The person standing on top was topless, revealing his bronze-colored skin. The bulging muscles on his body were like lumps of iron. The midday sun shone directly on that person's body, causing him to emit a faint glow. This burly man held a copper rod that was as thick as a duck egg in his hand. His head was planted on the ground, and he squinted his eyes as he looked at the person in front of him. He did not make a sound. The person standing below was thin and tall. There was nothing special about him except for a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. In his right hand, he held something that looked like a sword embryo or a stone rod. The silence was somewhat strange. The person on top looked around and smiled. Kid, you're called Ren Xiaoyao, the person below smiled. You're mistaken. I'm Ren Xiaoyao. The burly man scratched his head and smiled. Both sides are Ren. What Yao? That's right. I'm Hu Ben from Ruijin Palace, Master Hu. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know who Hu Ben was. She only smiled and said, so it's Master Hu. I've heard a lot about you. Well, since you know Grandpa Hu's name, that's good. Hu Ben said proudly, because you disturbed Grandpa Hu's afternoon nap, that Ming Qin only told me to take you. Whether you're dead or alive, Grandpa Hu still likes you. If you surrender, Grandpa Hu won't need to use this god-killing rod. I'll just turn around and leave. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Master Hu is too polite. You should move your muscles and bones. Sleeping all the time is not good for your body. You brat, don't be so shameless. Hu Ben's face was filled with anger. He twirled the copper rod in his hand and shouted, if Master Hu makes a move, you won't be able to survive. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Mo Shuigong who was almost within reach behind Hu Ben and said indifferently, if there is no longing in your heart, living, what is the point? Chapter 879. No wonder you want to break into lingering fragrance peak. So you don't want to live anymore. Hu Ben immediately understood and laughed, since that's the case, let Grandpa send you on your way. As he spoke, the copper rod in his hand swung in the air. Both of his arms bulged as he smashed the rod towards Zhang Xiaohua's head. Zhang Xiaohua saw the copper rod coming down, but she didn't release her divine sense. Now that she was within the range of Mo Xian Palace, she didn't dare to easily reveal her immortal Dao technique. Hearing the sound of wind from the stick and the intimidating aura from the stick, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Needless to say, since this Hu Ben was arranged by martial uncle Ming Qing at the restriction area of Ruijin Palace, it was because he saw through Zhang Xiaohua's trick of using strength to bully others. He also found a disciple who also practiced outer door divine ability to stop him. It couldn't be said that this was a deliberate plan. If Zhang Xiaohua dodged, not to mention losing his spirit, even his life would be another matter. Therefore, with a smile on her face, Zhang Xiaohua swung the heavy sword from bottom to top. Dang! A loud sound echoed throughout the entire lingering fragrance peak. The rod and the heavy sword collided. Not to mention the onlookers who covered their ears with a shocked expression, even Huben's hands were numb. The copper rod was struck high up into the sky and he almost couldn't hold it. Zhang Xiaohua was even worse. The heavy sword was struck to the ground and smashed into the bluestone with a ding sound. Zhang Xiaohua's figure was also pushed back for a long time and almost fell. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's hand held onto the heavy sword that was inserted into the ground and stabilized her body after swaying a few times. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua's face was a little green, with a pu sound, she spat out a mouthful of blood. The injury she suffered from fighting with martial Uncle Su burst forth again. Huben clearly didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to have such strength. His face showed joy and he shouted, "Good boy, Ming Qing said that you have great strength, but I didn't care. Look at your small body, how can you be stronger than me? Come, fight with Grandpa for a few more moves." As he spoke, the rod smashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's waist. Although Zhang Xiaohua had a rough understanding of this person's strength, she was still injured. How could she fight head-on with him? She only twisted her body and dodged. The heavy sword in her hand flew towards Huben's arm. Huben said angrily, "That boy, didn't you want to fight? Why are you still using tricks?" Although he said that, he easily retracted his wrought copper rod and knocked it towards Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword. Zhang Xiaohua still didn't want to fight with him. She only used the nameless sword art together with Huben. Although the nameless sword art was exquisite, it was still a flying sword. Previously, when she fought with martial Uncle Su, she was at a disadvantage and her internal organs were injured. But now, when she fought with Huben, the situation was reversed and she had the upper hand in terms of moves. However, every time there was a crisis, Huben would forcefully knock the wrought copper rod against the heavy sword, forcing Zhang Xiaohua to change her moves. It was the same method that Zhang Xiaohua used to bully the disciples of Sharp Golden Palace. This is really karma. I was bullying others just now, and now I'm being used against myself. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly to herself. Huben's strength was indeed great, but it might not be comparable to Zhang Xiaohua's. However, Zhang Xiaohua was injured previously. How could she compete with him purely in terms of strength? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was thinking about how to defeat the enemy, suddenly, a familiar feeling descended from the sky. In an instant it was as if she was being peeped on. This. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but shiver. Needless to say, this was the feeling of being scanned by a divine sense. Could it be that the leader of Mo Xian Palace is here? Zhang Xiaohua stole a glance at the source of the divine sense. It was a few masked women standing at a high place. One of them was Meng, who Zhang Xiaohua wanted to find on Lingering Fragrance Peak. Looking at Meng Yu's resentful and worried gaze, as well as the anxious expression on her face, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel her blood boil. Since the leader was here, it was time to settle the matter of her trespassing on Lingering Fragrance Peak. At this moment, Huben leaped up and raised his copper rod high. A sharp sound of wind was produced from the head of the rod. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the raised rod and a feeling rose in her heart. Go, touch your head with that rod. Just touch it lightly. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's mind was only slightly absent-minded. She felt that it was strange. Aside from Huben's astonishing strength, there must be some secret to his rod technique. Seeing that the copper rod was about to fall, Zhang Xiaohua laughed loudly. Is it just a competition of strength? Do you think I'm afraid of you? As she spoke, she also raised her great wisdom sword and pierced it towards the tip of the copper rod. The heavy sword seemed to pierce through the air, producing an ear-piercing sound. The surrounding air was also stirred up, and a gust of wind was produced out of thin air. Dang, the tip of the rod and the tip of the sword collided again. However, this time, it wasn't as loud as before. The two incomparably heavy weapons brought about a gust of wind when they collided. The muffled, almost silent pu actually covered up the sound of the weapons colliding by a lot. This time, the copper rod wasn't raised much. Even Zhang Xiaohua's great wisdom sword was retracted to a limited extent. Presumably, both of them used all of their strength. However, Huban used both of his arms, while Zhang Xiaohua only used her hand to hold her sword. The difference in strength was obvious. Unfortunately, this wasn't a simple competition. Seeing that the copper rod was raised, Huban took a step forward. With a twist of his hand, the other end of the copper rod flipped and smashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. Zhang Xiaohua's face turned red. She forced herself to swallow a mouthful of blood. She pointed the heavy sword in her hand at the head of the rod. Borrowing the strength of the long sword, she floated forward and kicked Huban's cheek. This lightness technique was one of the simplest techniques in Jianghu. If it was outside of the fragrant religion, it would be considered valuable. However, in this situation, it appeared clumsy. However, didn't our Zhang Xiaohua want to hide her true strength? Ha! Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's kick, Huban also laughed. He let go of the copper rod in his hand and aimed it at Zhang Xiaohua's ankle. The wind from the fist created a chill. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't release her divine sense, she could still feel it. Not daring to be negligent, Zhang Xiaohua slightly retracted her leg in the air. With a chain kick, the other leg also followed. This leg was hidden below, so Huban was caught off guard. He could only raise his arm to block it. Feeling as if he kicked an iron plate, Zhang Xiaohua's leg also felt a bit of pain. This was a situation he had never encountered since he started practicing the Big Dipper magical fist. This guy seems to have practiced some kind of body refining technique. Perhaps it's a legacy of the way of immortals. Zhang Xiaohua instantly understood. Nun Jingyi's divine sense that enveloped the whole place did not withdraw for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua could only use the technique to hide her cultivation level. In this way, Zhang Xiaohua and Huban fought for a while, but there was still no clear winner. Far away, Peacock and Chen Chen frowned and stared at the scene without saying a word. Meng's face was full of worry. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua and then stole a glance at Nun Jingyi. She didn't dare to say a word. Behind them, Shi Mujuan narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. He knew very well what kind of martial arts Huban had. He really didn't expect that the little medicine boy he had threatened in the distant fire hall that day would actually be able to fight Huban to a draw. Ouch! Chen Chen saw Zhang Xiaohua spit out another mouthful of blood and felt a little distressed. He cried out, "This Ren Xiaoyao is really determined to go to Lingxiang Peak. He has already spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Is he going to spit out all his blood?" Meng looked at Meng with her small mouth slightly pouted. Peacock frowned and said, "This Ren Xiaoyao's punches and kicks seem to be ordinary. His body movements are also ordinary, but the strength of his hands is much greater than Huban's. Moreover, looking at his swordsmanship, it doesn't seem to be common. It seems to be extremely unorthodox. I'm afraid it's not some honorable swordsmanship." Chen Chen smiled and said, "This guy comes from a small sect. How can he have any exquisite swordsmanship? Huban is not only the strongest man in Ruijin Palace, he is also the successor of the Way of Immortals' magic wave staff technique. Although the magic wave staff technique can't be used by him, it's still not weak. If Ren Xiaoyao doesn't take anything out, he will end up spilling blood in Ruijin Palace. That might not be the case." Peacock glanced at Nun Jingyi and Nun Jinggang and said in a low voice, "This Huban looks like he's using his full strength, but in fact, he's being merciful. It's as if he saw that Ren Xiaoyao has such great strength at such a young age. If he honed himself for a few years, he would also become a master. That's why he cherishes talent and avoids his moves. You shouldn't underestimate the magic wave staff technique." Although Huban can only use 10% of its power, how can Ren Xiaoyao withstand it? Although Peacock's voice was soft, Nun Jingyi and Nun Jinggang heard it clearly. Even Shi Mujuan was paying attention. Sure enough, they saw that Huban's staff technique was far from its usual breathtaking power. Even the moves did not seal off all the angles. Shi Mujuan was slightly angry. However, if Peacock could see this, how could His Excellency not know? Since His Excellency did not say anything, what could Shi Mujuan say? Everyone heard Peacock's words clearly. However, Meng only looked at Huban's staff anxiously, afraid that one of his blows would break Zhang Xiaohua's skin. However, as time passed, although Huban was giving way, Zhang Xiaohua was gradually losing ground based on her pure martial cultivation. Seeing this, the anxiety on Meng's face gradually disappeared, leaving only a pale face and a determined gaze. Then, a slightly hoarse voice rang out, "You've met your concubine with your true heart. I'll serve you with my innocence. You. Don't worry. Since you've charged into lingering fragrance peak, I naturally know your intentions. If you were to die today, I would not live alone." Chapter 880. Although Zhang Xiaohua was a little far away, Meng tried his best to send his heart-wrenching words to Zhang Xiaohua's ears. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. She stretched out the Prajna heavy sword and dodged Huban. She laughed and said, "With such a dream, what more can I ask for?" After that, she shouted, "Brother Huban, do you dare to take 3 of my moves?" Huban laughed heartily. "Why would I be afraid of 3 moves? Even if it's 30 moves, so what?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she put her hands together and grabbed the hilt of the Prajna heavy sword with both hands. She floated up and raised the heavy sword high above her head. With a whoosh, she directly chopped down. There was no move to speak of. Ouch! In the distance, Chen Chen's mouth was quick. He scolded with a smile, "This guy is going to cheat." Sure enough, when he saw Zhang Xiaohua raise the heavy sword high, Huban also knew that things were not good. He didn't have time to make any exquisite counterattack. He quickly grabbed the 2 ends of the copper rod with both hands and raised it high above his head to block Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword. There was a loud clang, louder than the previous one. Huban's arms were numb and the bluestone floor under his feet had cracked. Zhang Xiaohua, who was in the air, floated up high. With a puff, she spat out a mouthful of blood. But then, Zhang Xiaohua adjusted her body again, still in the same posture, and chopped down with the splitting Mount Hua. Huban wanted to change his move, but in such a hurry, it was too late. Moreover, he had just agreed to take Zhang Xiaohua's move. Although the splitting Mount Hua was simple, it was still a move. Clang, there was another loud sound, louder than the previous one. At this time, Huban's arms were numb and the bluestone floor under his feet had been shattered. The copper rod that was as thick as a goose egg in his hand was somewhat bent. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua again. She was still the same, spitting out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that her injury was more serious than Huban's. "This bastard is going all out," Hu Ben thought to himself. He couldn't help but cherish talent even more. However, in this head-on confrontation, he didn't dare to slack off. He only hoped that he could reveal an opening between the moves later. While Hu Ben was thinking, Zhang Xiaohua's 3rd move came. Zhang Xiaohua knew that if this move didn't work, he would have to solve the mystery himself. He was going to use the wind-riding spell to drag Meng to his side. Therefore, he took a deep breath and did not dare to circulate his true qi. Instead, he used all his strength to chop down. Clang! The 3rd loud noise was followed by a plop. Huban fell to the ground with the limestone tiles beneath his feet already shattered. His feet had sunk into the mountain path, and his hands were bleeding from the wounds. The bronze staff was thrown to the side by Huban, and it was no longer in its original shape. The middle of the staff was bent quite a bit. Zhang Xiaohua was even more miserable. She was sent flying and fell outside the mountain path. She couldn't stand up, and a large mouthful of blood had already dyed the front of her clothes red. Hu Ben sat on the mountain path and rested for a while. He turned around to look at Nun Jingyi and the others in the distance. He struggled to pull his feet out of the mountain path and said in a hoarse voice, "Junior brother Ren, you are indeed a hero. I admire you. I originally said that I would take 3 moves from you, but my weapon was sent flying by junior brother Ren in the 3rd move. Moreover, it can be considered destroyed. This match is junior brother Ren's victory." Hesitating for a moment, he said in a low voice, "Junior brother Ren and junior sister Meng are indeed a perfect match. I congratulate the 2 of you in advance." TSK. Your action of forcefully barging into Lingering Fragrance Peak is something that even I admire, not to mention the group of female disciples at Lingering Fragrance Peak. In short, I hope that your wishes come true. As he spoke, he stood up with difficulty and picked up the twisted copper rod from the ground. He shook his head and casually threw it to the side. Then, he staggered away. Zhang Xiaohua had already stood up from the ground. When she heard Hu Ben's words, she couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. She held her sword and cupped her hands. She didn't know if she should say the word, "thank you." Seeing that Hu Ben had walked far away, Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and looked at the place where Meng was standing. She picked up her heavy sword and slowly walked over. On Lingering Fragrance Peak, the crowd was in an uproar. Hu Ben was guarding the restriction of Rui Jin Hall. Zhang Xiaohua had defeated him. In just a few steps, she had entered the boundary of Mo Xian Palace. She was only 1 step away from breaking into Lingering Fragrance Peak. When Meng saw that Zhang Xiaohua hadn't lost her life, she was overjoyed. However, when she saw the blood hanging from Zhang Xiaohua's mouth and her pale face, Meng Xian's heart ached. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua approaching, she became increasingly excited. At this moment, Nun Jingyi's cold voice sounded, "Zi Xia, did you just say that you are willing to die for Ren Xiaoyao?" Meng was stunned. She glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled, "That's right, sect leader. As long as he can live safely, I will do anything. What's more, he wants me to die. All right, then I will fulfill your wish." Nun Jingyi pointed with her finger and said, "Do you know the sacrificial love cliff at Mo Xian Palace? Go ahead. I will send someone to bring your corpse back and hand it to Ren Xiaoyao. As for Ren Xiaoyao, if you die, I'll let him live." "Ah. Really?" Meng was overjoyed. She turned her head and saw Zhang Xiaohua walking over. She could faintly see the fervent look in her eyes. She sighed in her heart, "Since the heavens arranged for us to meet, why did they arrange such an ending? He is so loyal to me. How can I not be willing to give up my life? Xiaohua, I will go now. I hope that in the next life, I will meet you again. Perhaps meeting you is my only goal in this life." Meng's resentful and determined gaze seemed to pierce through space and into Zhang Xiaohua's heart. Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached and she unconsciously quickened her steps. "Then, disciple will go now. Sect leader, I hope you will fulfill your promise." Meng finished speaking and looked at everyone. She quietly turned around and walked in a certain direction. Sect leader, Peacock, Chen, and even Swift spat out. Although they didn't say anything, the expression in their eyes was clear. Nun Jinggang also frowned and said in a low voice, "Sect leader, you really want to do this?" Nun Jingyi waved her hand and said, "I have already made up my mind. There is nothing more to say." Then, she said to Mujuan, "Mujuan, go and do the last test. Don't hold back. Shimujuan looked at Meng's departing figure and his eyes were filled with hatred. If Zhang Xiaohua hadn't barged into Lingxiang Peak, he would have already won the heart of the beauty. Therefore, he cupped his hands and drew his sword from his waist. He said, "Sect leader's decree." Shimujuan pulled himself away and stood in front of Zhang Xiaohua in no time. Shimujuan looked at the alchemy disciple that he had met before and sneered, "Ren Xiaoyao, you really know how to act. You actually wanted to hide the entire Lingxiang Peak. I boasted that my eyes were sharp, but I was also deceived by you." Zhang Xiaohua also sneered and secretly said, "Not only that, I wanted to keep all of you in the dark." However, she smiled and said, "How would I dare? However, you are a disciple of Rui Jinhao. I don't even deserve to call you senior brother. How can I deceive you?" Shimujuan said hatefully, "You are a dead person. Wasting my breath on you will only lower my status." After saying that, he didn't waste any more time. He raised his sword and flew up. He drew a perfect arc in the air and pierced towards Zhang Xiaohua's forehead. This sword move looked very simple, but in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, it was extremely terrifying. A sense of helplessness rose from the bottom of Zhang Xiaohua's heart. The shiny longsword was flying over from not far away. It was like a shining meteor, and its trajectory was faintly resembling the movement of the heavenly Tao. Zhang Xiaohua had a feeling that the trajectory's destination was his forehead. No matter where he dodged, even if he escaped underground, the meteor would still hit him in the face. This is the true pinnacle of martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. It was just a simple sword move, a casual sword move, but it was able to demonstrate the essence of martial arts so perfectly. Only the eldest disciple of Rui Jinhao could have such outstanding cultivation. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua also knew that some people on the mountain path of Lingering Fragrance Peak were more or less modest. Shimujuan's sword move was exactly what Zhang Xiaohua felt. It was the highest realm of martial arts imitating the immortal Tao. If Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense, it would not be difficult for her to dodge or break it. However, it was not something that Zhang Xiaohua, who had concealed her divine sense and vital qi, could deal with. In fact, it was understandable. Shimujuan had been immersed in martial arts for so many years. How many years had Zhang Xiaohua cultivated the dream-weaving sword technique? If she did not have her divine sense to rely on, Zhang Xiaohua was useless except for her strength. In the blink of an eye, the meteor landed in front of Zhang Xiaohua's forehead. However, the Grand Bishop's divine sense was still enveloping the area. Needless to say, as long as Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense, she would definitely be discovered by Nun Jingyi. What would happen to Zhang Xiaohua after she was discovered? Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to imagine. Perhaps she would be coerced, tortured, or... In any case, there were many possibilities. Of course, there was also the possibility that she would be killed on the spot by Nun Jingyi. However, if she did not release her divine sense, she would definitely not be able to dodge Shimujuan's sword. Of course, she would die. Since that was the case, then, perhaps she could only fight it out. Zhang Xiaohua had an idea. She was prepared to put her hand into her robe and take out the dragon-binding bracelet. However, the moment she moved her hand, she felt a fluctuation in Nun Jingyi's divine sense. It was as though her attention had shifted to her hand. When he thought about Meng's expression and how she left in a hurry, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized something. Could it be that the Grand Bishop? Could it be that she was testing me? This thought was simply unimaginable. There was no basis for it. However, Zhang Xiaohua, who had comprehended the hand of karma, was slightly enlightened. There was an inexplicable reason for her to believe it. I'll fight it out. Since I'm discovered by the Grand Bishop, I'll be in danger of being killed on the spot. Why not take a gamble? As Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, he pointed the sword up slightly. He looked as though he was caught off guard. His body bent down slightly and he tried his best to shrink his head in front of his chest. He also raised his left arm slightly and was prepared to use his left arm to block the sword that would not stop moving. Chapter 881. In the blink of an eye, just as Zhang Xiaohua raised his arm, Shimujuan's sword mercilessly pierced the front of Zhang Xiaohua's forehead without any sign of stopping. "Oh no, I guessed wrong. I can only use my arm to block it." Zhang Xiaohua saw the hatred and delight in Shimujuan's eyes and knew that this fellow would not hold back. Peacock and Chen Chen, who were watching from a distance, also felt a chill in their hearts. Forget about Zhang Xiaohua, even they did not have the ability to escape from Shimujuan's sword when the sword was about to reach their foreheads. Ren Xiaoyao is going to die. Both of them muttered in their hearts. They did not know if it was a kind of relief, a kind of nostalgia, or a kind of grief. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua raised his arm, the scene changed again. Zhang Xiaohua only felt that the divine sense that had enveloped the area was suddenly withdrawn from his body and abruptly gathered at the tip of the sword on his forehead. The moment the tip of Shimujuan's sword touched the divine sense, it immediately stopped and could not pierce even half an inch further. That divine sense had actually blocked the sword for Zhang Xiaohua. What kind of divine power is this? Divine sense can be used like this? Zhang Xiaohua turned pale with fright. He had thought of imparting the divine power of the incense cult's Lord Cult, but he definitely did not expect it to be so powerful. This was something that even he might not be able to do. Shimujuan was stunned and immediately exerted more force in his hand. Just as he was about to stab down again, a voice rang in his ears, "Mujuan, come back. Spare his life." It was Nun Jingyi's voice. Shimujuan did not dare to delay. He quickly withdrew his sword and bowed slightly, as per the cult master's orders. Zhang Xiaohua, on the other hand, had a look of confusion on his face. He looked at Shimujuan, who had stood up, and asked curiously, "Sir, why did you stop?" Did I succeed in breaking through the mountain?" "Humph." Shimujuan ignored him and turned to leave. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly shouted from behind, "Since we've succeeded, then, can I see my dream?" "My dream?" Zhang Xiaohua had never emphasized her words like this before. When Shimujuan heard this, he gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. If not for the sect leader's orders, he would have turned around immediately and used his long sword to stab 70 to 80 bloody holes in this detestable little thief's body. However, when he saw that the long sword was about to pierce Zhang Xiaohua's forehead, he actually blocked it out of thin air. It was very obvious that this was the cult master's unfathomable immortal Tao technique. Even if Shimujuan had complaints in his heart, he did not dare to disobey. At this time, two more people came from afar. They were Peacock and Chen Chen's master, Nun Jingfan, and Yuyan's master, Nun Xuezhen. Both of them were overjoyed when they heard the news from their disciples. They hurried to Dream's residence and rushed here, but they were too late and missed a good show. When they saw such a huge scene in front of Mo Xian Palace and the main mountain path of Lingxiang Peak, they were extremely shocked. However, when they saw that Nun Jingyi and Jing Gang were present and Peacock, Chen Chen, and Yuyan were all silent, they thought that something important must have happened. After meeting the cult master, they suppressed their joy and looked at the mountain path. Chen Chen saw a tall and skinny disciple holding a long sword staggeringly walking up while Shimujuan walked in front with a gloomy face. It was very strange. Chen Chen could not help but pull Nun Jingfan aside and said in a low voice, "Master." Zixia. Zixia was ordered by the sect leader to commit suicide by jumping off the cliff. What? Not only Nun Jingfan, but even Nun Xuezhen was stunned. Humph, Flame Temple hid such a great master, and the temple master cannot absolve himself from the blame. They did not dare to come up, so they naturally sent disciples to find out. Let them go back. When this is over, we'll settle the score with their temple master. Inside Xian Palace, there was a dazzling hall. Nanjing Yi was sitting in the middle of the hall. Nanjing Gang, Nanjing Fan, and Nun Shuizhen were also seated. There were also a few unknown elders sitting in their respective seats. Peacock, Chen Chen, Yuyan, and Shimujuan were all standing in their respective seats. Only Zhang Xiaohua's clothes were messy and his chest was still stained with blood. He stood silently in the middle of the hall. His face was calm, but his eyes were looking around for traces of dream. Nanjing Yi sat there with a small booklet in her hand. She carefully flipped through it and put it down after a long while. She looked coldly at Zhang Xiaohua and ignored him. She then turned to Peacock and the others and smiled. Peacock, Chen Chen, and Yuyan, since you've passed the inheritance, you are qualified to have a seat in Xian Palace. Find a place to sit. The three of them respectfully bowed and found a place to sit. How dare you, Ren Xiaoyao? You dared to deceive me by hiding your identity and sneaking into my sect. Tell me, who are you? What is your purpose in coming to Xian sect? Nanjing Yi shouted suddenly. It was as if she had used some kind of immortal technique. Zhang Xiaohua felt dizzy for no reason. He opened his mouth and said, I. Before he could finish the word I, his mind immediately became clear. He thought to himself, this is bad. This sect leader's immortal technique is really powerful. There is a difference between having an inheritance and not having one. She can play so many tricks with just a normal divine sense. Should I be honest with him? Or should I tell her half of the truth? Zhang Xiaohua knew about the book that Nanjing Yi had just read. He didn't dare to release his divine sense, so naturally, he didn't know what was recorded in it. However, after listening to Nanjing Yi's question, he assumed that the book recorded the process of him entering Xian sect and his background. The process didn't need to be said. Zhang Xiaohua didn't intend to hide it, but what about his background? Zhang Xiaohua didn't believe that Xian sect could expose his true identity. Otherwise, Nanjing Yi wouldn't be talking about Ren Xiaoyao, but Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua steeled his heart, looked left and right and respectfully said, Greetings, leader. When this little one entered the fragrant religion, there were indeed some things that were hidden. However, those were some things that were difficult to say. If leader asks, this little one will tell you in full detail. However, before I speak, can I see Meng Zixia? Heh, you still want to see Zixia at this time? Nanjing Yi sneered. You are Rejuvenation Valley's prospective son-in-law. Although you haven't bowed to heaven and earth, your status has already been set. What qualifications do you have to see Zixia? Zhang Xiaohua was dejected as he said, Please be merciful, Sir Sect Leader. This lowly one was misunderstood by Zixia because of this. This lowly one barged into Lingering Fragrance Peak to let Zixia listen to this lowly one's explanation. This lowly one feels that it's better to say it in front of Zixia. Humph, you've already violated the rules of Xian sect by rushing to Lingering Fragrance Peak. It's a crime punishable by death. You still want to use your tongue to deceive the disciples of Xian sect? Zhang Xiaohua was very calm as he said in a deep voice, This lowly one knows that trespassing on Lingering Fragrance Peak is a great crime, but this lowly one only wants to see Zixia in a dignified manner and explain my misunderstanding clearly. As for the death penalty and such, it's better to wait until Zixia forgives this lowly one. What a joke. This Xiaoxia came to Lingering Fragrance Peak to look for a dream. Why should I explain to you? Although your immortal Tao is more powerful than mine, it doesn't mean you can capture me in one go. Things like the death penalty. Oh my God, I'm really scared. This Xiaoxia has a 50-year-old mother and an unsettled wife. I don't want to accept the death penalty. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself, but he still frowned at Nun Jingyi. Mo Xian sect was under her control. If he wanted to see Xixia sect, he needed her approval. But, it's really a dream. Why did it leave just like that? Don't tell me you don't want to hear my explanation. How did Xixia meet someone like you? Nun Jingyi said, you were so impetuous. You thought your martial arts were superior, so you rushed to Lingering Fragrance Peak and provoked the death penalty. Xixia sect jumped off Lingering Fragrance Peak's martyr cliff for you. She exchanged her life for yours. In exchange, this sect won't pursue your crime and won't take your life. What? Xixia. She left just now to go to Martyr Cliff. Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Xixia sect's dream to choose her own death without hesitation for his sake. He also understood why Shimujuan's sword was blocked by the sect leader. Chapter 882. Where is Martyrdom Cliff? Zhang Xiaohua asked anxiously. However, he was immediately disappointed. Dream had left for a long time. Even if he arrived now, how could she still be lingering on Martyrdom Cliff? What? Do you want to go? Nun Jingyi sneered, do you want to see if Xixia is still there? Or do you want to jump down? Of course I want to jump down and see. Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation. He, your wish is beautiful. Nun Jingyi said sarcastically, unfortunately, you don't have the qualifications. Zhang Xiaohua was angry. He wasn't angry because of Nun Jingyi, but because of himself. He was angry at his own impulsiveness. He even regretted his actions of rushing up Martyrdom Peak. If he knew this would happen, why didn't he quietly go up Martyrdom Peak and explain things to Dream before taking her away? Wouldn't that have been better? He painstakingly concealed his cultivation and fought his way up Martyrdom Peak. Was this the end he got? An end that was separated from Dream's yin and yang? In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with despair and emptiness. A sense of powerlessness filled his heart. Pa! Zhang Xiaohua slapped himself in the face. It was a ruthless slap. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. What's the use of concealing your cultivation? What's the use of blindly seeking perfection? Dream, she was still forced to death by this old witch. A voice rose from Zhang Xiaohua's chest. His eyes, which had always been calm and clear, were now gradually burning with raging fury. So what if we barge into the Lingering Fragrance Peak? So what if we massacre the Lingering Fragrance Peak? At worst, I'll go to the underworld with Dream. Suddenly raising his head, Zhang Xiaohua stared at Nun Jingyi who was sitting high up in the distance. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate her veil. What? Do you still want to challenge me? Nun Jingyi coldly said, young man, let's not talk about your martial arts. Even if you cultivate for 60 years, your martial arts won't be a match for me. Although there's a good saying that even the heavens can forgive the mistakes of young people. Unfortunately, there are some mistakes that cannot be made. As long as you make a mistake, you must accept severe punishment. This kind of punishment is something you will never imagine and will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Zhang Xiaohua raised the great wisdom sword and slowly walked forward. Now that the dream was no longer here, what else did he need to hide? Right now, he only wanted to fight with the mysterious sect leader and vent the grief and indignation in his heart. Even if he lost and died, he could walk on the path of the netherworld with his dreams. Ren Xiaoyao, what are you doing? Chen Chen was the first to lose his patience and stood up to shout. Peacock was also anxious, Ren Xiaoyao, how dare you challenge the hierarch's authority? If this wasn't Mo Xian's palace, if Master wasn't by the side, if His Excellency cult leader wasn't watching from above, these two people might have already flown up. Unfortunately, how could the current Zhang Xiaohua listen to these words? A rare impulse, a rare anger, and a rare hot-bloodedness drove this young man slowly and somewhat unsteadily towards Nun Jingyi. Nun Jingyi only watched silently and didn't seem to make any movements. Shi Mujuan, who was standing far away, had a cold smile on his face. Seeing that he was about to close the distance of 10 feet, Zhang Xiaohua was about to release his divine sense. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, Xiao. Xiao Yao, what are you doing? That voice was soft, hoarse, and weak, but in Zhang Xiaohua's ears, it was like the sound of nature. His anger immediately calmed down and he looked back in disbelief. Wasn't the person standing in front of the hall dressed in palace attire Dream? However, the palace attire didn't look very suitable and Dream's hair was still wet. When Zhang Xiaohua saw Dream, he was like a mouse that saw rice. How could he still care about arguing with Nun Jingyi? He turned around and ran towards the hall's entrance. However, with his body, his steps were a little unsteady and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. And, halfway through running, he didn't forget to turn back and glare at Nun Jingyi. I was almost fooled by her. When Dream saw Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, she hurriedly ran in and said, Xiao. Xiao Yao, slow down, you're still injured. But as she ran, she couldn't help but let her tears flow out. Just as she was about to reach him, she heard Nun Jingyi's cold snort. Dream immediately hesitated and slowed down. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't care less and grabbed her hand. Their intimate actions were even more intimate than when they were alone in the Lihua Palace. Dream immediately blushed and tried to pull her hand back. How could she be a match for Zhang Xiaohua's 10,000 pounds of strength? She could only let Zhang Xiaohua hold her hand with one hand. Peacock and Qianqian could not help but feel a little uncomfortable. They just sat by the side and watched quietly, especially Qianqian, who pricked up his ears, wanting to hear what the two of them were talking about. Unfortunately, after a while, Zhang Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, Dream, you have to believe me, There's really nothing between Nye Qianyu and me. That so-called martial arts competition for marriage was just me helping Huichun Valley out of trouble. The so-called marriage is fake. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to think too much. There's really nothing between me and Nye Qianyu. I swear, really, if I lied to you, I'll be struck by lightning, really. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was no longer as eloquent as before. He only clumsily expressed that he was absolutely innocent. Dream had heard Qianqian mention that Zhang Xiaohua and Nye Qianyu's marriage had already been decided. She felt extremely uncomfortable in her heart. However, when she saw that her sweetheart had risked his life to fight to the top of Yixiang Peak for her, how could she not know what he was thinking? Just as she was about to speak, a cold voice said, Ren Xiaoyao, you rushed to Yixiang Peak because you wanted to explain this to Zixia? Zhang Xiaohua did not turn around. He looked into Dream's large eyes and was unwilling to look away. He smiled and said, Of course, why don't I do it because I have nothing better to do? As he spoke, he coughed a few times and some blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Everyone felt dizzy. This reason was really unexpected. Dream used her hand to wipe the blood from the corners of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth and smiled faintly, Your heart. I know, I have never misunderstood you. Nun Jingyi asked again, Didn't you rush to Yixiang Peak because you heard that Shi Mujuan was going to propose marriage to Zixia? Zhang Xiaohua was not in a good mood and did not bother to answer such a shallow question. I also know Dream's heart. How could she possibly fancy Shi Mujuan? It's just because I did something wrong that caused her to misunderstand. I told her clearly, so she naturally knows. Nun Jingyi was silent. Nun Jinggang and the rest were also silent. Only Shimujuan's face was ashen. Actually, the feelings of a young man were really pure. It was just that you have me in your eyes and I have you in my eyes. How could it be as complicated as Nun Jingyi thought? After a long while, Nun Jingyi asked again, in that case, you racked your brains to sneak into Zhuan Cult, Shixin Peak, and Mythical Flame Hall to look for Zixia? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. That's right, he had been thinking hard about how to cover up the fact that he had infiltrated Zhuan Cult to look for Zhang Xiaohu. Nun Jingyi's words reminded him that his purpose of infiltrating Zhuan Cult was to look for Dream. Wouldn't that be perfect? This idea spun rapidly in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Zhang Xiaohua held Dream's hand and turned around. He nodded and said, Lord Sect Master is wise. That is exactly the case. Then, he looked at Dream affectionately and told her everything. Of course, this was something that Zhang Xiaohua had already repeated countless times in his mind. He told her about how he came from a small sect and how he encountered Dream and the Shirtai. He also told her about how he ate a mystical fruit overseas and gained boundless strength. Wait and wait. He continued until he heard the elders of Zhuan Cult calling him Jing or something. Only then did he realize that the Shirtai might be from Zhuan Cult. Then, he coincidentally met someone who wanted to kill Nie Qianyu and sent her all the way to Rejuvenation Valley. Of course, in order to reduce the possibility of Rejuvenation Valley being implicated, Zhang Xiaohua made himself sound more sinister. After Zhang Xiaohua finished speaking, the entire Mo Xian Palace was silent. No one could have imagined that Zhang Xiaohua's words were true. This young man was deeply in love with the girl he met a few years ago. He traveled thousands of miles to find her, spent a lot of effort, and went through countless trials before he finally found her. Was this a real experience? Ren Xiaoyao, you only spent a few days with Zixia. How is it that unforgettable? How do you know that she still has you in her heart? Nun Jingyi was puzzled. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and shook his head. Well, I can't explain it clearly. I only know that Meng's shadow has been deeply engraved in my heart. I miss her every moment. I also believe that Meng is the same as me. Then, he turned around and asked, don't you agree? Dream blushed and whispered, Lord Sect Master, Xiao Yao, he is right. This disciple also misses him very much. That day when I met him in Mythical Flame Hall, this disciple almost thought that it was a dream. The others did not react, but Peacock and Chen Chen were shocked. Sigh, there was a long sigh and Nun Jingyi said, your story really moved this sect. Sect leader, Nun Jinggang, who was next to him, said, what Ren Xiaoyao said is really incredible. I can't believe it. Nun Jingyi looked at her and said, Great Elder, whether you believe it or not, aren't the two of them standing right in front of you? There are many strange things in the world and this emotion is even more strange. This sect believes it. But Nun Jinggang wanted to say something again. Nun Jingyi waved her hand and said, Great senior sister, Zixia even jumped over the cliff of martyrdom. I think, you already know my feelings. I will listen to Lord Sect Master's orders. Nun Jinggang was silent. Chapter 883. Zhang Xiaohua was the first one who didn't believe her. He pointed at his nose and said, Sect leader, you don't want to investigate my background? Investigate? Jingyi snorted and said proudly, let's not talk about whether I believe you or not. Even if you're lying, why should we be afraid of a disciple with a dubious background? Even if you're a disciple of the Tenryu sect, there are plenty of disciples in my sect. So what if there's one more or one less? Besides, are you a disciple of the Tenryu sect? If the Tenryu sect's disciples attack my lingering fragrance peak, wouldn't your heavenly king eat you alive? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. He had tried his best to hide his identity and even made up some lies. Unfortunately, Jingyi Nun didn't care at all. Yes, he was just a small pawn. Even if his martial arts were strong, what could he do to the incense order? Well, even if he did something bad, would the sect care? Until today, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood the sect leader of Jianghu, the sect leader of Jianghu, the sect leader of Jianghu. Zhang Xiaohua was sincerely convinced. He bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, sect leader, for your help." Unexpectedly, Jingyi waved her hand and said, "It's not over yet. Don't thank me too early." Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and asked, "Sect leader, do you have any other orders?" The sect leader didn't say anything. He waved his hand and Peacock stood up and said, "Ren Xiaoyao, our sect leader values female disciples. We don't promote lust. The relationship between male and female disciples is strictly regulated, especially the female disciples of my Mo Xian palace. Without the sect leader's approval, they can't marry each other privately. You, although you're a disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak's fire temple, it's impossible for you to marry Sister Xixia." However, the sect master of the fragrance sect felt that this matter was too absolute and went against the harmony of the heavens, so he set up a test. If a disciple wants to marry a female disciple from Mo Xian Palace, they must pass 3 tests before they can do so. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She lowered her head and looked at Meng. Meng was also stunned and shook her head slightly. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Please explain in detail, Lord Kong. For the sake of the dream, no matter what these 3 trials are, this one has to go through them." Peacock nodded and said, "The first trial, congratulations Ren Xiaoyao, you have passed. You have to fight your way through Lingering Fragrance Peak from the foot of the mountain all the way to Mo Xian Palace. When you defeated Hu Ben, you had already completed it." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Then, the second stage. Peacock smiled again and said to Dream, "The second stage, congratulations junior sister Xixia, you've passed as well. The female disciple of Mo Ninggong will have to jump down from Lingering Fragrance Peak's 10,000 feet high sacrificial cliff to show that she has no regrets towards the disciples who challenged the peak." Ah! Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She clenched her fists and shouted, "Meng, you really jumped off the cliff. I thought the sect master was lying to me." She then looked up and down. "Are you hurt?" Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's burning gaze, Meng's face flushed red. She said shyly, "No, just a little bit of flesh. It's nothing serious." Zhang Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief. She raised her head and said, "Lord Kong, this sacrificial cliff, is it dangerous?" Peacock said seriously, "Of course, it's very dangerous. If not, how can it test one's feelings?" Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed. She held Meng's hand even tighter. "Then what about the third trial? Is Lord Kong going to congratulate us?" Peacock shook her head. "The third trial is to invite you to the trial forest." At this point, Peacock hesitated for a moment before continuing, "This third challenge is supposed to be the easiest of the 3 but, the forest of testing love has been abandoned for a long time. It should have been repurposed a long time ago. The disciples of my cult have to go there every year to train, so, even I have only just found out about the origin of the forest of testing love. Furthermore, the easiest challenge is actually the most difficult one." Nun Jingyi said, "Marriage is predestined. Since Ren Xiaoyao met Violet Glow and chased her all the way to Lingering Fragrance Peak, these 3 trials are also predestined. If Ren Xiaoyao can't pass the third trial, it means that he is not destined to be with Meng. Don't even think about holding hands anymore." After hearing Peacock say that the third trial was the most difficult, Meng's heart jumped to her throat. She turned her hand and held Zhang Xiaohua's hand. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua's pale face with a conflicted expression. Zhang Xiaohua felt it. She lowered her head to look at Meng and smiled to comfort her. Chen Chen couldn't hold it in any longer. He jumped out and said regretfully, Ren Xiaoyao, actually, with your martial arts, just now, this third trial shouldn't be too difficult. It's a pity that you're heavily injured. How can you go to the trial forest? I'm afraid you can't come out even if you enter. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, Your Excellencies, please enlighten me. This trial Love Forest's hurdle, what exactly is it? Chen Chen said, It's actually quite simple. I just heard from my master that 10,000 years ago, the immortals. He covered his mouth as if he realized that he had said too much. He quickly covered it up. 10,000 years ago, the ancestors felt the loyalty of some of their disciples and specially set up 3 trials. The first 2 trials tested one's martial arts, the second one tested one's feelings and the third one tested one's luck. Oh, you've been to the Valley of Orchids and know about the Valley of Orchids. This trial forest is a small version of the Valley of Orchids on my Lingxiang Peak. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. The Valley of Orchids is so big. Is there such a big place on Lingxiang Peak? Chen Chen rolled his eyes at him and said, You don't have to worry about that. In any case, this testing Love Forest is the same as the Great Orchid Prairie. There are many wild beasts inside. What you saw in the Great Orchid Prairie is also present in the testing Love Forest. Your task is to kill 100 of those blood wolves in the testing Love Forest and bring out their tails. 100 blood wolves. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and blurted out, 100 tails is also a lot. How do I bring them out? Chen Chen smiled and said, You just need to put those tails in one place. Then he said with regret, I heard that this task was very easy in the past. There are many blood wolves in the forest. As long as your luck is not bad, you can find the blood wolves in less than half an incense stick's time. Oh, I forgot to tell you. These 100 blood wolves must be killed within 3 incense sticks' time. Those 100 wolf tails must also be placed in a designated place within 3 incense sticks' time. In the past, there were many blood wolves. With your uninjured martial arts, it should be easy to deal with them. However, now that you are seriously injured and your qigong is not good, the difficulty is not small. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that this year happens to be the year of the Valley of Orchids. Before the disciples of Mo Xian Palace went to the Valley of Orchids, they first practiced in the trial forest. The wild beasts inside were almost killed by us. If you go in now, there may not even be 100 blood wolves in the trial forest. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised again and said to Nun Jingyi, Leader, isn't this making things difficult for this disciple? Nun Jingyi said coldly, Didn't I say it just now? Marriage is predestined by the heavens. If the heavens grant your wish, then, there will definitely be 100 blood wolves in the testing Love Forest, not just 99. Moreover, you will definitely find them within half an incense stick's time. If not, why do you think the ancestors of my sect set this rule? Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Yes, the rules passed down by the incense cult had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Although there were some strange things in it, there was absolutely no possibility of an exception for her. Thinking about the leniency of some people in Ruijin Palace today, she did not know if they knew about this rule. Meng Yi held Zhang Xiaohua's hand and whispered, It's better. Don't go. You have been fighting hard for a long time, how can you still have the strength? Your internal force must have been exhausted. If you go in now, won't you become food in the stomach of the wild beasts? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head, Don't worry, I have my own way. You can sacrifice yourself to jump off the cliff for me, so what if I sacrifice a little for you? With that, Zhang Xiaohua touched his chest and said, disciple is injured. Can we do it at another time? No, now. Xiaoyao. Meng Yi was still not used to this name. Her mouth called out, but she was reluctant to let go of her hand. Yes, since she jumped off the cliff, she did not think that she could come back alive. But what surprised her was that she fell into the cold pool under the cliff. When her disciple brought her back to Mo Xian Palace and saw Zhang Xiaohua, she had already abandoned any previous thoughts. She just wanted to let him hold her hand like this and stay together until they were old. Now, before the palm of her hand was warm, they had to separate again. This separation was the separation of life and death. If what Chen Chen said was true, even if there were not many fierce beasts in the testing forest, Zhang Xiaohua was injured, and he was not a match for 1 or 2 blood wolves. Not to mention, if he wanted to pass, he must risk his life to kill 100 blood wolves. Meng Yi did not hesitate to believe this. Zhang Xiaohua knew Meng Yi's mood. He pinched her palm with his finger, blinked his left eye and whispered, "It's okay, really. I will come back in a while. It's just 3 hours. Compared with the time we will spend together in the future, it's really not a big deal." Then. You must be careful. Meng Yi bit her lips and said, even if you can't kill so many blood wolves, don't take risks. As long as you stay alive, we still have a chance. Okay, I will listen to you. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said. After Zhang Xiaohua was taken away by the disciple, Meng Yi stood alone in the hall. Everyone was silent. Chen Chen sat below and was very close to Meng Yi. She raised her eyes and looked at the others. Unconsciously, she secretly raised her thumb and said in a low voice, Xixia, you. You really want to, you. Your hand was held by him today. Or was it long ago? Well, has your face been kissed by that guy? You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.